1521. The Immortal on the Other Shore in the Coffin. The Ink Kill's near Tao possesses the ability of annihilation, because what it imitates is the power of the fusion of mountains and seas. And this current Tao transformation. Li Buren summoned one of the purple Tao transformation statues in front of him and carefully examined it. It's just the collision of mountains and seas. The process of fusion was prematurely terminated. Mountains and seas playing together, Li Buren immediately recalled a description from the fable of the mountains and seas. And Tao is born from it. So that's how it is. Li Buren slowly swallowed all the purple statues into his stomach, comprehending the Tao principles contained within these creatures. After feeding the poison pill to powerful creatures and using their lives and intelligence to complete a transformation, Li Buren was certain that these Tao transformed purple statues no longer belonged to the category of open black lens bracket Tao pill close black lens bracket. Therefore, they could be consumed directly. Although something extremely important seemed to be lost during the Tao transformation process, the ability to greatly increase Tao comprehension efficiency without risk was definitely worth it. Besides assisting in Tao comprehension, this poison pill is already an extraordinary killing divine ability. Its essence is to use the methods of the refining Tao medicine king scripture to directly fuse the power represented by the Ink Kill immortal soul with the enemy. It's a direct and fatal blow at the fundamental level of the great Tao. It's truly impossible to defend against. In addition to killing people invisibly like poison, the more important thing is that it can ignore the difference in strength. As long as the opponent cannot escape Tao annihilation and cannot completely avoid the power of the Ink Kill immortal soul, they can be affected by the methods of this poison pill. It's just a matter of the severity of the poisoning. Li Buren began experimenting with the nameless true immortals sealed in the primordial immortal realm. Although he promised to let them leave, it didn't prevent him from making use of them before that. The formless and shapeless refining Tao pill fire surrounded the heavenly pillars. The power of the Ink Kill immortal soul quietly permeated them. Depending on the strength of each individual, the changes produced were also different. The most miserable was Situ Shing. Since he was not the true immortal himself, under the invasion of the Ink Kill, he had almost no power to resist. The gray heavenly pillar slowly turned purple from top to bottom. But within, a strange black color appeared. Before this purple-black color completely swallowed the heavenly pillar, Li Fan stopped his divine ability in time. Only then did he save Situ Xing's life. But only a wisp of consciousness remained, barely clinging to life. Li Fan held the Tao transformed heavenly pillar and separated it from the normal part of the heavenly pillar without much effort. He directly swallowed it into his stomach. Compared to his own slow comprehension, this kind of direct devouring was indeed extremely efficient. 1 moment of refining pills was far more than 100 years of hard work. It really is an supreme wonderful method. Li Buren praised inwardly. But not all nameless true immortals were as defenseless as Situ Shing. Especially the Hunger Immortal. Even in the sealed state, she could compete with the Ink Kill immortal soul. Although, in the long run, she was destined to fail. But being able to hold her own for this moment already demonstrated her extraordinary nature. Li Buren scraped off a small amount of the Tao transformed purple part from the Hunger Immortal's heavenly pillar and swallowed it. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, the Tao of hunger comes from outside the possibilities of open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket. Or rather, it's not entirely the open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket Tao, but the product of a certain great Tao fusing with an external Tao. Within the complete great Tao illustration that Li Fan glimpsed in Bearing Tao, he did not see the projection of the Tao of hunger. But he did see something similar. It seemed that this was one of the prototypes of the open black lens bracket hunger close black lens bracket Tao. Like the Tao sword and Tao blade, the great Tao outside the realm of possibilities has a far greater ability to fill the myriad aspects Tao network than the native great Tao. Perhaps it directly opened up a completely new possible branch of the Tao. The myriad aspects Tao network grew a completely new blank area at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though it has not yet been completely filled, it is possible to estimate how large its complete form will be. Faced with this great tonic divine medicine, for a moment, Li Buren couldn't help but want to ignore his instructions to Bearing Tao and continue to refine the Hunger Immortal. But after thinking about it, he still held back. Refining the Hunger Immortal can wait until the next life. Anyway, she will always be in the immortal ruins. There are still places where I need to rely on Bearing Tao in this life. No hurry. Among these forbidden heavenly pillars, what surprised Li Buren the most was the performance of the open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket bone. Under the offensive of the ink-kill purple-black power, it retreated steadily. It was not even as good as Satu Xing, whose original body had fallen and whose clone still existed. It simply did not deserve the incomparably profound words open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket. After some research, Li Buren understood the reason for this strange phenomenon. Therefore, what is here is not the complete primordial bone. It can even be said to be a very small part of open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket. Most of the rest is elsewhere. Li Buren could even sense that some traces of ink-kill power were following the connection between open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket and tracking it away. Southern Immortal Heavenly Pillar. Li Buren thought of the true name of the primordial bone and shook his head slightly. I can only wish good luck to those creatures under the protection of the Heavenly Pillar. Li Fan didn't do anything too extreme. Although a large part of the Heavenly Pillar was Tao transformed, it still retained the appearance of a Heavenly Pillar. The nameless true immortals sealed within were still surviving. It was just that their vitality was greatly damaged and it would take tens of millions of years to recover. Everything that Li Buren comprehended was fed back to his original body, Li Fan. However, he did not reveal it in front of Bearing Dao. He concealed his abilities and maintained his image as a studious and inquisitive junior brother. It was not until 3 years later that Shanhua brought news again. That stargazer is extremely cautious. It was only after I took him to see the Tao network that was as good as new and confirmed that Senior had not come to the door that he finally chose to cooperate with me. We also noticed that recently, someone seemed to have been trying to get close to the border of the Star Plundering Sea to investigate. Fortunately, our Tao network was repaired quickly, otherwise we might have revealed our flaws. Chaos stood aside, exclaiming in luck. Even so, the stargazer is unwilling to reveal the overall plan. He just told us to follow orders and adapt to the situation. HMPH, a fierce light flashed in Shanhua's eyes. Be patient, don't reveal any flaws, Li Fan said lightly, and Shanhua immediately restrained himself. You just do everything according to their instructions. My senior brother and I are still in the primordial immortal realm, waiting for your arrival. Li Fan looked at Bearing Dao and smiled. Senior brother, would you like to move? The thin old man moved his seemingly stiff body. It just so happens that I haven't been out for some years and I'm feeling suffocated. It's not bad to stay in another place for a while. As he spoke, blue light surged outside Bearing Dao's body. Bearing Dao's illusory clone replaced his original body and sat cross-legged at the deepest part of the Tao network. Li Fan carefully looked around and found that the Tao strings of the entire Tao network did not bend in any way due to this change of the original body and clone. He couldn't help but exclaim, Senior brother, your Bearing Dao illusory shadow method is almost no different from your old man, master. It seems that transcendence is just around the corner. Standing up, Bearing Dao stroked his beard and laughed loudly, unable to hide his smugness. But he was still modest in his mouth. You're overpraising me. I'm still far from being compared to master. This illusory shadow can only replace Bearing Dao for 100 years at most. Any longer than that and it won't work. With senior brother's talent, Bearing Dao for eternity won't take too long. Li Fan said with a smile. Chaos and Shanhua were already accustomed to Li Fan's almost blind flattery. They closed their eyes and didn't hear anything. Senior brother, please. Li Fan took Bearing Dao to live in the primordial immortal realm. Just waiting for the people from the Star Plundering Sea to take the bait. After more than 10 days of progress, Shanhua finally met open black lens bracket stargazer close black lens bracket again. He was still attached to that black cat. Fellow Taoist is too cautious. So many of our companions have died, but you're not like this. Shanhua said unhappily. Stargazer also complained for a while. Fellow Taoist Shanhua, don't mention it. I don't want to either. Last time I lost the treasure, I was almost skinned and boned, and sealed in the heavenly pillar. Fortunately, at the last moment, I recalled the details of when the thief subdued the treasure. That's how I got the opportunity to redeem myself. But it's also the last chance. If things don't work out again, I'm afraid fellow Taoist will never see me again. Shanhua seemed extremely sympathetic and stroked the cat's head. You've really suffered, fellow Taoist. If it really doesn't work, just escape to our Star Plundering Sea. At least. Hee. Stargazer interrupted Shanhua's words somewhat awkwardly. Okay, let's talk about business. This time's operation is not actually led by me. I'm only responsible for transmitting messages and communicating. Oh, Shan Hua's hand stroking the black cat suddenly stopped. How do you want us to cooperate? Stargazer was silent for a while, seemingly listening to the orders over there. After a long time, the voice slowly came, there is a coffin. Inside is a sleeping nameless true immortal. You only need to receive the coffin, and then try every possible means to put it into that primordial immortal realm. Shanhua wanted to wait for the content behind, but Stargazer seemed to have finished speaking. He fell into silence. That's it, Shanhua was a little dissatisfied. You've gone to so much trouble, and you've only made these preparations. What can this sleeping nameless do? You've seen the strength of that hidden emperor. Stargazer comforted. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured. I've even risked my life, how could I perfunctorily? With this sleeping nameless taking action, even if that hidden emperor has great divine powers, he won't be able to turn the sky upside down. This time, he will return everything with interest. Shanhua pondered for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. After cutting off the connection with Stargazer and going to the agreed location to find the sleeping nameless in the coffin, he told Li Fan the detailed situation. It doesn't matter, just send the coffin here as he said. After hearing Li Fan's reply, Shanhua breathed a sigh of relief. They went to the edge of the Shuo Star Sea to search for their target. In the desolate immortal realm, Li Fan and Cheng Dao sat facing each other, with a wisp of green smoke burning in the center. The smoke was faint, rising formlessly. Senior brother, do you have any clues about the nameless person sleeping in this coffin? Perhaps, it is an immortal from the other shore. After a moment of silence, Cheng Dao slowly opened his mouth, his tone somewhat solemn. There is another 3,000-word chapter coming at 2 a.m. Regarding extra chapters, it is calculated by word count, not by chapter. I owe 3 extra chapters, each chapter being 4,000 words, which is 12,000 words. My normal update amount is 4,000 words a day, and I have already added 5,000 words, leaving 7,000 words. I will make up for them during the National Day holiday. If I finish making up for them early, I will still try my best to add more chapters before the holiday ends. 1522. All worlds and I become one. A celestial from the other shore. Li Fan's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but lean closer. Could it be that other shore? He asked in a low voice. Yes and no. Cheng Dao seemed to be lost in memories, his expression somewhat dazed. It was a long time before he awoke, gently pointing at the green smoke in front of Li Fan. Amidst the curling green smoke, many images emerged. These were all memories from when Cheng Dao was a spirit stone by the edge of the mountains and seas. The legendary other shore is indeed a place longed for by all beings in the immortal realm. Even Master went there after transcending. However, the words, other shore, do not solely refer to that sacred realm. Anything beyond the realm of known possibilities can be called the other shore. In the ancient immortal realm, immortal coffins would occasionally drift across the mountains and seas, accompanied by the annihilation of Tao. The nameless beings slumbering inside had likely seen their homelands destroyed by the annihilation of Tao. Unable to find a way to escape the possibility of destruction, they sealed themselves in coffins, drifting aimlessly through the mountains and seas, seeking another place to settle. Listening, Li Fan couldn't help but think of the previous starving immortal, whose aura of the great Tao clearly came from beyond the possibility of open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket. It seems, perhaps he was one of these immortals in coffins. Unable to cross possibilities on their own strength, they can only drift with the aid of immortal coffins. Their strength may not be at the level of transcendence, but to be able to endure the tides of the annihilation of Tao within an immortal coffin and successfully reach another possibility, such strength must be among the top tier of the nameless. Li Fan pondered rapidly in his heart. But doubts arose along with it. What exactly are these immortal coffins? How can they protect those nameless beings from the encroachment of the annihilation of Tao? If enough immortal coffins were collected, wouldn't it be possible to build an unsinkable ship that forever floats above the tides of the annihilation of Tao? Li Fan asked aloud. Cheng Dao chuckled. There is no such thing as forever. It is merely a temporary solution. Those immortal coffins are, in fact, the condensed essence of the last remaining great Tao from a possibility. They still cannot stop the encroachment of the annihilation of Tao, but due to a special method of compression and condensation, they can delay the speed of erosion as much as possible. It is unknown who initially created this method, but it is universally used throughout the heavens. However, it is indeed remarkably effective, greatly extending the drifting time for the immortals in the coffins. I remember that Master once personally witnessed and salvaged an immortal coffin. Unfortunately, the nameless being inside had long since decayed and perished. Pitying its fate, Master melted its remnants and the immortal coffin into a stubborn stone similar to myself, and then threw it beyond the mountains and seas, hoping that one day it could regain life. Li Fan stared at the stubborn stone in Chengdao's memory, and for some reason, a sense of familiarity arose in his heart. But after searching his memories, he could not find the source of this familiarity. It wasn't until Chengdao waved his hand and interrupted the image, the stubborn stone transforming into countless specks of light, that Li Fan suddenly awoke. Each and every fragment derived from this stubborn stone was like a medicinal pill. Medicine King Sect, Square Stone. The Refining Tao Medicine King Scripture, transmitted by Sun Piaomiao. It came from a square boulder that he usually sat on while refining pills. Using any other method to identify it, this square boulder was a pure, ordinary stone. Only by believing in one's heart that it was a medicinal pill, and then swallowing it, would the faint sound of inheritance be heard. Li Fan had only seen this mode of being difficult to discern when combined, but revealing the Tao when separated, in Sun Piaomiao's inheritance. Now, he glimpsed it again in Chengdao's memory. Could it be that Sun Piaomiao is the transformation of that stubborn stone? Drifting in the mountains and seas for who knows how many years, even his immortal body has decayed. He certainly has the qualifications to glimpse the secrets of the mountains and seas. Moreover, Li Fan recalled the words Sun Piaomiao had once said in Lu Rushan's memory. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, this is the eternal principle of the great Tao, which even this starry sky cannot avoid. How much less you? Li Fan's thoughts solidified. These indeed sound like the words of someone who has truly experienced the birth and death of the Tao. Moreover, the method of condensing and folding the true immortal talismans into chess pieces to transform the immortal domain is somewhat similar to the immortal coffins. If he is really a reincarnated immortal from a coffin. Chengdao did not seem to notice the abnormality in Li Fan's heart. After dispersing the image of the stubborn stone, he continued to talk about the immortals in coffins. You also said before that the Tao swords and Tao sabers used by the Guangwu Star Sea emissary came from other possibilities. It can be seen that they have the power to connect with other possibilities. Although they may not necessarily be able to complete the crossing, at the very least, salvaging and capturing should not be a problem. Chengdao smiled. Junior brother, I'm afraid you've encountered a powerful enemy this time. Are you afraid? Li Fan also cooperated, laughing freely. With senior brother by my side, let alone a mere immortal from a coffin. Even a transcendent powerhouse, I dare to fight with all my might. Very satisfied with Li Fan's boldness, Chengdao's smile faded. Confidence is good. But junior brother must not be careless. After all, these immortals in coffins have survived the annihilation of Tao, where possibilities are destroyed, so their strength must not be weak. Moreover, that Guangwu Star Sea released the immortal coffin in response to your means of subduing the Tao swords and Tao sabers. I'm afraid it's not a randomly selected immortal coffin. Speaking of which, how exactly did junior brother subdue that pair of swords and sabers? I'm afraid even if I were to take action, I would be somewhat lacking. Chengdao smiled and stared at Li Fan, suddenly asking. Li Fan naturally had a prepared answer to this question in his heart. Without the slightest hesitation, he took out the Tao swords and Tao sabers, and then, in front of Chengdao, he displayed the myriad manifestations Tao net. Li Fan had used this divine power in his fight with Chengdao, so Chengdao was no stranger to it. But the next moment, the purple-black aura that emerged from the Tao net caused Chengdao's expression to change. These Tao swords and Tao sabers do indeed come from other possibilities. Even the limitless great Tao cannot shake them in the slightest. But since they are always between the mountains and seas, unable to transcend the mortal world, the core of my myriad manifestations Tao net, the ink slaughter immortal soul, possesses the power of near Tao annihilation. Naturally, it can suppress them, Li Fan said with a proud look. As he spoke, the phantom of the ink slaughter immortal soul, surrounded by purple-black energy, floated out of the myriad manifestations Tao net, standing in front of Chengdao. Chengdao was a spirit stone born by the edge of the mountains and seas, so naturally he would not be unfamiliar with the aura of the mountains and seas merging. Seeing the phantom of the ink slaughter immortal soul at this moment, he actually stood up instinctively, his face showing a look of nervousness. Senior brother need not worry, this kind of power is entirely within my control. Li Fan said lightly, retracting the ink slaughter immortal soul. This, where did it come from? A trace of confusion and uncertainty flashed in Chengdao's eyes. Li Fan saw it clearly, so he did not lie. Senior brother and I both come from the open black lens bracket ruined temple Dao field close black lens bracket, so naturally we should also know the various mysteries of this experimental space. Seeing Chengdao nod slightly, Li Fan continued, in the world I am in, there is an existence called the spirit of heaven and earth. It is roughly the embodiment of the laws between heaven and earth. Ink slaughter is one of them. I accidentally discovered the wonders of ink slaughter, so I tried every means to tame it. Li Fan spoke truthfully and falsely, narrating slowly. The ink slaughter immortal soul can be said to be one of Li Fan's most crucial secrets. At this moment, revealing it suddenly, even Chengdao could not help but be shaken. The most wonderful thing about this lie is that the power of the myriad manifestations Dao net to suppress the Dao swords and Dao sabers was nurtured after subduing the swords and sabers. But unless one is the master of the ink slaughter immortal soul, it is absolutely difficult to know the inside story. What Chengdao saw with his own eyes at this moment was the myriad manifestations Dao net blessed by the power of the ink slaughter immortal soul, easily suppressing the Dao swords and Dao sabers. Chengdao was amazed. Junior brother is really lucky. If I am not mistaken, this should be one of the goals that the immortal realm initially wanted to complete. The power of the mountains and seas merging. The starry sky where I was born also has similar creations. It's that spring that washes the stream. However, compared to your ink slaughter, junior brother, it is more than a notch inferior. Although he was somewhat envious, it was only envy. Having been enlightened by old man Shukyu, Chengdao did not have the idea of seizing his junior brother's treasure for himself. By the way, senior brother, do you know why the immortal realm suddenly abandoned this experimental Dao field? They didn't even care about master's inheritance. According to my observation, perhaps we were not far from truly finding a way to solve the annihilation of Dao. Li Fan said with a puzzled look. In Li Fan's words, he did not reveal that he knew the initial purpose of creating the experimental field was to capture the so-called treasure to save the world. He only guided the topic to resisting the calamity of the annihilation of Dao. Chengdao was silent for a moment. Suddenly, he looked at Li Fan, his expression somewhat strange. How do you know they didn't? Li Fan was somewhat unclear. This Dao field was built by the immortal realm at great effort and cost. There is no possibility of sudden abandonment. The fact that it is empty now is perhaps because they have completed the goal they wanted. But the immortal realm was ultimately destroyed, and the calamity of the annihilation of Dao still descended. Li Fan was stunned. Chengdao sighed. Junior brother, you are somewhat too naive. Even someone with master's broad-mindedness did not have the idea of defending against the annihilation of Dao and saving a realm. Otherwise, he would not have left gracefully when the annihilation of Dao was at its peak. Not to mention others. From beginning to end, what the immortals of the immortal realm, including the ruling immortal emperor, pursued was a method that would allow most true immortals to survive. If the immortal realm is gone, it can be rebuilt on the mountain above. In the end, the other shore is what everyone truly recognizes as the place that can solve the disaster of the mountains and seas merging. The others are irrelevant to the overall situation. Li Fan was stunned listening to these remarks. Then the destruction of the immortal realm, the true immortals falling like ants. Chengdao smiled. Those who died in the destruction and calamity are simply not within the category of open black lens bracket, the majority close black lens bracket. Those who left are the true representatives of open black lens bracket, the immortal realm close black lens bracket. What? 3 treasures of seclusion. It's just a pitiful attempt at self-salvation by those who have been abandoned. Li Fan vaguely felt that this statement was wrong. Then what about the 4 sages of the immortal realm? 3 of them have fallen. Could it be that they are not considered true immortal realm cultivators? Chengdao sighed softly. Lianshan, Guihai, Tai, these 3 sages simply didn't want to live anymore. Look at the scripture grave great sage, isn't he still living well? Could it be that the scripture grave great sage's strength exceeds the previous 3 sages? Moreover, the so-called fall of these 3 sages may not necessarily be a true fall. It's just a selective abandonment, that's all. Perhaps it was because Li Fan had previously revealed the secret of his ink-kill immortal soul, gaining the other party's complete trust. This time, Chengdao explained in particularly detailed. Li Fan slowly recovered from the shock, slowly savoring the meaning in Chengdao's words. Senior brother, are you saying that the 3 sages, Lianshan, Guihai, and Tai, searched all over the mountains and seas, only to become one person? Perhaps they weren't before. But ever since they opened upwards mountain and unblocked the infinite spring, that's how it's been. 1523. Dao Rong Shuo Xian. The three saint sovereigns have already become so powerful. The only one in all the realms. For a moment, Li Fan seemed slightly lost in thought. The immortal realm is boundless and vast, and since ancient times, countless geniuses have emerged. However, those who can be called saints are only those four beings. Even Master, with his heaven-defying abilities, is only respectfully called Lord by the world, and is not worthy of the title saint. How can you underestimate the saint sovereigns, junior brother? Cheng Dao shook his head. It's not that I'm underestimating them, Li Fan said with a wry smile. It's just that my understanding of the immortal realm is based entirely on vague records, making it impossible to form a correct perception. If it weren't for senior brother's guidance, the only one in all the realms, or the only one in the mountains and seas. That must be the legendary realm of true transcendence, right? Saint Sovereign Lianshan and Saint Sovereign Guihai attained enlightenment, one by opening up the upper mountain, and the other by opening up the infinite spring. How was Saint Sovereign Tai able to reach this step? Could it be that there is something in the world that can compare to the mountains and seas? Li Fan directly chose to change the topic. Cheng Dao smiled and said, although your senior brother has extraordinary knowledge, the secrets of the Saint Sovereigns, enlightenment are not something I can know. Unless the Saint Sovereigns themselves make it public, who can know for sure? However, it is true that Saint Sovereign Tai is equal in strength to the two saints, Lianshan and Guihai. Because Saint Sovereign Lianshan once admitted this in front of immortal Emperor Lu Huang and a crowd of unknown true immortals. As for the last Saint Sovereign to attain enlightenment, the Sutra Grave Grand Saint. To say something a little disrespectful, I'm afraid that in the eyes of the three saints, the Sutra Grave is just a junior with some strength. The three saints are the three saints of the mountains and seas. But the Sutra Grave is only the Saint Sovereign of our world. However, this is just based on the judgment at the time of the immortal realm's destruction. So many years have passed, and we cannot presume to know what kind of strength the Sutra Grave Grand Saint has reached. Perhaps the Grand Saint has already taken the final step towards transcendence, just like the other three saints. Next, Li Fan asked Cheng Dao about some of the immortal realm's secrets. Then, he redirected the topic back to the Guangwu Star Sea's enemies, that immortal body in the coffin from the other shore. Shanhua has already found the immortal coffin, according to the guidance of Peering Star. As expected, as senior brother predicted, that immortal coffin is indeed a thing condensed from the compression of the great Tao. According to their current speed, the immortal in the coffin will arrive in our primordial immortal realm in about 5 hours. Li Fan showed Cheng Dao the image sent by Shanhua. Should we change the location to meet the enemy? If we, Master and Junior Brother, fight that immortal from the other shore, this continent might be affected. Cheng Dao glanced below and asked. We can just rebuild it if it's destroyed. If it can't withstand even this tribulation, then even if it's destroyed, there's nothing to regret. Moreover, although the creatures in this world are a little weak, they can barely be used as helpers, Li Fan politely declined. Cheng Dao sincerely praised, Junior Brother's state of mind is quite like that of a saint in the immortal realm. Li Fan chuckled and did not answer. However, after all, with a great enemy in front of us, we still need to make some preparations. Cheng Dao pondered for a moment and said, if Junior Brother doesn't mind, I have a divine power that I can impart to you. Although I don't know which Tao that nameless being in the coffin is in harmony with this divine power, even if you can't defeat the enemy, you can at least protect yourself without worry. Li Fan was overjoyed. Senior Brother, what are you saying? I couldn't ask for more. Cheng Dao was not pretentious and patted Li Fan's forehead in the air. In an instant, his body and soul seemed to have returned to the infinite sea. He was washed away by countless rapidly changing scenes. Li Fan could see very clearly that most of them were scenes of a solitary figure sitting on a mountain and gazing at the sea. It was Shukyu Gong. Li Fan had seen this scene more than once in Shouchou's ramblings. But the difference in what Cheng Dao was imparting at this moment was that this was an upward view from a third-person perspective. And not Shukyu Gong's own insights. Shukyu Gong not only sat on the mountain and gazed at the sea, but also protected a spiritual stone beneath him. Protecting it from the intrusion brought about by the collision of the mountains and seas. Mountains and seas' unmoving body. By operating the divine power, one can be like Shukyu Gong, facing the vicissitudes of the mountains and seas, and remaining unshakable. In addition to defense, according to one's own understanding of the mountains and seas, one can also imitate and display the power of the mountains and seas scouring and erosion from one's dharma body. Of course, it's not to say that one can truly imitate the mountains and seas with this divine power, but rather, to pull the opponent into the vast realm of the mountains and seas that one has experienced, making them feel as if they are gazing at the sea from Shukyu. If the other party has the ability of Shukyu Gong, or has obtained Shukyu Gong's inheritance, they can naturally ignore this deterrent. But if it's an ordinary person, especially those who have truly experienced boundless despair in the mountains and seas, and have finally escaped with their lives after countless years, but are now returning to the mountains and seas, I'm afraid they will collapse on the spot. Li Fan explained the wonders of mountains and seas' unmoving body while comprehending and learning it. He wasn't saying it to himself, but to Chengdao. Chengdao nodded repeatedly as he listened, very satisfied with Li Fan's quick success in comprehending it. Senior brother's move is truly wonderful. It's not afraid of accidentally injuring one's own people, and it can also have miraculous effects on the true immortals in the world. The more those who fear the tribulation of Tao annihilation and are unwilling to take responsibility, the more they will be affected by this divine power, Li Fan continued to flatter him. At the same time, he displayed mountains and seas' unmoving body. Li Fan was still the same Li Fan, but around him, it seemed as if the mountains and seas were surrounding him. Chengdao's eyes lit up. Junior brother, your understanding of the mountains and seas is quite profound. It's all because master and senior brother taught me well. For the next period of time, Li Fan consolidated his unmoving body divine power with Chengdao's help. Although he already had the protection of illusion as truth, he would never have too many divine powers to protect his body. Perhaps it could save his life at some point in the future. Therefore, Li Fan comprehended it very seriously. He asked Chengdao about any confusion in a timely manner. Chengdao not only didn't find it troublesome, but was actually very gratified. He's coming. Li Fan suddenly put away his dharma body and gazed at the horizon. The light and shadow of the mountains and seas surrounding Li Fan disappeared instantly, but in the primordial immortal realm, strange phenomena suddenly arose. Creak, creak, creak. The harsh sound of seemingly decaying metal rubbing against each other rang out on the primordial continent. All the creatures who heard it felt an uncontrollable irritability rising in their hearts. Then, as the rubbing sound became louder and louder, this irritability gradually turned into impulse. Go to the place where the rubbing sound came from. Find the source of the sound. Once this impulse arose, it was difficult to suppress it. In an instant, many figures on the continent couldn't control themselves and flew towards the outer space. Li Fan's cold snort spread throughout the primordial continent at this moment. Under the intimidation of the Creator Father God, many creatures briefly sobered up. They forcibly suppressed their impulses and returned to the surface. But there were still some who rushed towards the sound, regardless of everything. It seemed that the harsh rubbing sound was their eternal pursuit. Its importance was even above life and the great Tao. Such childish methods of bewitching people. This immortal in the coffin, surely that's not all he has. Li Fan no longer intervened, allowing the living beings of the continent below to rush to their deaths one after another. In his vision, the immortal coffin's lid was indeed opened a crack. The gap was like an abyss, dark and unfathomable, devouring everything that entered it. All beings that flew within a certain range of the immortal coffin were instantly swallowed by that darkness. Within the immortal coffin, the sounds grew louder and louder. Moreover, different noises began to emerge, unlike before. If at first, it was the sound of the immortal coffin's lid being slowly opened, now it was as if some unknown, inexplicable being was constantly scratching the inner walls of the coffin with its nails, seemingly trying to struggle to climb out of the coffin and break free. The immortal coffin's target was clearly the primordial immortal realm where Li Fan was located. It continued to accelerate its approach. The change in sound did not alter its bewitching and alluring effect. Beings in the dark star sea surged towards the immortal coffin like moths to a flame. With each being it devoured, its speed increased. Li Fan's expression turned grave as the immortal coffin reached the sky above the primordial immortal realm. Let this senior brother have a taste first. Chengdao suddenly stood up, taking a step forward, and in the next moment, he was already near the immortal coffin. Daring to be so noisy before this venerable one. His seemingly frail body seemed to contain endless energy. He reached out and slammed his palm against the immortal coffin. With every move, he was faintly accompanied by the sound of mountains and seas roaring, suppressing all the strange noises coming from the immortal coffin. In that instant, Li Fan seemed to see a spectacle of mountains and seas colliding, of raging waves crashing. Is this Chengdao's true strength? Without holding back, Li Fan's pupils contracted. Under the scouring of the mountains and seas, the immortal coffin trembled violently. Already dilapidated, it now faced the baptism of the mountains and seas, reaching its limit. It seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. But what the Guangwu Star Sea placed its hopes on was never just an immortal coffin, but the immortal of the other shore within the coffin. Bang! A huge muffled sound came from inside the immortal coffin. It was as if something was violently pounding from within, echoing the roaring sounds of the mountains and seas outside. Bang! 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 The pounding sounds grew more and more rapid. Like thunder piercing the night sky, or like a lamp illuminating the mist. Even with the sound of mountains and seas lingering, it gradually couldn't suppress the pounding sounds. At the limit, the pounding suddenly ceased. In that instant, the immortal coffin disintegrated inch by inch. A black shadow surged out from within, heading straight for Chengdao near the immortal coffin. "Senior brother, be careful," Li Fan exclaimed in warning. Before he could speak, the black shadow had already collided with Chengdao. The raindrops stirred up by the storm even affected Li Fan, who was watching from afar. The primordial continent, of the same scale as the immortal realm, was like a lonely boat floating on the stormy night sea, swaying incessantly. Under the blowing of the wind, Li Fan felt that the stable Tao principles of the primordial continent were actually being slowly disrupted. Ignoring this primordial immortal realm, he simply let the 5 heavenly emperors and the 13 heavenly marks come out to maintain it. Li Fan looked towards the direction where Chengdao and the black shadow were. That black shadow, which was the immortal in the coffin, had already revealed its true form. But it was not in human form, but a huge rat. It might not be accurate to simply describe it as a rat. Its sudden advances, the swipes of its claws and bites, its movements were extremely similar to those of humans. Its fur was even colorful and mottled, like a layer of embroidered clothing. It also wore a khaki-colored straw hat on its head. However, the edge of the straw hat seemed to have been bitten off by something, with a missing corner. The expression on the rat's face was as vivid as that of a human. Greed, solemnity, eagerness, and other emotions were all present. A member of the exotic beast race. Looking at the monster, Li Fan couldn't help but think of the D. San Mo's clan. But soon, he denied this guess. Not only because the myriad beast wheel had no reaction to this strange rat, but also because of Chengdao's voice transmission, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle. "Junior brother, be careful, this is the giant rat immortal." Then Chengdao explained to Li Fan what exactly a giant rat immortal was. It was not a nameless true immortal who had attained enlightenment through the path of giant rat, but rather a product of true immortal alienation after greedily and endlessly devouring the great Tao. Under normal circumstances, with the immortal realm's immortals gathered, a giant rat immortal would not be born. It generally only existed in the possibility of the apocalypse descending. In order to maximize their chances of surviving in the drifting immortal coffin, the immortals in the coffin would often do everything possible to collect the remaining great Tao and build an immortal coffin. And if they drifted between the mountains and seas for too long, in addition to decaying and falling, they would also be backlashed by the immortal coffin condensed by the great Tao. The realm of nameless true immortal was to merge with the Tao. The 3,000 great Taos were originally incompatible with each other. After merging with one Tao, it was impossible to accommodate other Taos. However, in the special situation of being in a closed immortal coffin between the mountains and seas, the miracle of a nameless true immortal with multiple Taos might be born. But the price was, the nameless true immortal would be alienated, turning into various bizarre appearances. The giant rat immortal was the most typical of these. It still possessed some intelligence, but was dominated by the instinctive desire to merge with the Tao, wanting to devour everything around it that was useful to it. If Master encounters a true immortal who has fallen in the coffin, he might help to bury them. But these alienated true immortals are to be killed without mercy. Keeping them is completely a disaster. After I suppress this fiend, I will go find the Guangwu Star Sea to settle accounts. There was a trace of anger in Chengdao's voice. Li Fan looked at the giant rat immortal, whose figure flickered, and whose every wave of its claws could cause the surrounding great Tao to tremble, and a strange feeling suddenly surged into his heart. The Guangwu Star Sea came from my means of suppressing the Tao sword and Tao saber. It's definitely impossible for them to entrust the task to a giant rat immortal without reason. Just at this moment, Li Fan saw a gleam of light flash in the giant rat's eyes. He quickly reminded him with a voice transmission, Senior brother, be careful. This is not a giant rat immortal in the ordinary sense. Or someone has seized the body and actively merged. Hearing this, Chungdao's movements froze for a moment. At this moment, a burst of black light actually surged from the front paws of the giant rat immortal. The light suddenly erupted, enveloping Chungdao. The giant rat immortal itself retreated violently, hiding far away, stroking its whiskers with its front paws like a human, with a complacent look on its face. This black light, Li Fan actually felt an aura from it that was extremely similar to that of Mo Sha. It seems that it is not only the Lanka Taoist temple that is studying the power of the fusion of mountains and seas. Li Fan said thoughtfully. Although this black light was terrifying, Li Fan was not worried about Chungdao. Being able to accompany the Shukyugong and survive for hundreds of millions of years by the mountains and seas, how could he fall so easily? 1524. The immortal emperor of millions of years. Li Fan's prediction was correct. Within the black light domain, which closely resembled Mo Sha's, there should have only been absolute silence. However, just as Immortal Big Rat was feeling complacent, the metallic sounds of raging waves crashing against mountains and the collision of mountains and seas suddenly pierced through the black domain. It echoed throughout the desolate immortal realm, causing different responses to come from various parts of this immortal realm continent. The rustling of wind blowing through the mountain forests, the flowing sound of gurgling streams, the fierce sound of wind and clouds converging, the loud cries of newborn life, the rumbling of mountains and peaks splitting. These notes representing life, movement, and change resonated with the sounds of mountains and seas in the sky. Like surging waves, they violently tore open the black domain. Such petty tricks, daring to show off before an expert. Cheng Dao roared and charged out of the black light. The moment he escaped, his figure merged into this world and disappeared. Sensing something was amiss, Immortal Big Rat chuckled strangely, but he wasn't flustered. He shook his fat body, and instantly, thousands of tiny, different-colored hairs fell from his brocade skin. After these hairs fell, they transformed into standing figures. In an instant, thousands of true immortals stood tall, protecting Big Rat in the center. These figures are nameless true immortals. Li Fan could clearly see that each hair that fell from Immortal Big Rat represented a great Tao. At this moment, the incarnations of these Taos were essentially the same as the nameless true immortals who had embodied the Tao. The nameless true immortal, who had been corrupted by greedily devouring the great Tao, was now spitting out the great Tao that he had swallowed into his stomach. After losing some of the great Tao, Big Rat not only didn't weaken, but the aura on his body became even more unpredictable, making people tremble. Li Fan also noticed that Big Rat's appearance had undergone subtle changes. His claws turned into palms, his hunched body straightened, and the expression on his face became more human-like. Between the mountains and seas, a great wind arose, roaring fiercely, scattering all the great Tao figures guarding Big Rat's side. Witnessing this scene, Li Fan seemed to see countless possibilities, countless worlds, and countless living beings sinking and disappearing between the mountains and seas. Even though Cheng Dao had controlled his divine powers within a certain range, some of the wind still deviated from its original position due to the intense battle. Like invisible blades, they swept across the desolate immortal realm. Wherever the wind blade passed, everything perished. A huge void gully and crack appeared. Even with the constant replenishment of infinite immortal power, it would be difficult to repair this scar in a short time. This shows the extent of the destructive power at the center of the battle. In the whistling wind, figures danced like willow branches. Although scattered, they were still very strong and maintained themselves in the mountain and sea winds. And at this moment, strange and continuous sounds came from Immortal Big Rat's mouth. It was like the heart-wrenching screams of a rat, and also like the impassioned chanting of a poet. More hairs fell from Immortal Big Rat. True immortals emerged like hemp, scattering out. Immortal Big Rat shed all his hair, becoming more and more human-like. Only he was still wearing the skin of a rat. The hurried chanting stopped abruptly, as if a knife suddenly fell and cut open the skin. Big Rat transformed into a human. Unlike the surrounding true immortal Tao shadows, which were only blurred outlines without specific appearances. At this moment, Immortal Big Rat, although naked, was no different from a human. Two Tao brothers, Big Rat greets you. The androgynous, male-female mixed voice came from the mouth of the humanoid Big Rat. He greeted himself, not expecting Li Fan and Cheng Dao to respond. Before his voice faded, he stretched out his 10 fingers and remotely controlled the surrounding completely detached true immortal reflections. Like a puppeteer manipulating puppets from behind the scenes. With the blessing of Immortal Big Rat, the faces of the billions of true immortal reflections faintly revealed a human form. And they no longer relied solely on instinct to attack, but truly became like the Nameless Resurrected. They used their own divine powers to the extreme. Not only were there the Tao principles of the 5 elements, solitude, and silence that existed in the open black lens bracket original close black lens bracket possibilities. There were also great Taos that Li Fan was completely unfamiliar with. Before Big Rat transformed, the true immortal Tao shadows were like a group of dragons without a leader, fighting on their own. But with the control of the humanoid Big Rat, their true strength could be brought into play. The pressure on Cheng Dao instantly increased 100-fold. Li Fan seemed to see a figure high above, deploying troops and generals. Amidst laughter, powerful enemies were annihilated. These nameless ones used to listen to his orders and be dispatched by him when they were alive. So, Immortal Big Rat's true identity is a being similar to the ruling Immortal Emperor. Li Fan's mind raced. After sensing the clue, he suddenly spoke out tentatively, "Your Majesty. Your subject died so unjustly." This ghostly voice pierced through the whistling wind between the mountains and seas, piercing through the military formation laid out by thousands of nameless ones. It reached Immortal Big Rat's ears. Immortal Big Rat, who was enjoying controlling the true immortal Tao shadows, suddenly froze. Even though he quickly returned to normal, this change did not escape Li Fan's observation. "Senior brother, don't panic. I'll help you." With his guess verified, Li Fan sneered. The limitless heavenly rod cleared the way in front, and he followed closely behind. He went straight for Immortal Big Rat. Sensing Li Fan's movements, thousands of true immortal Tao shadows came to stop him. Most of them were blocked by the limitless heavenly rod. Even if a small part was not within the coverage of the original limitless Great Tao, it would be difficult to penetrate Li Fan's dual protection of the myriad aspects Tao net and the mountain and sea immovable body. Bearing the attacks of the true immortal Tao shadows, Li Fan went straight for Immortal Big Rat. He wanted to take the Immortal Emperor's head from within the army. Cheng Dao also understood Li Fan's intention and cooperated. Not only did the mountain and sea wind sound become more fierce, but a huge figure, tilted and overlooking, faintly appeared above the military formation formed by the true immortal Tao shadows. Just the gaze of guarding the mountains and seas annihilated countless true immortal reflections. Immortal Big Rat, who had spat out all the great Tao he had swallowed, had greatly increased his combat power, but there was no doubt that his main body was the most vulnerable at this moment. Li Fan's movements were extremely fast. In a flash, he had already flown within 3 jong of Big Rat. This sudden attack was too fast. Big Rat couldn't even take back the devoured Great Tao. Only a layer of sparse hair had grown back on his body when Li Fan's attack arrived. The limitless heavenly rod arrived first, followed by the sword and saber of the Tao. With no way to dodge, Immortal Big Rat revealed a fierce light in his eyes. Facing the simultaneous attack of the 3 supreme treasures, a rod, a sword, and a saber, he was not afraid at all. He opened his mouth, revealing his grim fangs, and fiercely bit towards the limitless heavenly rod and the Tao sword and Tao saber. He seemed to want to swallow these 3 Shang-Chi, which wanted to take his life, directly. Worthy of being the greedy and insatiable Big Rat. Big Rat's reaction was within Li Fan's expectations. With a loud laugh, the limitless heavenly rod and the Tao sword and Tao saber disappeared into thin air, replaced by several pills filled with purple aura. Even though he clearly saw the changes in that instant, the greedy nature of the giant rat made him unwilling to retract his fangs. He had devoured the immortals in the court, he had devoured the entire world. What was there that he wouldn't dare to devour? As the myriad true immortal reflections that had been released were quickly withdrawn, the giant rat immortal finally transformed from a human shape back into the form of a ferocious beast. After swallowing the elixir that Li Fan had delivered to his doorstep in one gulp, he tried to search for Li Fan's figure again. However, Li Fan had already fled thousands of miles away, back to a safe location, waiting for the effects of the elixir to take hold. Eating so many poison pills at once, you'll die from overeating. However, the time it took for the poison to take effect on the giant rat immortal was much longer than Li Fan had anticipated. It seemed that he was, after all, a ruthless character who had traversed mountains and seas in a coffin, and had developed some resistance to the power of near-Tao annihilation. Cheng Dao and the giant rat immortal stalemated for a full half-day before abnormalities began to appear on the giant rat's body. Its originally multicolored fur began to gradually turn purple. And uncontrollably, it began to fall off its body. This was precisely the manifestation of Tao transformation caused by the poison pills refined by Li Fan. At first, the giant rat Immortal didn't notice, until the purple fine hairs scattered across the sky. Only then did it panic in alarm. It let out a sharp cry that pierced the clouds. The giant rat Immortal couldn't bother to continue fighting with Cheng Dao, and hurriedly collected the hairs that were falling from its body. From the giant rat Immortal's voice, Li Fan not only heard fear, but also anxiety and reluctance. This was somewhat unexpected, but regardless of what past events the giant rat Immortal and his old subordinates had, it wouldn't hinder Li Fan from taking advantage of his weakness to end his life. With a wave of his sleeve, while snatching the Tao transformed fur from the giant rat Immortal, Li Fan was also linking up the power of the poison pills within the giant rat Immortal's body, ready to tighten the myriad manifestations down at any time. The more fur that fell, the faster his strength declined. The weaker he became, the harder it was to suppress the erupting poison pills. After showing signs of decline, the giant rat Immortal's defeat was already sealed. Finally, the moment to reap the rewards had arrived, and Li Fan wouldn't yield to Cheng Dao. Life and death are one, united with the Tao. Free from worldly affairs, my elixir is complete. Li Fan chanted softly in his heart, using the myriad manifestations Tao net as a pill furnace, and the power of Mo Sha's immortal soul as pill fire. Slowly refining this drifting other shore immortal from another possibility into a Tao pill. The giant rat struggled desperately, but the net tightened more and more. In the end, it was all in vain. At this moment, Cheng Dao also revealed his figure, watching Li Fan's pill refining actions, and after pondering for a moment, he didn't stop him. After all the fur was gone, the giant rat Immortal returned to his human form. But he no longer struggled. He just silently watched Li Fan and Cheng Dao in the distance. He who devours others will eventually be devoured by others. This saying is indeed true. Two fellow Taoists, don't follow in my footsteps. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of wild laughter, the giant rat Immortal was completely refined. Becoming a crystal clear, rounded elixir in Li Fan's palm, shimmering with 7-colored purple energy. Without a doubt, this was the most beautiful and precious Tao pill that Li Fan had refined since mastering the Tao Refining Medicine King Sutra. It's a pity, it can't be swallowed directly. Li Fan looked at Cheng Dao beside him, who had a serious expression, and his heart stirred. Senior brother, here, he said very solemnly, wanting to hand over the Tao pill. There's no need for that. Cheng Dao was definitely somewhat surprised by Li Fan's actions. However, he immediately shook his head and refused. It wasn't that he saw through the mysteries of the Tao pill. After all, Li Fan himself couldn't be sure whether there were any problems with the Tao Refining Medicine King Sutra left by Sun Piaomiao. It was just that Li Fan was cautious by nature. The reason why Cheng Dao refused Li Fan's kindness was entirely because he adhered to the rules pointed out by Shu Qigong. Even the best treasures should not be snatched from fellow disciples. The wonder of the Tao pill before him was not wonderful enough to make Cheng Dao break Shu Qigong's rules. This battle was able to suppress this rat, all thanks to senior brother confronting him head-on. If you hadn't restrained the myriad true immortal reflections he manifested, I definitely wouldn't have been able to approach his true form so easily. You deserve to enjoy this refined Tao pill, senior brother. Besides, after senior brother swallows this pill, you can tell me about the other possible great Taos you have comprehended. If I swallow it, I don't have the ability to tell senior brother in detail. What Li Fan said was indeed reasonable. After a sincere and heartfelt speech, Cheng Dao was ultimately unable to refuse the kindness. Half-heartedly, he swallowed the giant rat Tao pill into his stomach. Senior brother, how do you feel? After a long while, Li Fan tentatively asked. Alas, this giant rat, and the myriad true immortal reflections, are actually just a group of pitiful people. Cheng Dao shook his head and sighed. Li Fan, what do you mean by that, senior brother? It was from swallowing the Tao pill that I sensed countless images. As Cheng Dao spoke, he waved his hand gently, presenting the scene in front of Li Fan. Initially, it was also a peaceful and prosperous, flourishing immortal world. The giant rat immortal had served as the ruling immortal emperor for nearly 200 million years. During his reign, all the immortals in the immortal world were submissive, and there was a scene of prosperity. Even since the giant rat immortal took office, even the three saints had not interfered in the affairs of the immortal world. The immortals only knew the immortal emperor, not the three saints. The peak of prosperity turned to decline, starting from the sudden arrival of the Tao annihilation calamity. At first, the giant rat Immortal was ambitious. He firmly believed that he would definitely be able to lead the Immortals to subdue this mere Tao annihilation disaster. However, Tao annihilation stopped and recurred, repeatedly. Although it could be suppressed in a short period of time, it seemed that there was never any sign of it being completely resolved. While still maintaining composure on the surface, the giant rat Immortal, who was gradually panicking in his heart, had the idea of secretly visiting the three saints to seek answers. However, he was shocked to discover the three saints were gone. They seemed to have disappeared from this world out of thin air, and could not be contacted in any way. Although most of the immortals in the immortal world had forgotten the three saints still represented the saints in the hearts of the immortals. Already under the calamity, people's hearts were panicking. If they knew that the saints had disappeared, before they could perish in the Tao annihilation calamity, the immortal world would probably be in chaos from within. After thinking about it, the giant rat Immortal decided to hide this news. In order to prevent the matter of the saints no longer being there from being exposed, he even pretended to be the three saints on his own. Although the giant rat Immortal was an immortal emperor for hundreds of millions of years, his strength was extraordinary and far surpassed the immortals. Perhaps pretending to be one saint would not be stressful. But to have him pretend to be all three saints, and without revealing any flaws, it was somewhat difficult, so the giant rat Immortal tried to find ways to increase his strength in a short period of time. Having no other choice, he thought of directly devouring the true immortals, stealing the great Taos they had comprehended. The effect was remarkable. With his unparalleled cultivation, the giant rat Immortal truly managed to integrate many different Tao paths into one. 1525. The immortals will eventually die. The initial fusion of two Taos is the most difficult. Immortal Shuo Shu originally cultivated the open black lens bracket imperial law close black lens bracket Tao. The more subjects who submitted to him, the more loyal they were, the more powerful the feedback he received. The accumulation of 200 million years had allowed his open black lens bracket imperial law close black lens bracket Tao to almost reach its theoretical limit. All under heaven submitted to him. It was precisely because of his supreme open black lens bracket imperial law close black lens bracket Tao that immortal Shuo Shu was able to use absolute crushing force to fuse and absorb the second Tao into himself like a subject. Once was possible, then twice was possible. If twice was possible, then thrice was possible. In the name of the immortal emperor, he secretly summoned the immortals, and then secretly devoured them one by one. At first, the cautious immortal Shuo Shu would choose true immortals with ordinary strength and obscure reputations to attack. But later, as the myriad Taos merged, immortal Shuo Shu began to become somewhat unscrupulous. However, it must be said that immortal Shuo Shu truly lived up to his title of open black lens bracket eternal immortal emperor close black lens bracket. Even though his greed for the Tao gradually overwhelmed his mind, immortal Shuo Shu did not forget his original intention. He transformed into three saints and saved the collapsing building. Under his governance, the world, which was on the verge of collapse under the Tao annihilation tribulation, was actually extended by another 100 million years. It seemed that he had truly seen the hope of eternal existence. But all stories must come to an end. After being blocked for hundreds of millions of years, the Tao annihilation tribulation seemed to have completely lost its patience to continue the stalemate. It mobilized its forces and concentrated its offensive. Suddenly, one day, immortal Shuo Shu was horrified to discover that the pressure of the Tao annihilation tribulation facing the immortal realm had inexplicably doubled. The 100 million years of peace and tranquility had caused the immortals to lose their keen ability to judge crises. By the time they reacted and wanted to mend the sky with immortals, it was already too late. Immortal Shuo Shu could only watch helplessly as the terrifying tide of Tao annihilation swept through most of the immortal realm in an unstoppable manner. Countless true immortals fell, and the survivors were also completely frightened and could no longer muster the courage to resist the catastrophe. As the actual ruler of the immortal realm, watching his territory collapse in a very short period of time, the sense of frustration was undoubtedly extremely strong. However, at that time, these so-called emotions were actually no longer important. Surviving was the only thing that truly mattered. But immortal Shuo Shu, that is, the open black lens bracket eternal immortal emperor close black lens bracket, desperately discovered that under the catastrophe they had nowhere to escape. The immortals gathered around him, begging for a way to survive. But immortal Shuo Shu looked at the immortal realm, which was already riddled with holes, and he himself had fallen into despair. However, after all, he was an existence who had dominated the immortal realm for 300 million years. Immortal Shuoshu would not give up so easily. In desperation, a crazy idea emerged in his mind. Gather the power of all immortals to reach the other shore of transcendence. In the possibility where immortal Shuoshu was, there were also legends about the other shore and other possibilities. But they were little known and were top secrets among secrets. Even immortal Shuoshu himself had only heard about them by chance from the three saints when he was young, let alone giving birth to a true transcendent powerhouse. With no one to learn from, immortal Shuoshu could only explore on his own. But the most important thing was that there was not much time left for him. Searching all the remaining lands of the immortal realm, immortal Shuoshu finally found a method that could barely cross the possibilities. Immortal Coffin Crossing. It was only a pity that among the surviving immortals, it seemed that only he had enough strength to survive in the immortal coffin transformed by the world, floating in the tide of Tao annihilation. Even if others could barely enter the immortal coffin, I am afraid that they would completely perish before long, let alone reach the other shore. Immortal Shuoshu could certainly escape alone. But as the dignified eternal immortal emperor, would he just watch his subjects die miserably? Immortal Shuoshu was obviously not such a selfish person. With his rich experience in secretly devouring immortals and merging Taos over the years, at the last moment, immortal Shuoshu came up with a brilliant method. He used open black lens bracket imperial law close black lens bracket to control the Tao and maintain the balance of the various Taos. As long as he was always in a state of devouring or semi-devouring, the immortals would not be truly absorbed by him. They would still have their own independent Tao paths, cultivation bases, memories, emotions, and so on. When they hid in the immortal coffin and successfully drifted to the other shore, they could release the immortals and successfully escape this calamity. After tentatively devouring more than a dozen true immortals, immortal Shuoshu found that this method was feasible. The only drawback was that he himself dominated the Taos devouring and was also trying his best to maintain the distinctness of the Taos. This extremely contradictory approach would put him in ultimate torment. And with the number of Tao paths devoured and the time to maintain the balance of the Taos constantly increasing, it would increase proportionally. He had hesitated for a moment, but in this hesitation, countless true immortals died tragically. Immortal Shuoshu then made up his mind. The immortal realm was already in a precarious state and could erupt into the final tide of Tao annihilation at any time. There was no time to slowly explain to the surviving true immortals. Even if he explained, they might not believe him. Holding this belief, immortal Shuoshu began to resolutely devour the immortals. Faced with this sudden cannibalistic behavior of the eternal immortal emperor, the immortals were horrified and frightened. But they could not resist at all. They could only curse, beg bitterly, and wail in despair and fear. Although the eternal immortal emperor's actions did not hesitate at all, the words and deeds of the immortals were deeply imprinted in his heart. Shuoshu, you are the biggest Shuoshu in the immortal realm. Your Majesty, spare me. Even if you swallow me, I will turn into a vengeful spirit and wait for the day you fall. At first, he would still listen to the voices in his heart. As the number of immortals devoured continued to increase, immortal Shuoshu's heart became instinctively more and more indifferent. Later, he simply ignored it completely. In the instant before the immortal realm completely shattered and the tide of Tao annihilation engulfed everything. The great Tao twisted and materialized, and the immortal coffin descended from the sky. Immortal Shuoshu took the surviving true immortals and hid inside. Next, was an extremely long period of time. So long that immortal Shuoshu's memory became somewhat blurred. The coffin was in absolute darkness. Outside the immortal coffin was the world-destroying tide of Tao annihilation. Emperor Shuoshu could clearly perceive the process of Tao annihilation constantly eroding the immortal coffin. He could only secretly beg to reach the other shore before the immortal coffin was corrupted. But perhaps becoming the master of an immortal realm for 300 million years had exhausted his luck. He did not know how long it had been, let alone the other shore, he had not even encountered a safe place. The immortal coffin drifted with the flow, floating in the tide of Tao annihilation. It seemed that he would never see hope. And immortal Shuoshu also underestimated the difficulty of maintaining the fusion of the myriad Taos. Perhaps it could be maintained in the environment of a normal immortal realm. But within the immortal coffin surrounded by the tide of Tao annihilation, maintaining balance became more and more difficult. He fundamentally did not want to devour the immortals. But he could only watch helplessly as his body merged his former subjects. He seemed to have truly become the Shuo Shu, cursed by hundreds of millions of people. The only remaining light in his heart gradually went out. The eternal immortal emperor fell into endless darkness. After another unknown number of years, when the immortal coffin had completely decayed and no longer had the ability to resist the tide of Tao annihilation. In a loud roar, immortal Shuo Shu discovered as if he was in another world that he had finally arrived in another starry sky. Although this starry sky was also full of the remnants of Tao annihilation, it was temporarily safe after all. Li Fan and his fellow disciple Chengdao looked at the scene presented in front of them and remained silent for a long time. If it were me, I wouldn't have done better than this eternal immortal emperor. Although he has tried his best, it is difficult to save the general trend, Li Fan sighed. Chengdao also commented, his situation is pitiful, and his actions are forgivable. If he hadn't been so aggressive, perhaps it wouldn't have been necessary to take his life. Li Fan looked ashamed. I was reckless. I didn't expect that this terrifying Shuo Shu on the outside would have such a past on the inside. Chengdao waved his hand. Junior brother, don't blame yourself. Most Shuo Shu immortals are not good people. Don't change your views because of this alternative eternal immortal emperor. Senior brother's lesson is correct. Next, Chengdao told Li Fan about the Tao path he had comprehended from the Shuo Shu Tao pill in its entirety. He even added his own insights into the great Tao from time to time. This disciple of the mountain and sea border, who was guarding the mound for a spirit stone, truly had extraordinary comprehension. Li Fan even suspected that even if he swallowed the Tao pill himself, the effect would not be better. While listening to the scriptures and learning the Tao, Li Fan was also secretly observing Chengdao. It seemed that after a Tao pill entered his stomach, there was nothing unusual about the other party. But now I can't draw a conclusion so easily. I still need to feed him a few more. Guangwu Star C, On the 99th day, Chengdao finished teaching the Dharma. Senior brother, do you feel that the Tao path of the possibility where the eternal immortal emperor is located seems to be much weaker than ours? Li Fan frowned after closing his eyes and savoring it. His tone was somewhat uncertain. It's not your illusion, it's true, Chengdao nodded. Why is this? Chengdao narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a while, and then slowly said, perhaps it is because an unparalleled figure has emerged in that possibility. This is also my guess and has not been confirmed by the master. Chengdao first stated a point, and then continued, apart from the three saints, there seems to be a certain limit to the powerhouses that can be born in a certain possibility. It's not just a simple number, but a combination of factors such as the comprehensive number and cultivation realm. Of course, the powerhouses I'm talking about refer to the transcendent powerhouses who can jump out of their own possibility. Chengdao used his finger as a pen and drew a circle in front of Li Fan. It's like a fixed-size pool. Every time a strong individual is born, a section is carved out from this pool. Once the pool is completely occupied, even if those remaining possess heaven-defying talent, they will no longer be able to reach the realm of transcendence. Li Fan stared intently at the circle being constantly divided before him, a thoughtful expression on his face. Senior brother, the world where the eternal immortal emperor resides, the disappearance of the three sages. Could it be because the potential there is exhausted, and no more transcendent experts will be born? Chengdao looked at Li Fan with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, but didn't answer. Seeing this, Li Fan already had an answer in his heart. He continued to examine the small circle in front of him, waving his hand to redefine the hundreds of areas that had been subdivided. In that world, not to mention experts like Master, even those in the realm of transcendence are few and far between. In that case, how strong was the expert who was born before? To almost exhaust the potential of an entire possibility. Li Fan temporarily used potential to refer to the small circle in front of him. Could it be that their strength is even above Master's? Li Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. Chengdao remained calm. In the past, when Master resolved the calamity of Tao annihilation and saved the immortal realm from fire and water, facing the reverence of the immortal emperor and the immortals, Master was still very modest. He never considered himself to be any kind of strong individual in the mountains and seas. In Master's own words, he was merely the guardian of the hill, the flourishing virtue of immortals. Hearing this, Li Fan immediately became solemn. He nodded in agreement. Master is worthy of being a teacher not only because of his strength, but also because of his breadth of mind and bearing. Even if senior brother's strength surpasses his one day, I believe you will still respect him as your teacher. That's natural. Chengdao did not deny it. The mountains and seas are truly filled with powerful individuals. Li Fan's gaze returned to the small circle before him, staring blankly at the circle within a circle that almost occupied the entire area, lost in thought. I wonder what the legendary other shore is like. So many unimaginable powerhouses gather there. Chengdao smiled. Junior brother, don't worry. With the talent of a senior and junior brothers, stepping onto the other shore one day is a certainty. Li Fan laughed heartily. Then I will thank senior brother for your kind words in advance. Let's not talk about the other shore for now. If you want to meet visitors from other possibilities, we can do so now. After a moment of silence, Chengdao suddenly spoke. Senior brother is referring to the Guangwu Star Sea. That's right. Chengdao then presented a brand new picture in front of Li Fan. A total of 9 celestial pillars, arranged in a circular pattern. The center surrounded by the celestial pillars was absolute darkness. From it, Li Fan sensed a familiar aura of Tao annihilation. Outside the 9 celestial pillars, there were densely packed, from sparse to dense, at least 100 sky-supporting pillars. Although not every celestial pillar necessarily sealed a nameless one. One could still feel the grandeur of this celestial pillar project. Unlike Li Fan's simple use of celestial pillars to support the collapsing sky, these celestial pillars were not of the same specification. Instead, they formed a ladder from the inside out, from weak to strong. The 9 celestial pillars in the center were the weakest, because they could attract Tao annihilation to this place. However, the surrounding 100 celestial pillars formed a solid defense, preventing the attracted Tao annihilation from spreading. Li Fan looked at the place surrounded by the 9 celestial pillars, like a reservoir. Suddenly, he realized, that is the method used by the Guangwu Star Sea to salvage creations from other possibilities. It should be so. It is indeed quite ingenious. Besides ingenuity, being able to create these 100 celestial pillars, the strength of the Guangwu Star Sea should not be underestimated. I underestimated them before, Chengdao praised. 1526. Fishing trail in the middle. In the light Wayne Star Sea, the central area surrounded by 100 heavenly pillars was pitch black. Yet, undercurrents surged, and the annihilation of Tao undulated like waves. However, this small-scale Tao annihilation was firmly resisted by the dense, breakwater-like true immortal heavenly pillars around it. From time to time, faint specks of light drifted out from the depths of the central Tao annihilation abyss. The 100 heavenly pillars suddenly shone brightly in unison, shooting out strands of light like ropes, entangling the specks of light. Then, they slowly dragged it out of the whirlpool. Li Fan looked at this wondrous sight and couldn't help but nod in agreement. Whether the true immortals within these 100 heavenly pillars are willing or unwilling, being able to create such an engineering feat is already an extraordinary achievement. Moreover, Li Fan pondered, recalling the gluttonous rat immortal just now. Senior brother, there is actually one more thing that I still don't understand. What is the Guangwu Star Sea's intention in sending this gluttonous rat immortal here? When the gluttonous rat immortal was at its peak, perhaps even the two of us together would not have been his match. But after all, he sealed himself in a fairy coffin and drifted in the Tao annihilation for who knows how many years, and was already decaying. My single-handedly suppressing the Tao sword and Tao blade already demonstrates my strength. Even if I am not a match for this gluttonous rat immortal, there would be no problem for me to retreat unscathed. The Guangwu Star Seaside cannot possibly not understand this reasoning. Yet they sent such a decaying immortal emperor over for nothing. Li Fan's face showed a look of doubt. This point initially puzzled me as well. However, I found the answer in the memory of that gluttonous rat immortal. Chengdao stroked his beard and smiled. He continued to solve Li Fan's doubts. Still at the center of the heavenly pillars, in the Tao annihilation whirlpool area. The immortal coffin where the gluttonous rat immortal was located was somehow brought back to this place by the Guangwu Star Sea. The 100 heavenly pillars still shone like a net, supporting the immortal coffin and slowly lowering it into the Tao annihilation whirlpool. Next, they did not let it be swallowed by the surging waves of Tao annihilation. Instead, they still tightly entangled the immortal coffin. At close range, it was placed above the Tao annihilation. The existence of the immortal coffin caused the Tao annihilation whirlpool here to become even more turbulent. And after who knows how long, something seemed to be attracted by the immortal coffin from under the invisible, imperceptible pitch-black Tao annihilation. It was about to surge out. The Guangwu Star Seaside was facing a great enemy. It seemed that whatever was about to appear in the Tao annihilation whirlpool was of great significance to them. Not only did the light emanating from the 100 heavenly pillars become even more dazzling, but even many living true immortals came in person. All the figures were looking at the center of the heavenly pillars. Boom! It was like a huge wave, slamming fiercely on the dam. This caused the 100 heavenly pillars, and even the entire star sea sheltered under the heavenly pillars, to be plunged into violent tremors. However, those Guangwu Star Sea true immortals were not surprised but delighted. As expected, it can be lured over. Everyone, don't panic, act according to the plan. The giant waves continued to wash and beat, and the 100 heavenly pillars actually tilted to varying degrees. It seemed that they would collapse in the next moment. However, the Guangwu Star Sea immortals did not care. Figures rushing over from the periphery of the heavenly pillars were also becoming more and more numerous. However, their goal was not to save the collapsing heavenly pillars, but for something under the Tao Annihilation Whirlpool. Strands of light like silk were also released from the bodies of these true immortals. The immortal coffin, acting as bait, was forcibly fixed. It seemed that after a long time of failing to capture it, the unknown existence below had exhausted its patience. Finally, it leapt out from under the Tao Annihilation with a bang. "Hooray! Rise!" A righteous and awe-inspiring low shout accompanied the figure under the Tao Annihilation at the same time. The 100 heavenly pillars simultaneously turned illusory, revealing different faces. It was as if the sealed nameless true immortals had been resurrected from the dead, all glaring angrily at the suddenly appearing enemy in the center. The originally uneven heavenly pillars, with low center and high periphery, instantly became the same height. The connection between the dark whirlpool in the center and the outside world was also severed. The figure that had rashly broken in had its retreat cut off. It could no longer escape back into the Tao Annihilation tide in a short time. After being in the star sea for a long time, the inexplicable power surrounding it slowly dissipated. Only then could its true face be seen by others. It was actually another immortal coffin. However, this immortal coffin was even more decayed and dilapidated than the one where the gluttonous rat immortal stayed. Only the approximate outline of the immortal coffin remained. In the center of the immortal coffin, there was a figure that was neither rat-like nor human-like, like a lump of rotten mud. Collapsed on the only remaining immortal coffin. It seemed to have lost all its sanity. Facing the encirclement and hunting of the Guangwu Star Sea immortals, it neither escaped nor resisted. But it just kept staring at the gluttonous rat immortal who had led him into the deadly trap. And what happened next proved the words of the gluttonous rat immortal before his death. He who devours others will eventually be devoured by others. Looking at the eerie and terrifying, completely inhuman decaying gluttonous rat, the faces in the center of the 100 heavenly pillars seemed to have seen some delicious delicacy, all without any concealment, revealing a greedy look. They didn't care about the gluttonous rat's miserable appearance at all, and they all divided and ate it. A series of satisfied sounds came after a hearty meal. On the heavenly pillars, the human faces disappeared, turning back into ordinary heavenly pillars. As the central heavenly pillars slowly shortened, the Tao Annihilation Whirlpool reappeared. The Guangwu Star Sea immortals did not act again. Instead, they first dragged the immortal coffin away and assessed the safety of the area near the heavenly pillars. The next lure and hunting operation was already 3 years later. This time, the thing that was attracted and salvaged was still a mutated true immortal in the immortal coffin. However, it was not a rat-like appearance, but a long worm covered with human mouths and eyes. The mouths were cursing each other, but countless eyes were surprisingly unified, revealing peace, sadness, and despair. It seemed to be their last emotions in life. In any case, after this mutated thing was attracted up, it was still the ending of being divided and eaten. Li Fan looked back at Cheng Dao, somewhat puzzled. Senior brother, nameless true immortals, their bodies are in harmony with the Tao. Isn't it the case that under normal circumstances, they can only cultivate one path of Tao? Why can the Guangwu Star Sea immortals all absorb the remaining Tao paths in the gluttonous rat immortal's body? Could it be that they are all geniuses who can cultivate multiple Taos simultaneously? Naturally not. Cheng Dao smiled. Ordinary great Taos cannot be cultivated concurrently. However, the Tao principles in this gluttonous rat immortal's body are different. The gluttonous rat immortal has already tried to complete a fusion of all the Taos in the process of devouring them. And then he drifted in the Tao Annihilation tide. If you don't want to be annihilated by the Tao Annihilation, you can only try to gather as much as possible. Even the Tao itself has the instinct to continue. Therefore, if the immortal coffin drifts in the mountains and seas for a long enough time, Then, with the help of this unimaginable pressure, the remaining great Taos themselves will undergo a certain degree of fusion, which gives the true immortals the possibility of devouring. It's like a hard stone that can't be swallowed normally. But if it is crushed into powder, it can barely be swallowed. It's just that the consequences. Chengdao shook his head slightly. Taking shortcuts is not the right path after all. But what does this have to do with the Guangwu Star Sea sending the gluttonous rat immortal to test me? Logically speaking, with such bait, shouldn't it be kept well? Could it be? Li Fan suddenly realized something, and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. At some point, the dark star sea outside the primordial immortal realm. It already seemed to be covered with dark clouds. Calamity of Tao annihilation. Under Li Fan's subtle perception, he realized through the guardian Mount Duke's phantom that the Tao annihilation pressure faced by the dark star sea was constantly increasing. This was obviously an extremely abnormal thing. Is it because we killed the gluttonous rat immortal? Li Fan looked at Chengdao. Perhaps, the purpose of that Guangwu Star Sea is not you, junior brother. After all, suppressing the Tao sword and Tao blade has too many possibilities. They just happen to need a strong person who can kill the gluttonous rat immortal. I think, shifting the blame is what they want. The calamity of Tao annihilation was approaching, but Chengdao still had a smile on his face. If it's just the master's phantom in the high wall, I'm afraid it may not be able to hold on. But with you, junior brother, as a variable, it's just enough. It really is wonderful. Fortunately, I didn't rashly release them before. Them, in Chengdao's mouth were naturally the starving immortals sealed in the heavenly pillars. Junior brother, now facing this wave, I'm afraid you and I need to work together. It is my wish, I dare not refuse. The more Chengdao needed the guardian Mount Duke's phantom, the less power Li Fan could obtain. As the dark clouds approached, in order to prevent the dark star sea from suddenly collapsing, he had to return all the power of the other heavenly pillars. However, this was still somewhat unable to resist this Tao annihilation tide that came from nowhere. It seemed to accurately lock onto the location of the primordial immortal realm where the gluttonous rat immortal fell, and wave after wave of tides followed one after another. Constantly impacting, the situation changed in an instant. If he couldn't hold on, the destruction of the lower realm would only be a matter of moments. Li Fan was afraid that he would have to protect his life. Fortunately, looking at Chengdao, who was still not panicked, Li Fan calmed his mind. Senior brother, please wait for me for a moment. Before he finished speaking, Chengdao changed from a skinny old man back to a blue figure. Obviously, he had completed the exchange between the main body and the Chengdao phantom. Li Fan looked far outside the high wall and saw that the Shuo Star Sea Tao network suddenly burst out with dazzling blue light, wrapping the entire Star Sea together, flying towards the high wall. Union brings mutual benefit, separation brings mutual destruction. Chengdao's voice reached Li Fan's ears from afar. Li Fan directly rejoiced and said, I am willing to resist the Tao annihilation with senior brother. He hesitated for a moment in his heart. However, he did not reveal it. He began to cooperate and simply aggregated the Tao network and the high wall together. Tao network, high wall. In fact, they are all transforming nameless true immortals to support the great Tao. The high wall that supported the annihilation of Tao was essentially the 5 illusory figures of Lord Shukyu. And the true creator of the Tao net was the mountain and sea spirit stone personally enlightened by Lord Shukyu. Therefore, the fusion of the Tao net and the high wall went very smoothly. The Shuo Star Sea was brutally and directly dragged away from its original position, arriving near the high wall. However, because the outside of the high wall was a narrow stretch of annihilated land, the surviving starry sky was not enough to completely accommodate the Shuo Star Sea. Therefore, it looked as if, during the process of mutual contact and accommodation, the Star Sea where the high wall was located fiercely pierced into the Shuo Star Sea. This was just the appearance. In Li Fan's eyes, beside the 5 towering illusory figures of Lord Shukyu, stood figures only reaching their waists. Observing their appearance, it was Chengdao. They stood with their heads lowered, behind the illusory figures of Lord Shukyu, to show respect. And behind the figures of the master and disciple, were Tao strings stretched diagonally. Although not like a true heavenly pillar that could directly reach the annihilation of Tao, it was still a form of support. As the fusion deepened, the Tao strings, like ropes, became increasingly dense. With the continuous increase in support, Li Fan finally felt the dark clouds floating above the primordial immortal realm slowly dissipate. Not that they had disappeared. But rather, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, they temporarily retreated. Who knew when they would make a comeback? Thank you, senior brother, for coming to the rescue, Li Fan said solemnly. Cheng Dao waved his hand. Rescuing you is also rescuing myself. If there was only the Dao net, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been able to hold on. After speaking, Cheng Dao pointed to the original location of the Shuo Star Sea. Already in a precarious situation, with the supporting Dao net moved away, the tribulation of Dao annihilation instantly surged down, engulfing everything. The once vibrant starry sky had already fallen into dark silence. The resulting completely annihilated zone, like a collapse, completely cut off the union of the Dao net and the high wall from the outside world. Li Fan's expression was very unsightly. I'm afraid senior brother's guess is correct. The frequent borrowing of immortal coffins to fish for things in the Dao annihilation by the light ocean star sea may have attracted some attention. Where the immortal coffin is, the tribulation of Dao annihilation will erupt even more fiercely. Staying by my side will definitely be a hidden danger. And I just happened to show enough strength. Therefore, they directly used a trick to throw this hot potato over here. Cheng Dao pondered for a moment, then added, I think it's not just the number of times. But rather, they fished up something extremely special. That's why it attracted the siege of the Dao annihilation tide. After all, even if there is something within the Dao annihilation tide, it doesn't know that the immortals within the light ocean star sea orchestrated all of this. What it remembers is only the gluttonous rat immortal as bait. The light ocean star sea should have done something to the gluttonous rat immortal's body. The moment it died and its Dao dissipated, the fluctuations it emitted attracted the attention from outside the Dao annihilation tide. If only the starry sky road wasn't broken, otherwise, I would have already gone to their door to kill them, Li Fan said resentfully. Cheng Dao narrowed his eyes. Don't be impatient, junior brother. To be able to attract the attention of the Dao annihilation tide and cause actual changes in the corresponding tribulation, this matter is definitely no small matter. I will report to Master. Li Fan was shocked. Would that not trouble Master? Wouldn't that make you and me, brothers, seem incompetent? Cheng Dao shook his head. Now is not the time to be stubborn. You also study the Shukyu ramblings, so you should know that during Master's countless years of guarding Shukyu and watching the sea, he once tried to summarize the changes and laws of the mountains and seas. But he has never gained anything. If Master knows that this so-called light ocean star sea has actually discovered something that can cause fixed changes in the Dao annihilation tide, he will definitely be very interested. Having said that, without waiting for Li Fan to react, Cheng Dao directly closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged. Li Fan sensed that a mysterious connection seemed to break through the barrier between the mortal world and the mountains and seas. 1527. Reincarnation creates the immortal embankment. Cheng Dao closed his eyes and remained silent, while Li Fan was also extremely nervous. He closely monitored the surroundings, ready to activate Untainted at a moment's notice. Although Guardian Chu was modest and never considered himself a powerhouse in the mountains and seas, Li Fan wouldn't let it go to his head. If his act of posing as Guardian Chu's disciple and engaging in deception were exposed, not to mention Guardian Chu, Cheng Dao would be the first to fight him to the death. The connection between the mortal world and the mountains and seas seemed very difficult. Cheng Dao kept his eyes closed for a full 3 days before finally rising to his feet. I have already sent a message, roughly explaining the situation to my master. I just don't know when he will have time to see it, Cheng Dao said with some regret. Communicating with the mountains and seas must have been a considerable burden for Cheng Dao. His already aged appearance now carried an even stronger aura of decay and annihilation. Senior brother, rest quickly, Li Fan said repeatedly. Cheng Dao didn't force himself and sat cross-legged in the void, only recovering after more than a month. Li Fan was somewhat surprised. Is it so difficult to contact your master? That's natural, Cheng Dao said with a somewhat serious expression. The mountains and seas are not places where ordinary living beings of the mortal world can set foot. I can barely withstand it only because of my somewhat special background. Otherwise. Not to mention whether one can withstand the pressure from the mountains and seas. Even if one can persist, one must constantly face the aura of Dao annihilation, which is countless times stronger than in the mortal world. Like a mortal drowning in water, one's mind is filled with the feeling of being drowned and suffocated. I'm afraid that one would go mad even before being swallowed by Dao annihilation. Cheng Dao sighed deeply. Since ancient times, the mountains and seas have not been places that living beings of the mortal world can easily venture into. If it weren't for the pioneering efforts of the two holy sovereigns, Lian Shan and Gui Hai, we wouldn't even be able to observe them from afar. Li Fan naturally knew the terror of the mountains and seas. He had personally entered the boundless sea, where every drop of seawater seemed to possess the weight to completely crush his divine soul. However, the difference was that Li Fan possessed the untainted legacy. Under the protection of illusion of reality, Li Fan was now able to swim freely in the mountains and seas for a limited time without any obstacles. What is it like to wander in the mountains and seas? Li Fan pretended to have never seen it before, appearing very longing, and asked Cheng Dao for guidance. And Cheng Dao didn't hide anything, detailing his own insights from traveling through the mountains and seas with his will. Comparing it with his own experiences, Li Fan was even more impressed by the power of untainted. Someone like Cheng Dao also found it extremely difficult to travel in the mountains and seas. Cautious and apprehensive, as if walking on thin ice. A slight carelessness could lead to the danger of falling and dying. And according to his own account, this was still on the premise of being protected by Guardian Chu's mark. Without Guardian Chu's guidance, Cheng Dao's current strength would not be able to travel far. From the casual conversation, Li Fan also confirmed that Cheng Dao hadn't mentioned him to Guardian Chu in this communication. After all, every extra moment spent there meant facing immense pressure. He could only explain the urgent matters. Although Cheng Dao said so, Li Fan didn't completely believe him. He was constantly on guard, preventing Guardian Chu from suddenly descending. Now that he had reported to his master, Cheng Dao was unwilling to handle it himself without authorization. He could only wait for his master's instructions. And according to previous experience, Guardian Chu's response time was uncertain. There was no fixed pattern. However, now that the passage connecting the high wall to the outer star sea had been completely sealed off by Dao annihilation, even if Li Fan and the others wanted to seek revenge from the Guangwu Star Sea, they were helpless for the time being. They could only wait patiently. The Shuo Mouse Immortal's condensing of the great Dao was also quite enlightening for Cheng Dao. In Li Fan's perception, he could clearly see that the Dao net attached to the high wall was not only becoming more solid but also giving birth to many brand new Dao strands. Among these, some even had Dao principles for which the original possibilities no longer existed. They were entirely based on Cheng Dao's own Dao comprehension and subsequent derivation. They couldn't be used as support for Dao annihilation but were only auxiliary parts of the Shuo Star Sea Dao net, serving an auxiliary purpose. Cheng Dao gradually immersed himself in his own contemplation, unaware of the passage of time. During this period, Li Fan pondered the method of fishing from the Dao annihilation tide in the Guangwu Star Sea. The unknown existence hidden in the Dao annihilation hadn't gone far, so Li Fan naturally wouldn't court death by probing inside the high wall. Li Fan's main body seemed to be meditating in the primordial immortal realm. But in reality, his mind had already entered the boundless samsara. Regardless of everything, the time loop continued to play out in the boundless samsara during these days. The ending of the hungry immortal destroying the world had been repeated countless times. The true Venerable, whose spirituality had been completely stripped away, no longer possessed any talent for cultivation. He had even become insane. And whether or not there was this outsider, the boundless samsara still re-evolved according to the period of time that Li Fan had once experienced. This time, Li Fan's consciousness entered it not with the intention of teasing the true Venerable again, but to use this period of time to study the fishing technique of the Guangwu Star Sea. The first thing to verify is whether this boundless samsara created by untainted counts as a complete possibility. Thinking this, Li Fan's will instantly spanned the darkest star sea and arrived at the location of the high wall. He entered the interior of the test field space with practiced ease. As expected, he still saw the 5 illusory figures left by Guardian Chu inside. Quote. Li Fan remained silent and, after leaving the high wall, explored the Shuo Star Sea, which was still intact. Dao net, immortal hunting, Cheng Dao, all existed within this possibility. Previously, Li Fan hadn't given too much thought to the unlocking of this boundless samsara function. He didn't find the time stream created by untainted to be strange. Only now, after leaving the high wall, coming into contact with many nameless, and understanding the 3 holy sovereigns and even existences beyond transcendence, did Li Fan realize how incredible this was. He also vaguely understood that his untainted was indeed qualitatively different from time backtracking. In fact, it is the same in essence as the original possibility that I experience every time I activate untainted. It's just that a section of time has been intercepted. And Li Fan tried to enter the boundless sea within this boundless samsara. But unsurprisingly, he failed. The mortal world exists dependent on the mountains and seas. But this boundless samsara was created out of thin air by untainted and only depends on untainted. It cannot connect to the mountains and seas. It's like a sealed room. In a sense, it is absolutely safe for me. But conversely, every time I use untainted in reality, I am reshaping the mountains and seas. Previously, Li Fan judged based on the size of the lifespan of the mortal world in his untainted panel that the entire state of the mountains and seas was reset after activating untainted. But now, doubts arose in Li Fan's heart again. Because after truly seeing the power of the mountains and seas and the performance of untainted in the face of the mountains and seas, Li Fan realized that it seemed that untainted was not above the mountains and seas. It was more likely to be of the same level as the mountains and seas. This point can perhaps be deduced from the short duration of illusion becoming reality when deceiving the mountains and seas. Of course, it's also possible that my body simply can't withstand deceiving the mountains and seas for extended periods. Prolonged immersion might bring unknown side effects. Perhaps Huan Zhen specially set this duration and cooldown time to protect me. Li Fan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, it's still too early to fathom the true essence of the mountains and seas, and Huan Zhen. In any case, as long as it can be used by him, that's enough. Within this endless reincarnation, it can be said that Li Fan has no natural enemies. Without needing to worry about the mountains and seas, coupled with the experience accumulated in this life in reality, it didn't take much effort to re-establish the primordial immortal realm within the high walls and erect numerous celestial pillars. It can be said that this is a simulation within a simulation. Even the insights into the great Tao that I absorb here are all genuinely effective. Li Fan slowly stroked the Tao principle fluctuations emanating from the hungry immortal celestial pillar, and immediately felt an indescribable wonder. Although the hungry immortal is temporarily sealed, the beginning and end of this period have long been set. Before long, she will return to the immortal ruins. And remember nothing. Thinking of this, Li Fan no longer paid attention to the hungry immortal. He only looked at the celestial pillars standing straight and tall in the field. Because there is no true connection to the mountains above and the boundless sea, the tide of Tao annihilation here is only simulated by Huan Zhen. However, what is true is also false, and what is false is also true. With Huan Zhen's ability, there is almost no difference between the false and the true. It's enough for me to experiment with. If I can successfully create it in this endless reincarnation, I can reproduce it in reality. Moreover, I can freely adjust and manipulate the flow of time here. The entire endless reincarnation possibility is equivalent to a playground built for Li Fan alone. The one-to-one replica of the real world allows Li Fan to have no worries. He began to concentrate on researching the celestial pillar breakwater, the project of fishing for Tao annihilation. Even though it was only a fleeting glimpse in the memory of the giant rat immortal, the principle is actually not complicated. And using the methods of the refinement Tao medicine King scripture to cut the celestial pillars into varying heights was also easy for Li Fan. In just over a dozen endless reincarnations, Li Fan successfully created this spectacle for the first time. With a thought, Li Fan temporarily withdrew the power of the guardian Mount Phantom within the high walls. As the supporting power suddenly disappeared, countless dark clouds began to appear near the short central celestial pillar. The sounds of mountain howls and tsunami roared constantly, and became more and more intense. Li Fan subconsciously flashed away. With a solemn expression, he sized up the dark abyss vortex in front of him. After observing for a long time, he couldn't see what the difference was between this false Tao annihilation and the real Tao annihilation that truly connected to the mountains and seas. It seems that my path of true and false still has a long way to go. Li Fan calmed his mind, and his attention returned to the Tao annihilation vortex. Without connecting to the mountains and seas, naturally no foreign objects would be attracted and washed away. But after the commotion caused by the descent of Tao annihilation, Li Fan confirmed that this first attempt had been successful. The only thing he can't do at the moment is to restore the short central celestial pillar after successfully trapping the foreign objects in the Tao annihilation tide, like the light ocean star sea. The consequence of doing so is that once this project is started, it also means that the tribulation of Tao annihilation world extinction is not far away. Cutting away is simple, putting what has been cut away back, and also making them fully restored in a short period of time. In Li Fan's mind, he recalled the strange scene when the light ocean star sea fished for the Tao annihilation tide, where the faces of nameless true immortals were presented in each of the celestial pillars. Without their own cooperation, I'm afraid I can't do it. Li Fan touched his chin and looked again at the hungry immortal sealed in the celestial pillar. The hungry immortal in this endless reincarnation is almost exactly the same as what Li Fan learned in the original possibility of reality. After seeing the many heaven-defying methods displayed by Li Fan, and the miserable endings of those true immortal colleagues who had turned into celestial pillars and were still cut down, the hungry immortal decisively and wisely chose to cooperate. Since I can use the refinement Tao medicine King scripture to strip away your Tao principle understanding, then you can naturally use the refinement Tao medicine King scripture to regain what you have lost. Life and death are one, in harmony with the Tao. Free and unfettered, my elixir is complete. This is the art of the great elixir of heaven and earth, and I will tell you about it. Li Fan was not stingy and passed on this supreme and wonderful method completely. At first, the hungry immortal was still a little apprehensive, but as her understanding of the refinement Tao medicine King scripture gradually deepened, her entire mind was slowly attracted. It can only be said that the hungry immortal's comprehension is not bad. Li Fan almost ran out of patience before she finally managed to master this wonderful method of refining Tao. However, Li Fan only discovered at this time that although the hungry immortal was slow to get started, she was even more skilled than Li Fan in the actual application process. After careful observation, Li Fan saw some clues. This path of hunger is faintly in harmony with the refinement Tao medicine King scripture. The Tao elixir I refine needs to be absolutely safe after being transformed by others swallowing it. But the hungry immortal has no such concerns, and swallows it directly without any restrictions. Although she is already imprisoned, there is no need to worry about what conspiracies are hidden behind the refinement Tao medicine King scripture. However, it also partially illustrates the uniqueness of the great Tao of hunger, this foreign Tao principle. After all, it is a Tao path that can replace the original and be reborn after coming to other possibilities. In this way, although it is not known how the light ocean star sea achieved the high and low conversion of the celestial pillars, Li Fan, through his own learning, went to a lot of trouble and achieved the effect he wanted. Afterwards, Li Fan further modified the medicine King scripture he taught through the hungry immortal's feedback, removing those unnecessary parts. The method only needs to be able to cooperate to achieve the change of the celestial pillars. The goal has been achieved, and it has only been more than 20 times since Li Fan entered the endless reincarnation. And in the real world, only a moment and a quarter of an hour has passed. This is the terrifying aspect of Huan Zhen's power. Li Fan looked at the hungry immortal, who had learned the wonderful method and was smugly complacent, and the astonished expression on her face when the reincarnation was launched again. For some reason, he suddenly remembered a sentence that Guardian Mound once said to Cheng Dao. Irrelevant to the final outcome. Just like the beginning and end of this endless reincarnation are destined. Perhaps everything in the mortal world has already been determined. No matter how the beings struggle, the ending will never change. Li Fan pondered, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. 1528. Strong winds blow from the mountains and seas. The entire world, including the mountains and seas, is just a larger version of the open black lens bracket never-ending samsara close black lens bracket. Just like the true celestial Venerable, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change the fate of the Xuanwang world being swallowed by the immortal ruins. The mountains and seas will eventually be unable to escape the destiny of merging. How can one truly change and transcend? When the time of the never-ending samsara restarted again, Li Fan's mind had already left it. But the doubts brought about by this attempt have lingered in Li Fan's mind ever since. Lingering for a long time. Even when he secretly experimented with the celestial pillar immortal embankment in reality, related thoughts often flashed through his mind. Facts have proved that the never-ending samsara is almost completely consistent with the open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket possibility. Li Fan's experimental results in it can really be copied and applied to reality without any changes. When Cheng Dao saw the means of constructing the immortal embankment displayed by Li Fan, he couldn't help but admire. Junior brother, you are truly a genius. How long has it been before you can replicate this project? And it was only based on the peaks in your memory, without actually visiting the place. After knowing the principle, it is not difficult to reproduce it. The newborn Tao networks after senior brother's enlightenment are truly extraordinary. These do not exist in our world. Li Fan pointed to the Tao network surrounding the high wall and said very modestly. While Li Fan was comprehending the immortal embankment, Cheng Dao had also truly integrated the original strands of Dao strings into the Dao network. Li Fan could vaguely feel that with the addition of these new forces, the starry sky near the high wall, Shuo Xinghai became much more stable again. It seemed that with the auxiliary support of these Dao rules that did not exist originally, it had the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Cheng Dao also noticed this phenomenon, and he told Li Fan an anecdote. Once, during a communication with Shu Qigong, he asked about possible ways to resist Dao annihilation. Having been taught by Shu Q, Cheng Dao also wanted to emulate his master's feat of saving a world alone and turning the tide. Shu Qigong did not laugh at his disciple's overestimation of his own strength, but instead gave 2 serious suggestions. First, continue to cultivate the open black lens bracket phantom Cheng Dao close black lens bracket technique. As long as you are strong enough, even if you can't ultimately change the fate of being swallowed by Dao annihilation, you may be able to hold on until the last moment of the mountains and seas merging. If the first method is to help with external force, then the second method is to help the possibility itself become strong. If it is already very solid, then naturally there is no need for any celestial pillars or phantoms. It's just that the possibility Cheng Dao is in is already terminally ill and riddled with holes. If you want to reverse the situation in the late stage of a terminal illness, you naturally have to take special measures. Absorb the great Daos of other possibilities to fill in your own deficiencies. Take from what is in excess and give to what is insufficient. Shu Qigong also told Cheng Dao that there are indeed such people between the mountains and seas who cross over to other possibilities, extract and refine the great Dao, and then return to their own homeland to maintain the collapsing sky. This corresponds to what Master said. It seems that everything really needs to be verified in person. No matter how much I imagine and ponder, it is better to try it myself. Cheng Dao stroked his beard and smiled, obviously quite satisfied with his masterpiece. Li Fan and Cheng Dao then exchanged their insights with each other. Although it was a disguise, their interaction was actually like that of real brothers. Time flew by in this extremely harmonious atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. Cheng Dao still did not receive a message from Shu Qigong, but the 13 primordial Dao forms that Li Fan had been waiting for finally came to his door. On this day, on the edge of the high wall, Shuo Xinghai, there were faint ripples. Like a huge cruise ship, the waves caused by riding the wind and waves constantly hit the beach. It was already surrounded by the land of annihilation, relying only on the support of the high wall Dao network. At this moment, being subjected to this violent vibration, it instantly felt like a lonely island in a huge tsunami, about to capsize. Li Fan and Cheng Dao appeared at the same time, looking in the direction from which the anomaly came. It was extremely similar to the scene when Dao annihilation was about to arrive from outside the world. It's just that in addition to the sound of the mountains and seas whistling, there was also the dull sound of metal hammers constantly colliding and bombarding. With each sound, it seemed that a thread, from nothing to something, was being opened up in the void. The muffled sound continued, and thousands of threads became thicker as they overlapped. Like divine power parting the sea, a path was forcibly created from the Dao annihilation. Li Fan stared at the spectacle in front of him and suddenly remembered the scene when Haidian Yi broke through the high wall and descended with a bang. Senior brother, have you ever seen anyone come across possibilities? Cheng Dao was slightly taken aback when he heard this, and then thought of the nameless alien race that Li Fan had mentioned to him before. His expression suddenly became serious. It seems that Emperor Sanmo has concealed something. This kind of movement is not something that simple 13 nameless true immortals can cause. Li Fan also nodded in agreement. That vibrating sound can temporarily force back Dao annihilation. Ordinary nameless true immortals would probably be directly obliterated by this sound. But with senior brother here, there is no need to fear them. Cheng Dao smiled and said coldly, the materials for mending the sky are naturally the more the better, and we are not afraid of anyone who comes. The anomaly on the edge of Shuo Xinghai became more and more magnificent, until the thread in the void completely turned from virtual to real. The vibrating sound stopped abruptly. A green beam of light soaring into the sky flew out of this thread after a moment. Behind the beam of light, Dao annihilation re-swallowed the thread. Unlike the huge movement when it was opened up, the swallowing of Dao annihilation was so quiet. Silently. The beam of light seemed to have locked onto the location of the high wall long ago. Although it was its first arrival, it did not hesitate at all and charged straight towards it. However, when it was about to arrive, it seemed to suddenly discover the layers of Shuo Xinghai Dao network attached outside the high wall, like a defense. Only then did it stop suddenly. The green light converged, revealing its original form. It was actually a strange and grotesque thousand-handed meatball. A faint and gloomy green light still shrouded the surface of the meatball, obscuring its details. However, Li Fan could still vaguely see the characteristics of many alien beasts on this huge meatball. Junior brother, it seems that something major has happened to this alien beast race. What senior brother said is true, I can see it too. There are no multiple consciousnesses in this huge fusion body. Li Fan stared at the front, his heart moved, and he tried to activate the myriad beasts wheel. After the rotation was activated, it did produce an effect. On the huge meatball, hundreds of millions of tentacles kept shaking, as if swaying in the wind. It also seemed to be mocking Li Fan. Boy, is the myriad beasts wheel fun. It was as if hundreds of millions of different voices were being emitted at the same time, and each emotion was different. There was anger, sarcasm, the greed of seeing delicious food, the ecstasy of surviving a disaster, and the relief of seeing a continent where they could survive after drifting at sea for several years. Li Fan shook his head slightly and said to Chengdao with some regret, "It seems that I have ultimately underestimated others. After all, it is a complete civilization of possibility. Although it is an alien race, how can it be so easily calculated? Even the same person will undergo thousands of changes in different possibilities. Not to mention a race." Chengdao comforted him. However, they have finally come. It corresponds to Master's words, irrelevant to the final outcome. Since an encounter in the never-ending samsara, Li Fan has become more and more fond of these 4 words. In addition to the fact that these few words themselves have a bit of profound meaning, what Li Fan prefers is the calmness in these 4 words, which puts everything in his grasp. Ha ha ha, junior brother is right. Irrelevant to the final outcome. Arrogant alien race, since you are here, stay here. Before Li Fan could take any action, Chengdao's figure had already disappeared from the spot. The light emanating from the tangible Dao network hidden outside the high wall became brighter and brighter in an instant. Spanning the starry sky, the huge thousand-handed meatball was caught in the net unexpectedly. Although it was able to cross the possibility by relying on the refined ancient Kengyuan provided by Li Fan, the huge movement caused when it first descended also confirmed the strength of this meatball monster from a certain side. It is very likely that the entire alien race, including the 13 primordial Dao forms, have merged into it. Its strength should not be underestimated. At this moment, although it had entered the net, it was not surprised but happy. Delicious. Since you are so good at hospitality, I must thank you properly. Jia 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 Jia. Hundreds of millions of wild and ferocious alien beast images lit up on the meatball's body one after another. Some of them had their eyes gouged out, and some had their heads cut off. In short, they were all incomplete and covered in blood. But without exception, they were all performing the action of devouring towards the surrounding Dao network. As if to devour the heavens and the earth, a huge attraction force suddenly came from this monster. This kind of suction is different from that caused by the hungry immortal. The devouring of the hungry immortal is caused by open black lens bracket hunger close black lens bracket. And this alien race fusion body is just devouring because it wants to devour the great Tao of heaven and earth, all things. It's just his resources. And in addition to devouring, the thousand-handed meatball also showed the crazy meaning of accepting and merging. It seemed to want to turn Li Fan, and everything in this starry sky, into a part of itself. The Shuo Xinghai Dao network directly caused a small range of blankness because of this bite of the monster. Even Li Fan did not expect that the speed at which this alien race fusion body devoured and digested Dao rules could be so fast. Not only did it devour it, but it even turned it into a part of its own power in a very short period of time. Li Fan clearly saw that hundreds of tentacles had been added to the meatball because of this devouring monster. Chengdao roared, and the light bursting from the tangible Dao network became brighter and brighter. Stretching across the starry sky, the alien amalgam's devouring efficiency instantly slowed down. At that moment, Chengdao's hands tore through the void and descended above the thousand-handed meatball. Ignoring the alien beast's devouring, he firmly pressed it down. No matter how greedily the alien beast images gnawed, it remained unwavering. Chengdao's figure was even more stable than the great Dao. The alien amalgam could devour the great Tao, but it was helpless against the stubborn stones of the mountains and seas. In that instant alone, tens of thousands of tentacles disintegrated in screams due to the backlash. In the blurred flesh and blood that fell to the ground, there seemed to be traces of their original forms. But before they could even struggle, countless dense, tiny tentacles surged from the surface of the alien amalgam, dragging these pieces of flesh and blood back inside. Before long, new tentacles grew out of the giant meatball again. Wind, come forth. In the starry sky, one of Chungdao's manifested giant hands continued to press down on the alien amalgam. The other hand gently beckoned towards the place where the thousand-handed meatball had appeared, that void. Buzz buzz. As if a hurricane was about to strike, the scene of constant hammering just now reappeared. However, this time, it was not splitting the sea and creating something out of nothing in the void. Instead, ripples of Tao annihilation were attracted. Li Fan, who was watching the battle, narrowed his pupils. Chungdao had never used this move before. He had never even mentioned it during ordinary Tao discussions. Clearly, the alien amalgam's devouring had ignited his true fire. Those ripples, it's not an illusion. It's true Tao annihilation. But it's not in the form of a roaring tide descending all at once, but rather in the form of gentle breezes. Li Fan's eyes gleamed with curiosity, and he quickly saw the mystery of Chungdao's divine power. The essence of Tao annihilation is the fusion of mountains and seas. The connection of mountains and seas, the crashing waves are the fusion of mountains and seas. But the whistling wind between the mountains and seas is also. Li Fan watched as countless tentacles of the alien amalgam evaporated in the ripples of this mountain and sea touch. Not even fragments of flesh and blood were left behind. It was as if he saw the wind blowing from between the mountains and seas, cleansing the world. The tide has not yet arrived, but the wind has come first. Only those who guard the hill and watch the sea can be prescient and aware. While Li Fan was comprehending, Chungdao's guidance came from his ear. It must be said that the alien amalgam was truly ferocious. Under the blowing of this mountain and sea wind, the entire Shuo Star Sea might not be able to support it for long. But it relied on its extremely powerful regenerative ability to stubbornly resist defeat. Even if billions of surface tentacles were cleared by the ripples, countless more would quickly emerge from within. These tentacles were the clansmen it had devoured. At this moment, they were also its several layers of defense. Although it knew it was not a match for the strongman who used the mountain and sea wind, the road back was cut off. With no way to retreat, the alien amalgam's ferocity was aroused even more under the desperate situation. Billions of sharp screams, the surface of the meatball kept exploding. One tentacle after another transformed back into their original alien beast forms. They flew away from the amalgam, scattering in all directions. The giant meatball itself split open from the center, revealing a huge gap. Hidden in the deep gap was an orange-yellow eyeball. Under the gaze of the eyeball, even the mountain and sea ripples paused for a moment. Although the mountain and sea wind quickly returned to its original state, it gave the tentacles that had scattered earlier valuable time to escape. If Li Fan wasn't there, the myriad alien beasts, not long after flying out, would have all mysteriously disappeared. It was as if some unknown hunter existed, waiting for a long time. The alien amalgam even sensed that those parts of itself that had disappeared were ending up in the same way as being washed away by the mountain and sea ripples. The connection with itself was completely severed. What the hell is that thing? 1529. Purple-robed Taoist. Unlike Chungdao, who summoned the great wind from the mountains and seas with mighty momentum to defend against the enemy, Li Fan simply hid in the shadows, using the methods of the refining Tao Medicine King scripture to capture those scattered beast race phantoms fleeing from the battlefield. He didn't even cause a trace of energy fluctuation, doing it silently. The alien fusion body only saw what seemed like a deep abyss in front of it, ruthlessly devouring all the escaping parts of its body. The mountain and sea wind grew fiercer, and the countless tentacles on its body surface gradually thinned out. Amidst a roar as if in pain, the alien fusion body was gradually leveled inch by inch from the outside to the inside. Unable to fight head-on, and unable to escape, the alien fusion body was now truly in a desperate situation. The orange-yellow eyeball inside the sphere suddenly revealed a hint of ferocity. A moment later, accompanied by a deafening roar, the incomplete giant meatball suddenly exploded. Countless flesh and blood flew in the starry sky, and a huge bloody and baleful aura surged out as if substantial. It formed a torrent of blood-red color, colliding head-on with the mountain and sea wind. Originally, even if this alien fusion body fought to the death, it would not be able to contend with the power from the mountains and seas. However, after Chungdao discovered the countless afterimages within this bloody aura, he exclaimed in surprise. He actually took the initiative to weaken the power of the mountain and sea wind. Under the cover of these billions of afterimages, the alien fusion body's true form temporarily disappeared into this starry sky. Chengdao was not in a hurry to chase after it, but looked solemnly at the countless ghostly blood shadows in front of him. These things spewed out by the alien fusion body were all human in appearance. From their naked bodies and beast-like movements, one could vaguely see their tragic encounters. They didn't even possess normal and sound minds, and were treated like livestock. Although I already knew that the place this beast came from is a 13-path-shaped alien race's prosperous world, a hell for our human race, I was already mentally prepared. But at this moment, witnessing such a scene with my own eyes, it is still difficult to suppress the anger in my heart. Chengdao's calm voice came from the starry sky. For a time, it suppressed the howling wind from the mountains and seas. Li Fan, who was already quite familiar with Chengdao, naturally heard the anger hidden beneath his senior brother's calm tone. In fact, even he himself was somewhat furious after seeing the scene of billions of human blood shadows released by the alien fusion body. They should have been slaughtered and absorbed by the alien race before fleeing here. But for them, death may be a relief. Li Fan couldn't imagine what kind of ending he would have if he transmigrated to such a possibility as a human. Perhaps even with the still true infinite reincarnation divine power, he would not be able to escape and reverse his fate. This thing should be killed. Thinking that you can escape our brother's sight by Dunru into the starry sky. Do you know that this is just an isolated island? Without the ability to cross the ocean, since you've come, there's no escape. Li Fan tried his best to express his not so much angry emotions. His voice was like thunder, echoing for a long time in the Shuo Star Sea, High Wall Star Sea. Li Fan waved his sleeves, temporarily collecting the billions of human blood shadows. While distinguishing whether the alien fusion body was hiding among them, he also took the opportunity to transcend these unjustly dead souls. It wasn't the kind of transcendence like in the past, where the soul dissipated. Instead, the inspected blood shadows were all transformed into streams of light and thrown into the primordial immortal realm within the high wall. There, after decades of heaven and earth circulation, these wrong souls will be reborn. Even if it cannot be guaranteed that all of them can be reincarnated as humans, no matter what, even a mountain spirit in the primordial immortal realm is 1,000 times better than being a human in the alien race's possibility before their death. Thank you, junior brother. After seeing Li Fan's good deeds, Chengdao spoke, expressing gratitude for the countless human blood shadows in front of him. The so-called specialization in skills, although he had been by the side of the guardian Mound Duke for many years, performing the act of guarding the mound and watching the sea. He obtained countless great divine powers and great creations. But most of it involved the macro-transcendent power of the mountains and seas. He was indeed not very familiar with the mortal means of these sentient beings in the world. Li Fan's current method of reincarnation and transformation. He would probably have to study it carefully before he could do it. However, anger is anger, letting Chengdao waste time seeking a way to liberate these human blood shadows. But that was impossible, therefore, it was best to have Li Fan, this junior brother, take care of it. Li Fan was extremely efficient. In just a short while, he had completed the screening. The human blood shadows were reincarnated. The remnants of the alien fusion body were directly refined into elixirs. Soon, the starry sky, which had been smogged by the fusion body's self-explosion, had returned to its original state. Senior brother, where do you think that evil creature ran off to? Li Fan asked with a smile. While speaking, Li Fan's attention was still on savoring the mountain and sea wind that Chengdao had just used. Because he had personally entered the mountains and seas, he could better appreciate the subtlety of this move. That evil creature cannot cross the shadow protection of the honored master. Nor is it within my Dao network. Chengdao withdrew his divine power, his eyes scanned the starry sky, and the killing intent in his eyes was not restrained at all. After a search, he could not find the trace of the alien fusion body. It's quite good at hiding. Chengdao snorted coldly. I have an idea, senior brother, please follow me. Li Fan smiled and led the way. Chengdao followed closely behind. Before long, they had arrived at the edge of the current Shuo Star Sea. Because of Guangwu Star Sea's plan to divert the disaster eastward, the part of the starry sky where the original Shuo Star Sea was located had already been swallowed by Dao annihilation. The central area of the Star Sea had now been transformed into the frontier. The place where Li Fan came was precisely the last location where Emperor Sanmo had crossed the possibility alone and disappeared before. After explaining the ins and outs to Chengdao, Li Fan added, it brought its family with it and made a desperate gamble. But it ended up with the annihilation of the entire army. In the end, it could only slip away with the help of the means here. However, wanting to escape in front of you and me. Li Fan looked ahead and said coldly, evil creature. Why don't you come out? There was silence in the starry sky. After a few breaths, a figure suddenly appeared. Unlike the previous strange thousand-handed meatball appearance, what now appeared in front of Li Fan and Chengdao was a Dao form full of majesty and holiness. Dragon body, Kirin horns, Xuanwu tail, God's pupils, vermilion bird feathers. Like a fusion of many Dao forms, it stretched across the starry sky. Although its size and scale were far from its heyday, the ancient and primordial meaning was not diminished in the slightest. The nearly perfect figure seemed to write out the true meaning of the great Dao. Even Chengdao, who was used to seeing the mountains and seas, could not help but be momentarily lost after witnessing the true face of this 13-path-shaped fusion body. One evil creature after another. How ridiculous. In my eyes, you are the evil creatures. Today's defeat is merely due to inferior skill. But the mountains and seas are boundless, who knows if my race doesn't have a powerhouse capable of easily suppressing you. Ha 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 ha, I'll be waiting for that day. The voice of the 13 fused forms was like that of a senile old man. Their last hiding place had been discovered, and with no way out, their voice was extremely calm. They merely laughed loudly, venting the despair and unwillingness in their hearts. Chengdao shook his head slightly, too lazy to waste words with the 13 fused forms before him. He was just about to attack, sealing them and turning them into celestial pillars. Suddenly, a faint and stern voice came from the distant horizon. Unfortunately, there won't be any. The voice arrived as the person did. The newcomer was dressed in luxurious purple robes, with a face like jade. A cascade of red hair hung casually at his waist, and between his eyebrows was a red dot, resembling a third eye. The moment this figure suddenly appeared, Li Fan's entire body instinctively felt the hair on his back stand on end. It was as if he had encountered some peerless ferocious beast, and his body trembled as a warning. However, to Li Fan's relief, his own spiritual sense did not issue a warning. Clearly, the monstrous killing intent inadvertently emanating from the purple-clad figure was not directed at him, but rather at those 13 fused forms. It was not until 3 breaths after the purple-clad figure appeared that boom, boom, boom. Shuo Xingxi, the high wall star sea, suddenly trembled violently. Like a small boat, it suddenly entered a storm, swaying unsteadily. And in the Dao annihilation void not far away, Li Fan watched in horror as a towering avenue was pioneered out of nothing. Reaching directly to this place, the mere ripples caused by the passage nearly overturned Shuo Xingxi, the high wall. And in Li Fan's mind, the passage before him completely overlapped with the one He Tianyi had used when he appeared. When the alien race's fused body descended, it only managed to squeeze out a thin line in the Dao annihilation. But at this moment, this purple-clad powerhouse had stepped out onto a heavenly road. The difference between them was immeasurable, transcending possibility. A transcendent powerhouse. Realizing this, Li Fan's mind was shaken. Just as his thoughts were racing, considering how to respond, the purple-clad figure had already stretched out a hand towards the 13 fused forms and gently grabbed. The 13 fused forms, who were about to say something, suddenly stalled. Even their sacred and ancient aura was suppressed. Their bodies were uncontrollably stretched and flattened, and the 13 fused forms showed expressions of horror, shaking violently. But they were utterly unable to change their fate. After 5 breaths, the alien race's fused body had been crushed into a completely flat plane, turning into a sheet of paper. The pattern was quite profound, a beautiful sheet of paper. It's yours. The purple-clad figure held the pattern in his hand, carefully observing it for a moment. Then, without any reluctance, he simply said to Li Fan and Chengdao. Then, with a gentle flick, the paper formed from the 13 fused forms floated towards Chengdao. Only when it was close did Li Fan and Chengdao realize the aura of the great Dao revealed on this paper. As expected of the fusion of the 13 strongest great Dao transformations within a possibility, its quality and quantity far surpassed the many celestial pillars within the high wall at this moment. With the Dao paper in hand, Chengdao and Li Fan finally woke up as if from a dream. Forcibly suppressing the shock in their hearts, the two bowed in unison and said, "Thank you, Senior." Given the means the other party had displayed in a flash of lightning, their calling him senior was by no means demeaning. Even Cheng Dao, who had always only had his master in his heart, was now sincerely convinced. Li Fan also simultaneously recalled what Emperor Sanmo had said before, about an anonymous true immortal of the human race who had suddenly appeared and almost completely slaughtered the alien race's Dao forms. Could it be that this purple-clad figure is that anonymous true immortal from back then? Li Fan's heart stirred. During the time he had spent with Cheng Dao, he had already had that illusion as truth divine power constantly covering him. This purple-clad figure was strong, but Li Fan was not afraid of him seeing anything. And the goodwill revealed in the purple-clad figure's words and actions also put Li Fan at ease. So he directly asked, "Senior, could it be that back then?" Li Fan quickly recounted the entire story. The purple-clad figure smiled. "Indeed, it was me. It's just that it was a very, very long time ago." The purple-clad figure's tone was indifferent, and incomparably calm. But between his words, he revealed a true sense of vicissitudes. Even older than that displayed by the alien race's 13 fused forms. Perhaps the topic Li Fan raised had touched the purple-clad figure's memories. He very rarely said a few more words. "Shukyu sensed your message. But at this moment, he is not in the mountains and seas, and cannot get away. Therefore, he entrusted us to help. Originally, I was unwilling to make this trip, but..." The purple-clad figure glanced at the Dao paper in Cheng Dao's hand. He chuckled softly. "It's been a long time since I killed them. My hands are a little itchy. It's hard to see them anywhere in the mountains and seas. It's actually quite nostalgic." The purple-clad figure's simple words contained too much information. Cheng Dao and Li Fan's minds were dull for a moment before they reacted. "Senior, did Master ask you to come and help?" Cheng Dao was overjoyed. His excited expression was nothing like that of an old man who had lived for who knows how many years. But rather like a child who had been favored by his parents, extremely happy. Compared to Shukyu Gong, what Li Fan was more concerned about were several words in the purple-clad figure's words. "Not in the mountains and seas. Us, like thunderbolts," they almost stunned Li Fan senseless. Forcibly suppressing the shocked expression on his face, Li Fan lowered his head, listening to the conversation between the purple-clad figure and Cheng Dao. "Under normal circumstances, we would not interfere in the affairs of the mortal world. But the situation you reported is indeed somewhat special." Without Li Fan and Cheng Dao needing to describe the cause and effect of the matter. The purple-clad figure's gaze directly and accurately locked onto the Guangwu star sea outside the Dao annihilation void. "Indeed, it's a bit interesting." The purple-clad figure showed a playful look. This trip was not in vain. Cheng Dao remained silent, pondering the words spoken by the purple-clad figure. In the silence, Li Fan suddenly asked again, "Senior, what you said just now, that Master is not in the mountains and seas now, what exactly?" The purple-clad figure did not expect that there would be another disciple of Shukyu here. However, seeing that Cheng Dao did not deny it, he did not delve into it. "It is just the literal meaning. You will know in the future, telling you now would be useless." For Shukyu Gong's sake, the purple-clad figure simply answered a few questions. Although he did not explain it clearly, Li Fan did not dare to ask any more questions. "My time is short, and it is inconvenient to stay longer. If you are willing to watch the excitement, it doesn't matter if you come along." The purple-clad figure gently waved his hand in the direction of Guangwu Star Sea. Another heavenly road suddenly appeared from the Dao annihilation. Reaching directly to Guangwu Star Sea. 1530. Dao Ji Projection Bead. The path was created from nothing, born from annihilation. It didn't seem to be a physical entity, but rather a very special kind of energy, forcibly carving a path through the void. The purple-robed man took a step, his figure disappearing in an instant, appearing at the other end of the path the next moment. Li Fan and Cheng Dao exchanged a look, and followed closely behind. If it were just the two of them alone, entering the alien starry sky filled with true immortals for the first time, they might have been more cautious. But now, with such a strong person paving the way, what was there to fear? After stepping onto this path to the heavens, a unique experience, never before felt, surged into their hearts. It was almost impossible to describe in words, but if one had to, it would be safety. Living in the mortal world, constantly under the threat of the great Dao annihilation calamity, although Li Fan himself might not have been particularly concerned, the fact remained that it created a sense of crisis in the body and soul's instincts. Over the years, this had shaped them to be like startled birds, living in constant anxiety. Even if the Tao annihilation calamity had not yet arrived, even with the support of the nameless true immortal heavenly pillars, the feeling of fear in their hearts still existed. After all, not to mention a few heavenly pillars, even the immortal realm had already been destroyed by the Tao annihilation. Who dared to guarantee how long these heavenly pillars could last? But at this moment, in the path opened up by the purple-robed man, this long-standing sense of unease finally disappeared. Even if Tao annihilation eventually arrives, with this path, I can be safe and sound. This was a blind confidence, but it wasn't just Li Fan who felt it. Looking at Cheng Dao, he felt the same way. The sense of crisis, unavoidable as long as one was in the mortal world, was slowly soothed. Li Fan suddenly felt an unprecedented peace of mind. Countless distracting thoughts slowly settled to the bottom of his heart, leaving only the purest, clearest intention. What an incredible divine power! Li Fan exclaimed in his heart. It's a pity that this path is not permanent, but was created by the purple-robed man to pave the way. As he leaves, it is destined to disappear quickly. The powerful force that can push back Tao annihilation. Leaving aside the fact that observing such divine power at close range is a great fortune in itself, the environment created by this path alone is something that countless people in the mortal world would seek for a lifetime without success. If I could stay here all the time, my understanding of the transformation between truth and falsehood would surely advance to the next level. As the path reached its end, just as they were about to leave, Li Fan felt a slight sense of reluctance in his heart. He even had the thought of reincarnating back to true, repeating all the actions before this life, just to be able to experience this short period of time again. Li Fan had indeed seriously considered it. From my current understanding, even after more than 10 consecutive reincarnations back to true, my understanding of the transformation between truth and falsehood would not be as great as the accumulation of a moment in this path. So, it's definitely worth it. Li Fan was immersed in the stability and beauty brought by the path. Cheng Dao was the same. When facing the mountains and seas alone, one could perhaps maintain a firm will. But when suddenly having a safe house to shelter from the wind and rain, after staying in the house for a short period of time, the sharp edge in one's heart would be slowly worn away. Cheng Dao's weathered and resolute face even became slightly gentler. Perhaps sensing the thoughts in the hearts of the two juniors. The purple-robed man's voice slowly drifted over, interrupting their thoughts. It can be observed, but not learned. This is my Tao, not yours. In the end, you still have to walk your own unique path to be qualified to cross the mountains and seas. Li Fan and Cheng Dao were shocked upon hearing this, and the trace of greed in their hearts disappeared instantly. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Coming back to their senses, the two quickly thanked the purple-robed man. They had already realized that the absolute sense of security they felt while in the path had, in a short period of time, caused them to develop dependence in their hearts. They had even naturally developed many desires, such as greed and the desire to monopolize it. It was just that because of the extreme calmness of their minds, these distracting thoughts were only accumulating at the bottom of their hearts and were not revealed. At this moment, being exposed by the purple-robed man was like a popped bubble, suddenly floating up from the bottom of their hearts. The mountains and seas are boundless, I alone shall be the boat. To traverse and cross between the mountains and seas, one cannot do without a firm Tao heart. You too, although your strength and temperament are considered top-notch in the mortal world. However, you're still a bit lacking. This is really troublesome. The purple-robed man shook his head and muttered a sentence at the end, and then his figure disappeared from the two's sight. Li Fan and Cheng Dao looked at each other, and after coming down from the path, they looked back. Both of them were startled into a cold sweat. Cheng Dao sighed. Junior brother, I finally know why Master chose to have as little contact with us as possible. This kind of protection is really not a good thing. Li Fan also nodded slightly. If we had stayed any longer, I'm afraid I wouldn't have wanted to leave. The two of them finally broke free from the temptation of the path to the heavens and followed the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man's speed was extremely fast, and his figure was no longer visible. However, there was no need to worry about losing him. After all, the huge, tsunami-like vibrations caused by the purple-robed man wherever he went were too obvious. In the void swallowed by Tao annihilation, a path actually appeared out of thin air. How could the Guangwu Star Sea not have noticed such an anomaly? Their reaction was very quick. Judging from the distant, towering aura, perhaps the entire Guangwu Star Sea's top combat powers should be gathered at this moment. But in front of the purple-robed man, it was simply not enough. A powerhouse who could cross possibilities was definitely not something that the true immortals in the current Guangwu Star Sea could resist. Li Fan and Cheng Dao followed the route the purple-robed man had taken, all the way forward. They finally understood what it meant to be truly destructive. The many purple talismans scattered around were actually true immortals who had been suppressed and crushed. Li Fan secretly tried to collect these talismans, but found that the purple-robed man had not killed them, but had only temporarily trapped them. Li Fan could still faintly sense the true immortals' extremely frightened thoughts in these talismans. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan and Cheng Dao did not act rashly for the time being, and continued to rush towards the location of the purple-robed man. The closer they got, the more true immortals were sealed around them. It seemed that there was something extremely important there worth protecting, even at the cost of their lives. They had to stop the enemy. But their resistance was ultimately futile. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Even if they risked their lives, they did not even have the effect of resisting. However, after all, they were a civilization that had survived and thrived since the Great Calamity, and could even fish for Tao annihilation. They indeed had their own foundation. "Senior, don't bully people too much." A roar erupted from the front, and then the violent fluctuations that erupted were clearly no longer below the commotion caused by the purple-robed man. When Li Fan and Cheng Dao arrived at the scene, they found that a huge absolute vacuum zone had formed in the surrounding starry sky. The original gathering place of some continuous important buildings had already been evaporated. The purple-robed man was looking with interest at a ball of light in his hand. In the ball of light, the images were constantly changing, as if countless figures were leaping. In front of the purple-robed man, a middle-aged man with tattered clothes showed a look of despair. "Dao epic projection. You are not capable of creating this thing. Did you fish it up too?" The purple-robed man asked indifferently, gently pinching it. The ball of light was infinitely compressed at his fingertips and finally returned to a brilliant point. Then, the purple-robed man threw this point of light towards Cheng Dao. Seemingly worried that Cheng Dao could not withstand the pressure of this point of light, he also attached a protective force similar to the path to heaven to the outside of the point of light, so that Cheng Dao could observe the specific situation in this point of light without being affected by it. Cheng Dao first thanked the purple-robed man again, and then looked at the point of light in his hand. After a moment, Li Fan noticed that his senior brother's body was trembling slightly uncontrollably. Cold sweat was streaming down his forehead, as if he was bearing a great burden. After a few breaths, Cheng Dao reluctantly looked away, but was still exhausted, with a pale face. Li Fan was immediately surprised. "You must know that Cheng Dao's main body was a spiritual stone on the edge of the mountains and seas, accompanying Duke Shukyu, watching the sea from Shukyu. He could even calmly accept the scenery of the mountains and seas. What exactly was in this ball of light that made Cheng Dao so distraught?" Showing a concerned look, Cheng Dao seemed to have not yet recovered from the side effects of observing the ball of light. He just handed the ball of light called Dao Epic Projection to Li Fan, signaling him to look at it himself, and then closed his eyes to rest, no longer speaking. Seeing this, Li Fan became even more curious. Guarding his mind, he looked into the ball of light. A point in his hand, it exploded in an instant, reoccupying the surroundings, and even Li Fan's entire mind. Endless light and shadow, like flowing water, evolved one after another. From the absolute nothingness where the great Tao did not exist, to the chaotic void where the Tao was born and grew, to the initial birth of the world, the manifestation of living beings, and then to the living beings comprehending the Tao themselves, and the immortal realm was born. Countless years of time, rapidly leaping. Until the end, when all things withered and the great Tao declined, ushering in the end. From the beginning to the end, everything that happened during this period, all the spirits that were born, were all condensed in this single point of light. Even more than just a simple projection record. In the light and shadow, all the great Tao, divine powers, and spells that had ever appeared in this possibility from birth to destruction were all copied and integrated into the ball of light. The ball of light erupting to search for enemies also meant facing the combined strike of countless heroes over countless years in a possibility, all accumulated in the long river of time. Such a terrifying scene almost made Li Fan drop the ball of light in his palm. The words, "reincarnation back to true," were almost on the tip of his tongue. A drop of cold sweat left his forehead, and Li Fan's mind broke free from this Tao epic projection. The ball of light in his palm seemed to have endless weight. For a moment, Li Fan even had the illusion that he couldn't quite grasp it. Fortunately, Ziyi paved the way this time, otherwise, with just me and Cheng Dao, facing this projection of Dao annihilation, we would have ended up dead and our Dao extinguished on the spot. Li Fan and Cheng Dao, who had already opened their eyes, exchanged a look. Both saw the shock in the other's heart. They never imagined that there would be such treasures within this Guangwu Star Sea. Compared to it, the previous Dao sword and Dao blade were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. Fishing for Dao annihilation is indeed a means of survival. Those who can survive in the mountains and seas include the true immortals who made desperate gambles in the apocalypse, as well as those powerful individuals who failed to transcend and attempted to cross the mountains and seas but were drowned by them. These people may have had their minds erased by the mountains and seas, but their bodies still have a small probability of surviving, along with the treasures they carried. This Dao annihilation projection must have come from that, right? Ziyi first removed all the pillars that formed the dam one by one, gathering all the terrified true immortals within the pillars together. Then, he pressed down hard with both hands towards the middle. A brand new heavenly pillar, surrounded by purple energy, was thus born. Ziyi erected the heavenly pillar here, and the roaring of Dao annihilation caused by the lack of heavenly pillars disappeared. Li Fan noticed that even in the gap during the heavenly pillar conversion, there was an anomaly of Dao annihilation descending. However, the commotion was not even as great as that caused by the high walls of the Shuo Star Sea before. Clearly, Ziyi was a factor. Just standing here, he was like countless heavenly pillars, resisting Dao annihilation to a certain extent. In the Guangwu Star Sea, the middle-aged man in ragged clothes stared blankly at the heavenly pillar of immortals in front of him. More than 100,000 years of records were overturned in a single morning, almost crushing his spirit. He didn't answer Ziyi's question. However, after a moment of silence, the middle-aged man slowly regained his senses. He said in a hoarse voice, "Senior is right. We were fortunate enough to obtain a remnant. This was supposed to be our good fortune, but we didn't expect." Ziyi interrupted the middle-aged man, "This is your good fortune. That Dao annihilation projection may not be worth mentioning. But that powerful remnant may have already given birth to a new transcendent powerhouse. It's a pity you went astray. Taking the body as a teacher, you could have comprehended the Dao of the past powerhouse. But what did you do?" The middle-aged man looked dazed. After a long time, he whispered, "Sending it back to Dao annihilation, using it as a boat. First, to find other safe places. Second, to collect similar drifting treasures." Ziyi snorted and scolded mercilessly, "Fool." The middle-aged man sighed, "It's not that we are unwilling to comprehend. It's just that we can't. The remnant is like a mountain, appearing before our eyes. But we are like being in the middle of the mountain, unable to see its true face. We tried for many years, but it was still the same. We had no choice but to finally give up and seek a new use for it." The middle-aged man thought that this explanation would elicit Ziyi's sympathy. But Ziyi nodded and said coldly, "Then you are even more foolish. You are beyond help." Ziyi pointed lightly at the Guangwu Star Sea man. The man opened his mouth, wanting to say something. A moment later, he exploded like a bubble, turning into thousands of purple light and shadows. He was swallowed by the surrounding starry sky. A powerhouse who was at least at the level of a nameless true immortal was thus casually erased by Ziyi. Li Fan and Cheng Dao couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts upon seeing this. If it weren't for the sake of guarding the Mound Duke, this Ziyi would definitely not be so easy to talk to. Ziyi seemed to have done something insignificant and quickly put the middle-aged man out of his mind. He stepped to the very center of the original heavenly pillar dam and stared ahead. His gaze seemed to cross mountains, seas, and the mortal world. 1531. Memorial Dashu. Beyond the mortal realm, something seemed to be gazing back at Ziyi. After a brief silence, a sudden surge erupted. It resembled the mountain and sea storm that had previously caused the collapse of the Shuoxing Sea, but its magnitude was dozens of times greater. It seemed as if Ziyi's indifferent expression had enraged the unknown existence within the Dao annihilation. It vowed to unleash a terrifying storm, engulfing the mortal realm where Ziyi stood. The Guangwu Star Sea teetered on the brink of collapse. Even the purple chi pillar formed by the union of all immortals struggled to withstand this calamity. Li Fan suspected that if Ziyi were not standing firm, the Guangwu Star Sea, and even the remnants of the primordial possibility clinging to life, would have directly crumbled under this immense power. What exactly is over there? Could it be the so-called remains of a powerful being that the Guangwu Star Sea fished up from the Dao annihilation? Li Fan exchanged a glance with Cheng Dao, both seeing the astonishment and uncertainty in each other's eyes. Yet, Ziyi regarded this earth-shattering scene as commonplace. Not knowing what she had discovered, a faint smile of joy appeared on her lips. "You two juniors, watch carefully." After saying this to Li Fan and Cheng Dao, Ziyi's figure vanished in an instant. The next moment, the turmoil in the Star Sea abruptly ceased. Not because the culprit behind the turmoil had been subdued, but because an even greater storm had arisen at the same time. Like an absolute sovereign, it drew all the minor disturbances in the Star Sea away. Li Fan looked around, the starry sky was silent, and he could not find Ziyi. The point where the storms converged was actually outside the primordial possibility. A thin line, like a path to the heavens, suddenly appeared overhead. Through this fissure, Li Fan vaguely seemed to see a magnificent scene of boundless mountains and seas connected. This kind of distant observation was completely different from the experience of entering the infinite sea through the Immortal Realm's ascension platform. In the infinite sea, the immense pressure brought about by the condensation of countless eons in each drop of seawater made it impossible for Li Fan to carefully and truly experience the scenery. Later, even with the protection of illusion as reality, Li Fan only glimpsed endless fragments while wandering freely, not the mountains and seas themselves. However, at this moment, thanks to the thread created by Ziyi, Li Fan was finally able to see the mountain and sea scenery in the eyes of a transcendent powerhouse. Even just a glimpse of a corner was enough to leave Li Fan stunned. Even after reincarnating for over 100 lifetimes, even with the treasure of returning to truth, even having personally been to the infinite sea, Li Fan's heart was still filled with an uncontrollable sense of his own insignificance in the face of the continuous mountain and sea scenery. Is this the infinite sea and the mountains above, transcending the mortal realm? Li Fan murmured to himself. There was no question of comprehending anything. It was simply that all of Li Fan's mind was deeply shaken by this magnificent scene that was difficult to describe in words. There was no room left to think about anything else. Compared to Li Fan, however, Cheng Dao showed signs of an anomaly. His whole body emitted a crystalline white light, and a faint phantom of a stubborn stone emerged behind him. Cheng Dao looked up at the sky, as if he had returned to the time when he guarded the hill and looked out at the sea. This spirit stone by the mountains and seas surged with all kinds of mysterious and profound fluctuations. It seemed to echo the mountains and seas beyond the sky. So Li Fan was awakened from his shock by these fluctuations. After carefully savoring it, he felt a little bitter in his heart. Seeing a corner of the mountains and seas together, I can't comprehend anything. But Cheng Dao can gain enlightenment again and again. This difference. At this moment, Li Fan's mind had already cleared, but after glimpsing the mountains and seas, his mind was still blank. The gap between him and the mountains and seas was simply too great. With the body of an ant, even if he saw the mountains and seas, it would be as if he had not seen them. If it were a mortal realm great Tao of a lower level, he would never be like this. It seems that with my current cultivation, there is no problem in traversing the mortal realm. But if I want to cross the mountains and seas, there is still a long way to go. Fortunately, my senior brother is not stingy. He doesn't intend to keep his enlightenment to himself. Li Fan thought to himself, observing the Tao enlightenment fluctuations emanating from Cheng Dao. This spirit stone by the mountains and seas was like a mirror at this moment. It reflected the mountain and sea scenery that Li Fan could not observe, allowing Li Fan to gain enlightenment through it. After the thin line tore open the sky and the mountains and seas revealed their true form, the great commotion from the Tao annihilation disappeared instead. While gaining enlightenment, Li Fan tried to find the figures of the other party and Ziyi in the mountains and seas. But with the boundlessness of the mountains and seas, even a powerhouse like Ziyi would be no different from an ant if they fell into it. It was difficult to find any trace. Let us two juniors watch carefully. Watch what? Just these mountains and seas. Li Fan had a premonition that it was definitely not just that. But unfortunately, his strength was insufficient, and he could not see what Ziyi was pointing at. However, Cheng Dao seemed to have discovered something, and the Tao enlightenment fluctuations on his body became even more intense. Junior brother, focus your will here. During this period of time, the deep affection that Li Fan had painstakingly cultivated with Cheng Dao played a role at a critical moment. In the end, unable to bear the thought of his junior brother missing this opportunity, Cheng Dao, in the midst of enlightenment, still spoke out to remind him. Li Fan was overjoyed and looked in the direction Cheng Dao was pointing. In an instant, his vision seemed to pass through the thin line in the sky. He jumped out of the mortal realm and came to the mountains and seas. He could vaguely see Ziyi's blurry figure standing tall. In front of Ziyi was a flattened sphere with countless thin lines emanating from the front and end, converging at the center. The same power as the path to heaven enveloped Ziyi in the flattened sphere. Those thin lines wanted to escape in all directions from the sphere, but they were firmly sealed by Ziyi. One could vaguely make out the former human shape of the flattened sphere, but now it was decaying and decomposing into strands of silk. The remains of a powerhouse who crossed the mountains and seas. Li Fan was not concerned about the struggle between the two. But rather, he was concerned about what was gradually appearing within the remains of the powerhouse after it was suppressed and decomposed. Approximately where the head used to be, many fleeting lights and shadows slowly revealed themselves. What surprised Li Fan was that the light and shadow hidden in the brain of this powerhouse's remains were actually images of the mountains and seas. Even if the body decayed and the soul dissipated, these images of the mountains and seas still did not disperse. Perhaps this is the most fundamental reason why the remains can drift in the mountains and seas. Li Fan seemed to understand something. But then, a scene he glimpsed in this miniature mountain and sea scenery caused Li Fan's mind to shake again. The mountains and seas in the brain of the powerhouse's remains seemed to be no different from the mountains and seas Li Fan saw at this moment. But if you looked closely, you could see a lone sail suspended, traversing between the mountains and seas. Even the endless vicissitudes and vastness of the mountains and seas only slightly faded the lone sail. It did not completely engulf it. Li Fan suddenly understood. It's not that the images of the mountains and seas created the immortality of the remains. But this lone sail in the mountains and seas. This is the transcendent path of the powerhouse before his death. Li Fan stared at the lone sail in the mountains and seas. For some reason, a sense of familiarity arose in his heart. At the same time, the long-dormant returning to truth finally transmitted faint, extremely weak thoughts again. This further confirmed Li Fan's judgment. Eternal remnant will. Li Fan's heart skipped a few beats. To be more precise, that lone sail traversing the mountains and seas, compared to the various eternities that Li Fan had encountered, perhaps had the same fundamental nature. But there was no doubt that it was far more powerful than what Li Fan had absorbed before. Even if it failed to successfully cross the mountains and seas in the end, being able to protect the remains and allow them to exist safely for thousands of years in the mountains and seas was enough to illustrate its extraordinariness. In comparison, the remnant wills of people like Tianyong and Su Bai seem somewhat insignificant. But the essence is the same. It's not just a simple projection of the great Tao, but also the echo of one's own will. This is also the most fundamental reliance for being able to cross the mountains and seas. The mountains and seas are boundless, I alone am the boat. Ziyi's words from before appropriately appeared in Li Fan's mind again. Like a flash of lightning, it split open the fog and illuminated the answer. If Tianyong is fortunate enough to reach the realm of transcendence, then his method of crossing will be to take not weaker than others as his boat. If it is Su Bai, then it is the path of compassionate true love that he will bitterly cross. In short, these cultivators who can condense into eternal remnant will after death have actually already taken half a step out of their own path. They are already seeds of transcendent powerhouses. This path is unrelated to the realm of cultivation, it seems to only be related to one's own mind and will. But if you want to transcend, your own path and the realm of cultivation are indispensable. If the cultivation is sufficient, but you cannot make a boat, you can only sigh at the ocean. And even if the boat is built, if your own strength is not enough, entering the mountains and seas will only lead to death. Li Fan's heart trembled. It was indeed a great opportunity. Through the remains of the powerhouse, Ziyi almost pointed out the path of transcendence for Cheng Dao and Li Fan. Perhaps Li Fan himself could eventually comprehend the mysteries through continuous attempts in reincarnation. But Ziyi's guidance undoubtedly directly saved him the time of several reincarnations. The path to crossing the mountains and seas. No wonder even returning to truth will transmit a desire for it every time it encounters it. Is returning to truth absorbing these in order to take the opportunity to simulate and deduce a way to resist the mountains and seas? A bold idea could not help but emerge in Li Fan's mind. Seeming to sense Ziyi's presence not far away, after emitting a trace of fluctuations, returning to truth quickly fell silent again. It did not respond to any of Li Fan's speculation. Outside the mortal realm, Ziyi had extracted all the lines outside the lone sail in the mountains and seas. However, he did not absorb these himself, but threw them into the mountains and seas. Without the support of the transcendent remnant will, these lines were like ice entering water, unable to stir up even a ripple, and were swallowed by the mountains and seas. From the moment he appeared, Ziyi had maintained the demeanor of a transcendent expert. However, when facing the solitary sail on the sea of mountains ahead, he revealed an extremely rare solemn expression, tinged with a hint of sincere admiration. The slightly yellowed solitary sail seemed to sense Ziyi's thoughts, emitting bursts of colorful mystical light in response. Ziyi once again displayed his heaven-defying abilities amidst the mountains and seas. A thin line instantly formed, spanning the mountains and seas, reaching towards the unknown other side. The solitary sail, enveloped in colorful light, set sail along this path. Ziyi watched the solitary sail depart, and only when it completely disappeared from his sight did he retract his heaven-defying power. Maintaining the existence of the passage between the mountains and seas was clearly a significant burden for Ziyi. His magnificent robes fluttered as if blown by the wind. Only the red light emanating from the blood mole between his eyebrows, like a bright pearl, calmed Ziyi down. After retrieving the solitary sail, Ziyi did not return from the mountains and seas. Before the heaven-connecting line closed, he transmitted his voice from afar. "My business is done. I will extend the crossing path for you for 3 days. Take care of yourselves." Then, as abruptly as he had arrived, he suddenly vanished without a trace. As for the countless true immortal purple talismans still scattered in the light utmost star sea, he simply didn't care about their fate. Leaving Li Fan and Cheng Dao, who hadn't yet recovered from the shock, standing quietly in the starry sky. After a long time, as the thin line outside the sky gradually faded, the scenery of mountains and seas also disappeared. Only then did Cheng Dao reluctantly withdraw his gaze. With the disappearance of his Dao comprehension fluctuations, Li Fan's opportunistic mirroring method also became ineffective. "Senior brother, what do you think? Where did that solitary sail on the sea of mountains ultimately go? Could it be the other shore?" Li Fan replayed what had just happened, asking in a low voice. Cheng Dao looked serious and didn't answer for a long time. But in the end, he nodded. "It should be. That solitary sail seems to be the true intent of crossing mountains and seas, condensed by the remnant body of the predecessor. I just don't know what that purple energy senior is trying to achieve by expending so much effort to ferry this solitary sail to the other shore." Li Fan simply sighed. "I never expected that I would only casually subdue the Dao sword and Dao saber, and then it would trigger so many consecutive events. Junior brother, there's no need to blame yourself. This is fate. If not for your casual action, how could you and I have obtained such great fortune?" The fortune that Cheng Dao spoke of referred not only to the path of transcendence pointed out by Ziyi, but also the light utmost star sea, which had been swept clean by Ziyi. Cheng Dao surveyed the vast ruins. That purple heavenly pillar should not be rashly touched. As for the other true immortal purple talismans, feel free to collect them. But be quick. The 3 days that Senior Purple Energy mentioned may not be the same concept of 3 days that we think of. It must be said that Cheng Dao's intuition was still very accurate. Only 1 day had passed, and the crossing path connecting the Shuo Star Sea and the light utmost Star Sea had already disappeared and faded. Fortunately, Li Fan and the others, seeing that they had almost finished plundering, didn't linger and had already returned to the Shuo Star Sea ahead of time. Watching the passage disappear in the dark starry sky where Dao annihilation reappeared, the two of them felt as if they had had a dream. "Thanks to the protection of our master, otherwise the fate of the two of us would probably not be much better than these talisman true immortals," Cheng Dao said faintly. Li Fan also deeply agreed, nodding secretly. Then, the two of them displayed their gains this time, arranging them one by one in the starry sky. 13 fused bodies of alien races, and the talismans transformed from the true immortals of the light utmost star sea. A total of 375. Supreme treasure, a Dao epic projection. As for the other scattered immortal treasures, they were not worth mentioning. With so many materials in hand, our starry sky should be able to rest easy for a short time, Li Fan said first. But his gaze remained fixed on the Dao epic projection bead. Since Ziyi's departure, this supreme treasure, which had originally been compressed to an extreme point of light, now had a tendency to expand outwards again. 1532. All living beings returned to the Dao. Countless images of divine powers and spells were slowly overflowing from this point of light. Despite the ease with which Ziyi suppressed this projection of epic in her hands, Li Fan and Cheng Dao were on high alert, facing even the slightest sign of it losing control. After all, it was a possibility, the sum of all divine powers that had ever appeared from its birth to its demise. The power it could unleash was unimaginable. Even if this possibility might not include powerhouses like the Mount Guardian, and transcendence like the three sages of the immortal world were not recorded within it. This projection of epic was still beyond the ability of Li Fan and Cheng Dao to withstand. Even the entire high walls, Shuo Star Sea would be vulnerable before it. They could only try their best to suppress it before it erupted. Cheng Dao acted the fastest, already manifesting the phenomena of mountains and seas. Gusts of wind howled, squeezing the light and shadows inward. At the same time, he said with a wry smile, Senior Zi acts swiftly, arriving and leaving quickly, but she forgot this projection bead. It might also be a test from the senior. Li Fan cautiously retreated to a safe area, remotely using the myriad manifestations Dao Net to assist in the suppression. The two fellow disciples worked together, spending more than half a year, to barely suppress this projection bead of epic temporarily. Looking at the small point in front of them, its radiance completely contained, Cheng Dao looked worried. Temporary measures are not a permanent solution. Although it was forcibly suppressed by us this time, the next eruption will likely be even more intense. The two of us, I'm afraid, may not be able to withstand it. Li Fan also nodded. Although the treasure is good, it is also a hot potato. During the half-year of sealing the projection bead of epic, Li Fan also benefited greatly. It was like constantly, personally experiencing infinite Dao techniques. Even though the vast majority of them were dross to Li Fan, with only 1/10,000th of them offering some enlightenment. In the face of an extremely large base number, this was still an unimaginable astronomical figure. Li Fan even felt that even with an enhanced version of derivation art, it would probably take tens of thousands of years to deduce so many different numbers of divine powers. Li Fan accepted all comers, turning them all into his own resources. With computational power comparable to the Stone Mother of Transformation, he was able to maintain order. Faced with such a gluttonous feast of Dao techniques and divine powers, Li Fan didn't feel much excitement. After being enlightened by Zi, his vision had already jumped out of the mortal world and looked towards the mountains and seas. For Li Fan, with the help of Still True, reaching the realm where he could cross the sea was almost a certainty. Even if he were to forever shrink within the high walls from then on, relying on the slow accumulation of time, he would eventually be able to reach the realm of transcendence step by step. The problem lay in the method of making the boat. The requirements for the state of mind were mysterious and profound. It could not be achieved by simply accumulating quantity. If the conditions were not met, even if one cultivated for billions of years, the result would not change. If it was not possible, then it was not possible. Li Fan once tried to use Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong as raw materials, creating and changing their growth experiences, trying to catalyze the eternal legacy. Naturally, it was an unquestionable failure. Now, as Li Fan savored the situation at the beginning, it seemed that there was only a fine line between them, but in reality it was probably an unbridgeable gap. Thinking of this, Li Fan was somewhat envious of those guys who were already able to condense the eternal legacy. Seeds of transcendent powerhouses. It's just a pity that there are very few cultivators with this talent. In the entire history of the Xuanwang realm, there are only a few people. I want to learn from them, but there is not much to learn from. It seems that, as Zi said, I have to walk a path that belongs only to myself. Li Fan pondered, but in his heart, very rarely, there was a hint of hesitation. Now, an important question was placed before Li Fan. Still true, the change between true and false. Could it be considered his own path, Li Fan's? With the protection of illusion as also truth, as long as his realm was reached, he would probably be able to ignore the various risks between the mountains and seas. Crossing freely. Compared to those so-called transcendent powerhouses, methods of crossing, it would be 1,000 times easier and more comfortable. Did this mean that he no longer needed to worry about his own path? Did he no longer need to add, only I make the boat? Judging from the power that Still True had shown so far, it seemed to be the case. But for some reason, Li Fan always had a feeling of unease in his heart. It was as if, after involving the mountains and seas outside the mortal world, Li Fan's past unconditional blind trust in Still True had naturally disappeared. This matter involved how Li Fan's future path should be taken, and it was extremely important. Therefore, Li Fan, very rarely, felt a little confused in his heart. More importantly, it seemed that no one other than Still True could give him the answer. But Still True seemed to not sense Li Fan's thoughts at all, and always maintained silence. Although he still followed Cheng Dao, exchanging insights on the Dao. Li Fan's thoughts were actually always sinking into the relationship between Still True and his own path. Junior brother, do you seem to have something on your mind? Even though Li Fan disguised it very well, he could not hide it from Chengdao's perception. Since seeing the true face of the mountains and seas, and seeing the meaning of crossing, Chengdao's cultivation seemed to be becoming more and more refined. Seeing that he had been seen through, Li Fan no longer concealed it. He asked, Senior brother, do you have a direction for your own path of crossing? He originally thought that Chengdao would be as confused as himself, but he did not expect to hear Chengdao say very decisively, where is it that I only realized it today? Since being enlightened by Master, I have had the answer in my heart. Although the mountains and seas are difficult to cross, I only need to follow Master's path. Since Master was able to cross the mountains and seas leisurely, then I will definitely be able to do it too. It's not that simple. Li Fan opened his mouth, wanting to refute. But after thinking carefully, it seemed to be the truth. Moreover, this idea coincided with the name Chengdao. Li Fan showed a thoughtful expression. Perhaps, I'm thinking too much. No need to be so entangled. If I can't determine whether Still True is my path to crossing, then I won't worry about it for now. Perhaps, I am indeed too dependent on him. From today onwards, I will treat it as if I don't have this strange treasure, and go find my own path to crossing. Until the day I reach the realm of transcendence. If I succeed, that would naturally be good. If I fail, Still True might be able to cover my back. As soon as this thought arose, it was ruthlessly strangled by Li Fan. If I have this kind of thought, it should be difficult to shape my own path to crossing. Since I have decided, I must burn my boats. Li Fan thought of his unceasing reincarnation function, and immediately had a preliminary idea in his heart. It was just that this life was not suitable for experimentation. He would wait until the next life to create a possibility environment most suitable for enlightenment before trying. The slight confusion in his heart gradually subsided. Li Fan bowed to Chengdao. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Chengdao waved his hand. You figured it out yourself, it has nothing to do with me. After the small interlude, the two people's attention returned to the projection bead of Epic. Senior brother, I have a plan that may solve its hidden dangers, Li Fan said. Oh, Chengdao was pleasantly surprised. The reason why this projection bead is out of control is because the man from Guangwu Star Sea had already made preparations to perish together when releasing this treasure. The divine powers recorded in the projection bead have actually been detonated. However, he did not expect that there would be a powerhouse in the world who could easily suppress all these detonated divine powers with his own strength. Senior Zi suppressed all the erupting divine powers as soon as she made a move. It's just that now that Senior Zi has left, the suppressing powers she left behind will not last forever, Li Fan said eloquently. I naturally understand this principle, Chengdao nodded slowly. So the key lies in the divine powers recorded in this treasure bead. Senior brother, are you reluctant to part with this treasure? Li Fan suddenly asked. Chengdao smiled. What are you talking about, junior brother? Although this thing is extraordinary, how can it be compared to the path of crossing the mountains and seas? Even with thousands of spells and infinite great Taos, can it cross the mountains and seas? Isn't it still drowned in the annihilation of the Tao? Chengdao obviously had his own clear understanding. Li Fan smiled. Then it's easy to handle. It's better to dredge than to block. Our single-minded suppression will only backfire. The eruption in the future will probably be even more turbulent. It's better to release the divine powers recorded in the bead. Of course, it must be done gradually. Chengdao stroked his beard, pondered for a moment. Then he frowned and said, it's just that there are too many divine powers and spells recorded in this projection bead of Epic. Even with the maximum release without affecting the surrounding starry sky, I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely vent the pressure before the final eruption of the projection bead. Li Fan did not answer directly, but pointed to the high walls, Shuo Star Sea, which was shrouded in boundless darkness and devoid of vitality. Senior brother, do you think this starry sky is a little deserted? How does it compare to the former heyday of the immortal world? That is naturally far inferior. Chengdao was also a smart person and quickly reacted. He asked with some surprise. Junior brother, do you want to distribute the divine powers and spells in this epic bead to the living beings of the Star Sea? That's right. Li Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Don't look at the current desolation of the Star Sea. As long as you give the sentient beings some time and a suitable environment, their numbers can climb upwards endlessly. It will definitely be easy to digest this projection bead of Epic. Moreover, the divine powers recorded in this projection bead can also serve as a key to opening their cultivation. As long as there is a sufficient base number, perhaps a few nameless true immortals can be created. Chengdao stared at the projection bead of epic, obviously tempted. This treasure also contains many great Daos of other possibilities. If it is absorbed by this starry sky under our feet, it may be able to make up for its deficiencies. Moreover, you and I, as brothers, can also use the eyes of all living beings in the star sea to view all the divine abilities within this projection pearl. It can be said to be a multitude of benefits in one fell swoop, Li Fan echoed with a smile. After the two carefully discussed it didn't take long before they decided on this, returning the Tao, plan that would benefit all living beings in the star sea. The key to the plan's success was a sufficient number of living beings. This was not a difficult task for Li Fan and Chengdao. Under the Tao net's embrace, the desire for procreation, the probability of conception, the possibility of survival, and the speed of growth of living beings were all increased several times. Li Fan also decided on the Xuanwang world and the primordial immortal world within the high walls with a single word. And with the endless energy supply from the infinite sea, there was no worry about resource scarcity, no matter how many living beings there were. The total number of living beings in the high wall, Shuo Star Sea, therefore, surged rapidly. 60 years passed, and when the total number of living beings in the entire Dark Star Sea had increased nearly 10,000 times. Li Fan and Chengdao finally slowed down slightly. The returning the Tao plan did not start at this time, but had already been gradually launched during these 60 years. At the same time as each living being was born, Li Fan and Chengdao would preside over and manipulate it, randomly separating a wisp of the great Tao's divine power fluctuation from the Tao era projection pearl and merging it with this new life. Under the protection of the two powerful beings, these divine power fluctuations would not harm the fragile new life. Instead, they became like their innate divine abilities. While being firmly imprinted in the depths of their souls, they could also serve as a guiding light in the process of their growth. Of course, the divine powers and spells recorded in the Tao era projection were of mixed quality. The power of the innate divine abilities obtained by each living being also varied. This was unavoidable. However, for Li Fan and Chengdao, it didn't make much difference who obtained the divine powers recorded in the pearl. The actions of all the living beings participating in the returning the Tao plan were under the control of Li Fan and Chengdao. Chengdao was not very familiar with this aspect. However, Li Fan had abundant experience from the Xuanwang world, and he was able to handle this matter with ease. With the blessing of the immortal array, even if the number of participating living beings was large, there was no sign of losing control. I didn't expect that junior brother's attainments in the Tao of arrays are so profound, Chengdao stroked his beard and praised. A minor skill, just a detour I took on my path of cultivation in the past, Li Fan shook his head slightly. Junior brother doesn't need to be modest. How do you know that the Tao of arrays cannot cross mountains and seas? Chengdao was very serious. I remember that there was once an array in the immortal world called Mystic Origin Beginning Spirit. It was a wonderful array that even Master praised repeatedly. It is said that the immortal world's continuous expansion in the upper mountain was due in no small part to this array. Chengdao's words immediately caught Li Fan's attention. Mystic Origin Beginning Spirit, I also know a part of this array. But it doesn't seem to have such power, does it? Li Fan asked tentatively, with a hint of doubt. While speaking, Li Fan also showed Chengdao the 5 major array diagrams he knew, including Desolate Fall, Empty Room Blooms. Although Chengdao was not proficient in arrays, worldly affairs generally could not escape the mountains and seas. After careful study, he also saw some mysteries. Each array, when viewed separately, has limited power. But when they are fused and superimposed, the power that can be unleashed increases 1,000-fold. Just like the number of living beings in the star sea that has increased dramatically during this period. Moreover, according to my impression, the part you are missing in the Mystic Origin Beginning Spirit array seems to be even more crucial. Chengdao narrowed his eyes and displayed the image of the Mystic Origin Beginning Spirit array being activated that he had once seen. 1533. Mountain and Sea Longevity Road. That seemed to be the era when the Immortal Realm was first opened and connected to the mountains and seas. The Immortal Realm was not as boundless as rumored. Even Chengdao, this mountain and sea spirit stone, could see its boundaries at a glance. But as time passed, the spirit stone remained a spirit stone, unchanged. However, one after another, small points of different brilliance emerged from around the Immortal Realm, slowly expanding it. The gaze focused on each specific point of light. First, immense power stabilized the foundation of the light point, allowing it to stand firmly in the mountains above, as if laying a solid foundation. Then, wisps of regular fluctuations spread out, and wherever they passed, life and order were born from the primordial immortal realm. These fluctuations traveled through each light point at an extremely rapid pace. Thus, the scale of the immortal realm expanded exponentially. Li Fan saw clearly that these fluctuations should be open black lens bracket profound origin primal spirit close black lens bracket. Although the complete content of open black lens bracket profound origin primal spirit close black lens bracket is currently unknown, it is not difficult to sense its aura through the 5 known array diagrams. And the power of this formation to create the world in the newly opened mountains and seas is exactly in line with Li Fan's initial expectations for open black lens bracket profound origin primal spirit close black lens bracket. Re-establish earth, fire, water, and wind, and create heaven and earth in the void. My initial understanding was basically correct. It's just that I didn't think at the time that the immortal realm was not born from nothingness, but was opened up from the mountains and seas. Although this profound origin primal spirit is extraordinary, it cannot compare with the power of the mountains and seas. It requires an supreme expert to first lay the foundation in the mountains and seas before it can be brought into play. To put it bluntly, the profound origin primal spirit is just a handy tool for the 3 sages to build the immortal realm. It only needs to initially connect the immortal realm to the mountains and seas, and then the subsequent construction work can be directly handed over to the open black lens bracket profound origin primal spirit close black lens bracket. Efficient, stable, worry-free, and effortless. Li Fan thought about his experience of creating the primordial immortal realm, and then looked at the light points of the immortal realm expanding outward in an extremely terrifying manner in Chengdao's memory, and a sense of understanding arose in his heart. That's right. With the boundless nature of the immortal realm back then, if the 3 sages had to do everything themselves every time, wouldn't they be exhausted? The profound origin primal spirit can at least save a large part of the mechanical and repetitive operations. After the 3 sages withdrew from the world, they passed down the array diagrams and ordered future generations to do it for them. This may be the reason why the Great Formation can be circulated in the immortal realm. However, after all, it involves the secrets of the immortal realm's construction, so the most critical array diagrams are not something that ordinary true immortals can know. Perhaps, I should go find the successive immortal emperors in power. The power of the profound origin primal spirit that Chengdao showed to Li Fan greatly exceeded expectations, causing Li Fan's original idea of restoring the array diagram, which had disappeared, to rise again. Chengdao is right. With the power of the profound origin primal spirit to build the immortal realm and make it stand stably between the mountains and seas, if it is condensed into a Dao path, it would not be a bad method of crossing. Although it may not be suitable for me, it can be handed over to the immortal sequence disintegration disk. Let it help me explore the way. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind. Since crossing the high wall and connecting to the infinite sea, and his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, many of Li Fan's original treasures have slowly become dispensable. The disintegration disk is like this, and so is the celestial profound mirror. Perhaps they each have their own unique features, but after all, they are just one of the countless immortal treasures scattered in the immortal realm back then. Even after the baptism of vicissitudes and becoming stronger than before. But after all, they cannot compare with the first-class treasures of the immortal realm in the past. Not to mention, what I have obtained this time is the essence of an entire possibility, salvaged from the Dao annihilation by Guangwu Star Sea, such as the Dao sword and Dao blade. However, Li Fan didn't have any thoughts of disliking these, wives of his humble beginnings. After all, compared to Wanjun, the disintegration disc, Dao sword, Dao blade, and even the Dao chronicle treasure pearl are not essentially different. It has to be said that Chengdao, as a congenital spirit stone on the edge of the mountains and seas, his talent for enlightenment is truly enviable. Although he has never formally studied the path of formations, merely through what he has seen and heard, coupled with some observation and speculation, Chengdao's understanding of the profound origin primal spirit great formation is already not much weaker than Li Fan's. Moreover, Chengdao's vision is extremely high, initially being between the mountains and seas. Therefore, he can make accurate judgments on whether open black lens bracket formation Dao close black lens bracket can be used as a path to cross. After discussing formations with Chengdao, Li Fan had to admit the correctness of the other party's understanding. Perhaps, in that other shore grand era, there were some predecessors who established themselves through formations. Li Fan said with a smile. The sudden arrival of the purple-robed figure prematurely unveiled the curtain of the mountains and seas and the other shore for Li Fan. That possible scenery made Li Fan unable to suppress his longing. Unfortunately, his current strength is limited, and before finding his own path to cross, he will always have to stay within the high wall. However, benefiting from the open black lens bracket return to Tao plan close black lens bracket, the endless creatures, analysis of the Tao Chronicle Pearl, Li Fan's progress in understanding the Tao principles of the heavens can be described as progressing 1,000 miles in a day. 60 years have passed, and the scale of the myriad manifestations Tao network has also doubled several times, just like the number of creatures in the high wall, Shuo Star Sea. It's not just diversity. With the filling of the great Tao from other possibilities, the myriad manifestations Tao network has become more and more stable. One Tao string after another is crystal clear and jade-like, almost no different from the heavenly pillars that seal true immortals. In addition, with the filling of many purple talisman true immortals collected from the Guangwu Star Sea, the current high wall, Shuo Star Sea can be said to be truly impregnable. Even if the open black lens bracket original close black lens bracket possibility is annihilated, it can last for quite a long time. It's just that, even if the progress is already so obvious. But Li Fan still has no clue as to how to cross the mountains and seas. Chengdao has been cultivating for tens of thousands of years since he had his own spiritual intelligence. And his memory can be traced back to the beginning of the immortal realm's creation. The progress in the recent 100 years can be compared with the past 10,000 years. Chengdao is already extremely satisfied, and naturally will not feel anxious because of the slow progress. But Li Fan is different. Although he has reincarnated for hundreds of lifetimes, the time actually used for cultivation is not much. After decades of continuous hard work and enlightenment, but without seeing any actual progress, Li Fan inevitably became a little impatient. Even though he quickly suppressed the strangeness in his heart, he did not escape Chengdao's observation. The brothers have experienced too many things together, sharing weal and woe, life and death, and enjoying wealth. Chengdao's current relationship with Li Fan is just like the Wanjun Dao, extremely illusory and real. Seeing the smile on Chengdao's face that was not a smile, Li Fan simply no longer concealed it, and sighed. The arrival of that senior Z, although it helped us solve the hidden worries of the Star Sea, may not be a good thing in the long run. I would rather have solved all this by myself in the first place. Seeing it, but not being able to reach it. Troubles arise because of this. Chengdao smiled, seeing the saint, and then yearning for it. This is human nature. If junior brother is like this, how can I avoid it? Senior brother looks much calmer than me. It's just a matter of time, just wait a few more tens of thousands of years at most. Not worth mentioning, Chengdao stroked his beard calmly. My aptitude is dull, and I am used to exchanging time for cultivation. But junior brother, you don't seem to have spent too much time cultivating. Therefore, miscellaneous thoughts arise frequently in your heart. Chengdao hit the nail on the head. Li Fan did not deny it and nodded. If he had to wait tens of thousands of years before he could understand the path to cross the mountains and seas, then before that, Li Fan would definitely have to find a way to try some Kimenzuo arts. It is not necessarily to do it himself. Driving others to test the reality of the road ahead is Li Fan's usual method. Doing it again, used between the mountains and seas. It's just a rehash of old tricks. Perhaps Chengdao has already faintly seen the thoughts in Li Fan's heart. But he didn't say much. Everyone's specific situation is different, and the methods adopted to face difficulties will not be the same. There is no so-called right or wrong in this. As long as you can reach the end, there is no difference. This is the so-called different paths leading to the same goal. However, Chengdao was ultimately afraid that Li Fan would go astray because of being too hasty, and stumble in the final stage before crossing the mountains and seas. After thinking about it, Chengdao finally made up his mind. Previously, I tried to contact Master again. However, it should be as Senior Z said, Master is not within the mountains and seas. He did not reply. This wonderful method was personally passed down by Master. Before leaving, he specifically instructed that it should not be passed on lightly. Hearing this, Li Fan looked at Chengdao's expression and had already guessed what the other party was going to say next. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He quickly and solemnly bowed to Chengdao to thank him. You must know that even with open black lens bracket Shocho's random notes close black lens bracket, Lord Shukyu had never given such solemn instructions. Instead, he casually sealed it in the experimental space within the high wall, leaving it to any destined person. The value of a method that Lord Shukyu was unwilling to personally pass on need not be said. However, junior brother, you are not considered an outsider. One day, after seeing Master and formally entering the sect, Master should also pass it down. It's just that Master is not here now, so I will take the first step to impart the Tao on his behalf. Chengdao first solemnly said this, clarifying the situation. After being silent for a moment, he first gave a salute towards the sky, to Shukyu. Then he looked at Li Fan and asked, Junior brother, have you ever been curious why Master can sit on the mountain and watch the sea, guarding the immortal realm for countless epochs? You must know that when Master was first sent to execute the task of supervising the changes in the mountains and seas, his strength among the immortals was not considered outstanding. Roughly speaking, it was within the scope of a normal, nameless realm. To say something disrespectful, I'm afraid it's not as strong as you and I are at this moment. But why, in the end, can Master ignore the passage of time and the changes in the mountains and seas? Even the immortal emperors of each term have fallen one after another, but Master, he can always calmly sit on the mountain and watch the sea. Chengdao's eyes were bright, staring at Li Fan. To say I had no doubts would be a lie. When I first heard of the Shukyu jottings, besides being shocked by Master's vision and strength, my biggest doubt was about Master's open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. But after thinking about it, there seemed to be no other reasonable explanation. I could only attribute it to Master's immense strength, Li Fan replied. Longevity is the cause, not the effect. It's not because of strength that one achieves longevity, but because of longevity that one becomes strong, Chengdao said solemnly, word by word. Li Fan's heart jolted violently. The word, longevity, had been his long-held obsession. Even the initial reason he embarked on the path of cultivation was to attain longevity and eternal vision, freedom and ease. Hearing Chengdao's words now, it seemed that Shukyu Gong had attained such cultivation precisely because he had obtained the fortune of longevity. Under the shock of his mind, he quickly adopted an attitude of attentive listening. Junior brother, although I am a spirit stone from the mountains and seas, I ultimately cannot achieve open black lens bracket immortality close black lens bracket. Having been by Master's side for too long, even before awakening my own sentience, I had already become covered in cracks due to the erosion of the mountains and seas. I was on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, Chengdao's face revealed a look of reminiscence. Fortunately, throughout the long years, I was the only thing that existed by Master's side. Perhaps it was because I had been there for too long that it had become a habit. In short, Master couldn't bear to see me shatter and disappear into the mountains and seas. So he enlightened me and imparted the wonderful method of open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. Having obtained the art of longevity, my cracks were completely restored. From then on, I had no more worries about the end of my life. An unusual expression appeared in Li Fan's eyes. He had originally thought that Chengdao could survive from the beginning of the immortal realm until now entirely because of his origin as a spirit stone from the mountains and seas. He didn't expect that the fundamental reason would be the longevity method passed down by Shukyu. Junior brother, you must know that this art of longevity is extraordinary. Even in the mountains and seas, it is open black lens bracket unique close black lens bracket. Chengdao's expression was more solemn than ever before. The so-called uniqueness is like a fruit. It may be enjoyed by many, but the total amount always remains the same. It's just that because of the special nature of open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket, even if 10,000 people share it, they will all ultimately achieve longevity. Therefore, Master was willing to pass on this method. Li Fan listened with fascination. But Chengdao's description of open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket stirred something in his heart. He couldn't help but think of open black lens bracket Wanjun close black lens bracket. The transformation between truth and falsehood that Wanjun represents should also be unique in the mountains and seas. Could there be some connection between these two? Before Li Fan could think further, Chengdao had already slowly begun to explain the wonderful art of longevity in detail. Seemingly to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping, he also manifested the anomalies of the mountains and seas while imparting the Tao. The continuous mountains and seas surrounded them, and in the howling wind, the traces of Li Fan and Chengdao were completely concealed. The sound of the wind was constant, but it couldn't drown out Chengdao's precious words. Master received the order to guard Shukyu, and until his lifespan ended, he never left half a step. Even if the Emperor of the Immortal Realm and the entire Immortal Realm had forgotten him, Master never harbored any resentment in his heart. He was dutifully devoted to his post until the very last moment of his life. Until the day his oil ran out and his lamp went out, Master's heart was completely relieved. He gave one last bow towards the location of the Immortal Emperor, and then plunged into the boundless sea. But unexpectedly, his fate changed. Because he actively sought death, he was resurrected from death. In Chungdao's narration, the scene of the bottom of the boundless sea seemed to appear before Li Fan's eyes. The boundless raindrops, each representing the condensation of endless time. In Shukyu Gong's time, the boundless sea was already like this. What does this represent? Li Fan was somewhat puzzled, but soon, a wondrous scene at the bottom of the boundless sea attracted his attention. A piece of cyan green fragment lay quietly in the sea. The raindrops in the boundless sea were attracted to it and surrounded it. Any random drop of seawater could crush Li Fan's mind. At this moment, it howled and formed a huge vortex, but it couldn't even shake the light emitted by the green fragment. 1534. Achieve immortality. According to common sense, with the power displayed by the green fragment in the image, the aging Guardian Chu should absolutely not be able to approach it. It's even questionable whether Guardian Chu could even survive in the infinite sea at that time. But perhaps it was the green fragment's own choice, a destiny predetermined in the dark. In any case, Guardian Chu surprisingly arrived safely beside this fragment. The fragment emitted a great light at the bottom of the infinite sea, temporarily freezing the surrounding turbulent vortex. Guardian Chu was thus able to cross numerous obstacles and touch the green fragment. Afterwards, although the vortex stopped and then resumed, even more violently roaring, it could no longer do anything to Guardian Chu, who was surrounded by vitality. Let the time pass, let the great Tao of the world be born and die, it cannot affect Guardian Chu, who holds open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket, in the slightest. This is true longevity. With this one path, one can cross mountains and seas and be free from worries forever. The white hair and beard became black again, and the aging and decay on his body all disappeared. Guardian Chu, who had returned to his youth, slowly stepped out, walking out of the depths of the infinite sea without any pressure. Wherever he passed, the substantial green light condensed into a road across the mountains and seas. Even if there were tsunamis and terrifying waves, this road to longevity always regarded them as nothing. When Guardian Chu returned from the infinite sea, the endless green light on the road to longevity also collapsed and scattered all over the sky. Many of them were swallowed by the waves and entered the endless possibilities nurtured in the infinite sea, but Guardian Chu didn't care at all. Returning to the edge of the mountains and seas, the familiar place he had guarded for almost most of his life, Guardian Chu sat cross-legged as usual, guarding Chu and watching the sea. As always, while Li Fan was immersed in the scene of that year, Chungdao's voice came slowly from his ear. Master is the true owner of open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. However, he has no intention of taking it for himself, and is willing to share it with me, because of the infinite attribute of longevity. Just like the infinity of mountains and seas, those who obtain longevity can obtain endless lifespan. Even if it is divided among all living beings in the world, what each person obtains is also infinite. The method of ascending to immortality is to connect the mountains and seas. And this wonderful method of longevity is to connect longevity. It says, mountains and seas carry all things, solitary stars occur. Heaven and earth provide resources, longevity prospers. All realms are arranged like chess pieces, all spirits are enlightened. Once there is a connection, the pursuit of the Tao reaches perfection. All thoughts must be answered, what is thought becomes reality. Li Fan held his breath and concentrated his attention like never before, firmly remembering every word Chungdao relayed in his heart, and constantly savoring and appreciating it. On the surface, this does not seem to be just a simple description of magical powers. But it seems like a poem, composed and sung by Guardian Chu when he was guarding Chu by the mountains and seas. The ancient and vicissitudes voice crossed the mountains and seas and penetrated time, falling into Li Fan's ears at this moment. Through the eyes of Guardian Chu, Li Fan seemed to see the changes of time in the boundless mountains and seas. The flow of years in the illusion was like reality. Li Fan could vaguely feel its erosion on himself. But Guardian Chu's song of longevity firmly protected him, allowing Li Fan to avoid the suffering of the passage of time. One movement and one stillness, one destruction and one life, annihilation and eternity. The various differences between them made Li Fan vaguely understand what longevity is. The infinity of the sea. The power of the mountains. And Wanjun, longevity. It seems that these creations at the mountain and sea level each represent a supreme authority unique to themselves. Shangfang Mountain can create true immortals in the world. And the infinite sea can make true immortals' strength leap and gain infinite attributes. My Wanjun, in an instant, it can subvert the mountains and seas and return to the past. When the true is taken as the false is also true. Everything may be like a dream bubble, or it may become true with a single thought. Li Fan couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of his use of open black lens bracket Wanjun close black lens bracket. Every time he understood the changes between true and false, it was like the process of the two sages of Lianshan and Guihai in the past, opening mountains and seas and creating the immortal world. In fact, the principles are the same. They are all opening up a path from nothing. It's just that the destinations reached by the three paths of cultivating immortality, longevity, and Wanjun are different. Li Fan combined his own experiences and pondered the song of longevity left by Guardian Chu. He was pleasantly surprised to find that perhaps the facts were just as he had guessed. There were many similarities between the principles of the three. At this moment, Li Fan entered the Third Avenue again, and after a little thought, he became familiar with it. So, in Chungdao's extremely shocked eyes, a pillar of green light suddenly appeared from Li Fan's body. The vigorous vitality that erupted from it was billions of times greater than the accumulation of nearly 100 years within the high wall. In just a few breaths, it reversed life and death, making the dark star sea, which was originally dead and only covered with vitality in the Xuanwang realm and the primordial immortal realm, no longer dark, but full of light. Any living being who glimpsed this green light could at least have their lifespan increased tenfold. And those who were fortunate enough to absorb the few fragments after the collapse and dispersal of the green light column have already become the so-called species of longevity in the world, living as long as heaven and earth, indestructible through all kalpas. As for Li Fan, on the surface, it was calm. But staring at the Wanjun panel, a monstrous wave had already quietly risen in his heart. The age number, which was originally like a doomsday countdown, has now disappeared. It has only turned into an extremely peculiar green symbol. It looks very much like a missing corner of something, but it has its own complete characteristics. Although this symbol seems to have only a few strokes, Li Fan cannot see it completely. Just the thought of seeing it clearly in his mind made him dizzy. It was as if he had drunk for 3 days and 3 nights, and his stomach and soul were turned upside down. Li Fan was forced to suppress the idea of investigating to the end. However, this discomfort was not the most surprising thing to Li Fan. What really made him think a lot was the unstable, constantly changing state of the green symbol. That's right, this green longevity symbol is not permanently and fixedly displayed on the Wanjun panel. It is only displayed alternately with the original age number. Which one is true, but which one is not true? Could it be that this is because the true owner of open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket is not me, but Guardian Chu? I only touched the threshold of longevity through a path left by Guardian Chu after he walked. Once Guardian Chu chooses to close this path, I will also lose the ability to live forever. It's like the original bone, which once followed me to smuggle back to the anchoring point. Although it also experienced the change between true and false, it was based on my mastery of everything. In the next life, the original bone will be refined into the heavenly pillar. But it did not truly obtain the great power of open black lens bracket Wanjun close black lens bracket. Guardian Chu can freely share open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket with others, but I cannot impart the magical power of true and false to anyone. This seems to indicate that he has completely mastered open black lens bracket the great Tao of longevity close black lens bracket, but I have not truly mastered Wanjun. In an instant, thousands of thoughts flooded Li Fan's mind, completely occupying his mind. So much so that he didn't even have time to fully experience the true taste of longevity. Immediately afterwards, a sense of crisis surged into Li Fan's heart for no reason. The feeling of being watched by the great saint of Jingfen reappeared. This time, although the feeling was a little weaker, the crisis that instinctively surged in his heart was even worse. Li Fan understood in his heart that after he truly came into contact with the great Tao of longevity through the wonderful method left by Guardian Chu, even with the protection of illusion as true, he could not stop the induction of the master of the great Tao of longevity. But perhaps because Guardian Chu himself is not in the mundane world of mountains and seas. Although he sensed Li Fan, this abrupt intruder, Guardian Chu did not descend immediately. But Li Fan had a hunch. Once Guardian Chu returns to the mountains and seas, the first thing he will do is to come to Li Fan and see through him, this person who suddenly proves longevity. It seems that I can't stay in this life for long. Li Fan sighed in his heart. At the beginning of practicing and comprehending this song of longevity, Li Fan already had a hunch. His next actions would surely alarm Guardian Chu. But he still did it. After all, the great Tao of longevity is close at hand. How many people can resist the temptation? What's more, Li Fan has Wanjun as a backup. He has the confidence to experience it once and then immediately slip away. Guardian Chu may return and descend at any time. At this moment, Li Fan is sitting on pins and needles. But he did not choose to leave immediately. Instead, he seized this last time to carefully continue to savor the great Tao of longevity on his body. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, there is nothing surprising. It's just the two words open black lens bracket longevity close black lens bracket. But because it is so simple, it is so sacred. Just like open black lens bracket Wanjun close black lens bracket, between the changes of true and false, everything in the world can be ignored. These simple two words of longevity can also ignore all disasters in the world. Although I do not have the full power of longevity, I still have the confidence to float in the tribulation of Tao annihilation without falling. Not to mention the Lord of Longevity, Guardian Chu. In a sense, Li Fan, who has obtained the creation of longevity, already has the conditions to become a transcendent strongman. It's just that it comes from the gift of others, not from his own practice. Guardian Chu takes back the creation, or closes the path and prevents sharing with others. Then Li Fan will be beaten back to his original form in an instant. Even if he knows that the creation of longevity in his hands is temporary, the current Li Fan is unwilling to let go in a short time. Just like the older people are, the more they fear death. The true owner is more afraid of losing. Holding 10,000 caddies of weight in his hand, he is reluctant to throw it away. Li Fan eagerly seized all the last time to comprehend this great Tao of longevity. He is so indifferent, but Cheng Dao, who taught him the wonderful method, is not so calm anymore. As if all his energy and spirit had been drained, Cheng Dao stared blankly at Li Fan, who suddenly proved the Tao, hesitating to speak several times. He was utterly crestfallen. Even the nourishment of eternal creation couldn't dispel the decay that surged from within him. After a long while, Cheng Dao finally couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, have you achieved enlightenment?" Li Fan nodded slightly. "I must thank senior brother for the guidance. I have indeed gained some insights." The last bit of luck in Cheng Dao's heart was completely shattered. Even with his firm beliefs, he couldn't help but be stunned and lost in thought. He even began to blame himself. "I have walked this path for who knows how many years, yet I have only vaguely seen the shadow of true eternity. I thought that you, junior brother, have been restless recently, likely because you couldn't see the hope of transcendence and were troubled by the worries of life and death. That's why I imparted the Tao to you. But I never expected." Cheng Dao chuckled 3 times. "You, who have just started on this path, have not only surpassed me in an instant but have even reached the end point." He looked blankly towards the outer heavens. "Master, is it your favoritism or my own dullness?" Although in this life, the two of them were playing the roles of true senior and junior brothers, Cheng Dao's actions had left a very good impression on Li Fan. Seeing his confusion at this moment, Li Fan, while comprehending the great Tao of eternal life, didn't forget to comfort him. "Senior brother, there's no need to be discouraged. In my opinion, walking this path too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. I don't know why, but I have an extremely good affinity with this path. It's not about taking one step at a time but rather a direct leap from the starting point to the end point. It's fast, but it doesn't leave any marks of my own. If one day, Master cuts off the path, I will instantly fall from the top. I'm afraid not even a trace of eternal creation will be left. But senior brother, you are different. Firstly, you cultivate the open black lens bracket way of inheritance close black lens bracket. Imitating step by step coincides perfectly with your Tao path. Secondly, this path is one that you have slowly walked through over countless years, filled with your footprints. Even if one day, Master truly cuts off the path, you can still retain some of the power of eternal creation to a certain extent by relying on the footprints you left behind. Not to mention existing with the mountains and seas, but it won't be difficult to rival transcendence." Li Fan slowly advised. At this moment, it was as if their roles had been reversed. Li Fan was the senior brother who had been enlightened for a long time, while Cheng Dao was the junior brother who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Cheng Dao pondered for a long time before realizing that Li Fan's words were true. He immediately felt much better. However, the depression in his heart couldn't be dispelled in a short time. He couldn't help but mock himself. In my opinion, you, junior brother, are the true disciple guarding the ancestral tomb. As for me, I'm just a lucky pebble by the mountains and seas. Li Fan smiled wryly and didn't respond. Although he was envious, Cheng Dao didn't feel any jealousy in his heart. After a few days, after adjusting his mentality, the atmosphere of communication between the two returned to the way it had been in the past. It's just that now, the one who often gave guidance had switched to Li Fan. And the listener had become Cheng Dao. Cheng Dao didn't feel ashamed or displeased because of this. With Li Fan, a pioneer and endpoint achiever, giving him face-to-face teachings, his understanding of eternal creation was also progressing rapidly. Moreover, the depth of his foundation was far beyond what Li Fan could match. Li Fan wasn't deluded by his astonishing performance of attaining the Tao in one fell swoop. He understood in his heart that his enlightenment was definitely inseparable from Huan Zhen. Either he's giving Huan Zhen some face, or he sensed the abnormality of me being the Lord of Huan Zhen and deliberately let me pass to leave a mark. Regardless of the reason, my current situation is very dangerous. Li Fan also slightly looked towards the outer heavens. 1535. The body is one with the mountains and seas. Although that feeling of being watched had disappeared, a faint unease would still occasionally prick at his heart. Mastering the great Tao of the mountains and seas isn't really that related to actual combat power. Take me, for example. Even though I possess the supreme treasure returning to truth before I've completely grasped the transformations between truth and falsehood, my strength is still inferior to a transcendent true immortal. Although Lord Shukyu controls longevity, he hasn't reached the point where he can rival the mountains and seas. Judging from the attitude Ziyi revealed in her words, their strengths should be roughly equivalent. Li Fan pondered, looking at the Shuoxing Sea, high wall starry sky, which was vastly different from what it had been 100 years ago. In the end, he still chose not to take the risk. After comprehending and experimenting with the great Tao of longevity a bit more, I can use returning to truth. I've gained too much in this life, and I've already faintly touched a bottleneck. I still need to carefully plan how to proceed next. Thanks to the benefits of returning to truth, Li Fan was already standing at the end of the great Tao of longevity. However, in the next life, Li Fan didn't plan to inherit the cultivation of this life. Anchoring to year 1, he didn't know where Lord Shukyu was, or whether he was within the mortal world of the mountains and seas. If he were to detect Li Fan, an abrupt guest on the great Tao of longevity, suddenly descending. With returning to truth still cooling down, Li Fan was no different from a turtle in a jar. The cultivation connections created out of thin air by returning to truth are naturally beyond the detection of Faceless Immortal, Archmage, and the others. But it's hard to say for Lord Shukyu, who also controls the great Tao of the mountains and seas. There's no need to take this risk. In any case, the fundamental improvements in my strength in this life are mostly reflected in my comprehension of the great Tao. Even if I return to the starting point of a half-immortal, I can quickly recover my combat power. Even though he had decided not to inherit his cultivation, Li Fan still wanted to comprehend the great Tao of longevity in the remaining time. Returning to the starting point of comprehending longevity, he would retrace his steps, savoring it carefully. This was because Li Fan was paving the way for the next life. After activating returning to truth and returning to year 1, if he chose not to inherit his cultivation, it would be equivalent to severing Li Fan's connection with the great Tao of longevity. But Li Fan might be able to rely on the imprint left in this life to forge his own path to longevity. It wasn't the mountain and sea Tao of Lord Shukyu, and Li Fan didn't intend to seek a shortcut to heaven. As long as he could be stained with a bit of the nature of longevity, it would be enough. Lord Shocho's path to longevity is enough to ignore the annihilation tribulation. And my path to longevity only seeks to cross the mountains and seas. Of course, this is just the first step I've taken. In the future, I may be able to integrate the transformations between truth and falsehood. After learning about the inexplicable connections between mountain, sea, star, mountain and sea, longevity, and returning to truth, Li Fan had once imagined what would happen if he possessed all of these divine powers. Ascending to the realm of true immortal, the power of the mountains and seas added to my body. Comprehending the transformations between truth and falsehood, wielding the supreme power of returning to truth. If, at the same time, I were to embark on the path of longevity. The current Li Fan, in a way, was already a combination of the three. It's just that each one had a lot of fluff. In reality, he was still in the realm of a half-immortal, relying entirely on his clone to connect to the mountains and seas. He had only grasped the superficial aspects of the transformations between truth and falsehood. The great Tao of longevity was also just a fleeting glimpse, incomprehensible. But even so, Li Fan could still clearly perceive certain indescribable changes happening to him. The most concrete example was the projection pearl of the epic. Before comprehending the great Tao of longevity, even with the help of the comprehension of all the beings in the starry sea, analyzing it was, if not difficult, at least required some effort. But now, looking at it, he understood it. Knowing it, he comprehended it. It was as if he had seen these countless divine powers within the realm of possibilities countless times, and had used them countless times. Now, it was just reliving the past. There was no need to deduce it again, but only to recall it. Moreover, this process of his body actively conforming to the great Taos of the heavens was becoming increasingly rapid. So much so that later on, there was no need to rely on the starry sea's creatures to help him comprehend. With a single glance, Li Fan could clearly see the direction and specific situation of each line in the projection pearl of the epic, which resembled countless fine threads intertwined together. Even extracting silk from a cocoon, reflecting it like a clear mirror, was commonplace. What is talent? This was it. It even made Li Fan himself feel a little scared. He didn't feel happy about this change in his body, but only felt that he was gradually being swallowed by the mountains and seas. Taking advantage of Chengdao's inattention, Li Fan even drew in some of the power of annihilation from the edge of the starry sea to test it. Although he hadn't truly set foot in it, standing near the tide of annihilation, the deadly sense of crisis that Li Fan had felt in the past was no longer present. If the feeling in the past was like standing on the edge of a bottomless abyss, where a slight mistake would result in being crushed to pieces, then now it was like standing on the edge of an endless lake. Even if he accidentally fell into the lake, he could barely paddle and barely return to shore. As long as he didn't court death and go deep into the center of the lake, there would be no danger to his life. Even, as time goes by, my swimming skills are getting better and better. Even if I do nothing, as long as I live on like this, one day, I will be able to use myself as a boat to cross the mountains and seas. If an ordinary person obtained such a great fortune, they would have been overjoyed long ago. But in Li Fan's heart, there was only endless unease. The most bizarre thing was that returning to truth seemed to be completely unaware of the changes happening in Li Fan's body. It even seemed to be happy to see these changes happen. So it had remained silent. Only once, it had revealed a slight difference. As if wanting to say something but stopping. This made Li Fan feel even more uneasy. Carefully pondering returning to truth's intentions, Li Fan realized that even returning to truth had not seen the many changes that would occur after these three were integrated. Therefore, it was curiously observing. As time passed, Li Fan's feeling of being swallowed became even stronger. Images began to appear in his mind for no reason. Li Fan was certain that these were definitely not from his own memories. But like all sorts of things that had happened in the mortal world of the mountains and seas. The outward manifestation was that Li Fan's body began to assimilate with the surrounding world. The most obvious thing was that Chengdao was intentionally or unintentionally forgetting Li Fan. Not long ago, he would often come to Li Fan to discuss his understanding of the great Tao of longevity. But slowly, he seemed to have forgotten that he had such a junior brother. Whenever he instinctively wanted to act, he would just feel a sense of confusion, unable to remember what he was planning to do next. Only when Li Fan appeared in front of him, after barely recognizing him, would he recall it. But Chengdao himself didn't find it strange. If Chengdao was like this, the other living beings were even worse. As the creator of the primordial immortal world, the current heavenly emperor and the heavenly marks in this world had all forgotten about Li Fan. Even the connection between the primordial immortal world and Li Fan had been severed. It was as if the primordial immortal world was born innately. It had nothing to do with Li Fan. As the various traces of Li Fan in the mortal world slowly disappeared, he became increasingly integrated into the mountain and sea world. No longer limited to the original possibility. Li Fan looked up at the sky. The originally dense sky seemed to have been split into countless tiny cracks at some point. From these cracks, one could vaguely see the boundless, continuous scenery of the mountains and seas. And Li Fan, as long as he was willing, could step into the mountains and seas at any time. The opportunity for transcendence was right before his eyes. A surge of longing instinctively arose in Li Fan's heart. But the repeated warnings from his spiritual intuition made him hesitate to take this final step. I can't stay here any longer. In a moment of clarity, Li Fan thought to himself. The illusion brought about by being devoured by the mountains and seas almost made Li Fan misjudge the passage of time. Clearly, in his memory, only a few days had passed since he accepted Cheng Dao's guidance and comprehended the great Tao of longevity. But before Li Fan finally decided to return to reality, he checked the situation in the Shuo Star Sea and was shocked to discover that 10 years had passed in the world. Li Fan shook his head, trying to dispel the sense of dislocation brought about by the mountains and seas devouring. After calming down, Li Fan silently recited, "Return to reality." The mortal world seemed to fall into stillness. Li Fan waited for the darkness to engulf him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. However, that familiar darkness did not descend. As if someone had poured a basin of icy water on him in winter, Li Fan recited again, "Return to reality. Return to reality. Return to reality." However, return to reality seemed to have become ineffective. Or perhaps it had left him. There was not even the slightest reaction. Immense fear arose in Li Fan's heart, 100 or 1,000 times greater than being devoured by the mountains and seas. His face gradually distorted, and Li Fan roared again and again. Not just in his mind, but roaring angrily in reality. But he seemed to be forgotten by the mortal world, and nothing, no object, responded to him in any way. In despair, a surge of ferocity arose in his heart. Li Fan used his supernatural powers, trying to destroy the star sea to vent his anger. But not only his spells, but even his divine sense and physical body, could no longer have any contact with reality. Disappearing from the mortal world, merging into the mountains and seas. Li Fan did not feel that his body was becoming transparent or fading. But he was slowly disappearing from the world. The cracks in the sky were increasing. The next step seemed to be involuntarily sucked in, heading to the mountains and seas. Could this be my final fate? When no matter what he did, he could not reverse his ultimate destiny, Li Fan instead calmed down. In his heart, he vaguely felt that something was not quite right. But he couldn't explain where the strangeness lay. Until half of his body had entered the cracks. Li Fan truly witnessed the magnificent mountains and seas beyond the mortal world, and he suddenly woke up. Had return to reality really left him? If he had lost return to reality, how could the great Tao of longevity and the great Tao of mountains and seas alone maintain this state of being devoured by the mountains and seas? He would have broken free long ago. Only with the fusion of the 3 Taos could he so naturally integrate into the mountains and seas. Others, even those who had transcended, or even the 3 saints, could not achieve this. Simple logical reasoning made Li Fan suddenly realize. I haven't lost return to reality. As if he had found the last straw, Li Fan's eyes, which were originally calm, indifferent, and without any fluctuations, suddenly burst out with a burst of hopeful light. Judging from Return to Reality's performance in the infinite seabed before, and the fact that he actively taught me the illusion as reality dharma, he definitely doesn't want me to be discovered by the mountains and seas now. If the previous fusion of the 3 Taos, the state of integration, was just because Return to Reality was curious, then there is no reason why he would be indifferent now that I am about to be completely devoured by the mountains and seas. Li Fan's thoughts turned faster and faster. The blurred sense of the passage of time also returned to normal in his thoughts. So, it's not that Return to Reality is not responding to me. But, the connection between me and him has been severed. Or, he didn't hear my Return to Reality command. Understanding surged into Li Fan's heart. As long as Return to Reality is still there, then everything can be saved. If calling doesn't work, then kick the door down. Li Fan had completely entered the mountain and sea cracks. The light from the original possibility was disappearing as the cracks closed. After entering the mountains and seas, Li Fan felt that his process of being devoured had slowed down. But at the same time, countless images and lights in his mind, like a rising storm, became more and more intense. It seemed that in the next moment, these illusory lights and shadows would materialize. Truly evolving from the mountains and seas. The infinite seabed, the summit above. Even the other side of the mountains and seas. And beyond the mountains and seas of the mortal world. It seemed that they had all noticed the changes in Li Fan's location. The mountains and seas roared and roared. Perhaps in the next moment, Li Fan would be exposed to all living beings in the mountains and seas. But the more desperate the situation, the more calm Li Fan's heart became. And he quickly found the only way to save himself. Self-destruction. The energy accumulated in his body through cultivation, and even Li Fan's divine soul will, were ignited in an instant. And then, without reservation, it exploded. The foundation of immortality, the great Tao of longevity. At this moment, they all turned into fuel for endless light. Li Fan had never realized before that his body contained such a huge amount of energy. After being ignited in an instant, it could even isolate the annihilation of the Tao and burn mountains and fill seas. The first to be affected was the original possibility that the cracks had not yet fully closed. The infinite light, like a great sun, illuminated the originally dim starry sky. The Shuo star sea, the primordial immortal realm. Even the high wall, the Tao net. All of this melted away like ice and snow in the fiery light. Only a few people in the entire original possibility were struggling to support themselves. And starting from the original possibility, it seemed that a raging mountain fire had been ignited. And it began to spread rapidly at the speed of sight transfer. Wherever Li Fan saw, it had already been swallowed by the light. The Tao Tian fire, the Kai Lai flames, blocked the outside view. Being in the endless light, Li Fan had a moment to catch his breath. A final, strong moment of brilliance before death. According to Li Fan's observation, the possibilities that were burned did not truly disappear, but instead turned into illusions and returned to the mountains and seas. Li Fan could even synchronously sense the images echoing in his mind. Mountains and seas, the mortal world. What is the relationship between them? And beyond the mountains and seas. After being extremely powerful, it suddenly collapsed. Li Fan's thoughts were cut off, and he could no longer think at all. In the end, I couldn't wake up, return to reality. This was Li Fan's last thought before losing consciousness. 1536. Falling into the mortal world. After losing consciousness, the concept of time becomes irrelevant. Even if billions of years pass, or even longer, for the person involved, it's only the difference between before and after waking up. Li Fan was awakened by the constantly flashing light symbols in front of him. It was as if he had been urged for a long time, and the light symbols kept flashing. Although the frequency of each flash remained consistent, Li Fan instinctively discerned a sense of urgency from it. This emotion even infected Li Fan, causing him to be forced to make a decision even though his mind was still blank. Li Fan stared at the light symbols, and after a long time, he finally understood the meaning they conveyed. Open black lens bracket simulation complete close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. You can choose one of the following options to retain. Close black lens bracket. 1. An item you possessed in this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm in this simulation. 3. The simulation memory of a person closely related to you in this simulation. This memory can be inherited by that person. 4. Abandon the above choices and speed up the charging progress. Close black lens bracket. Simulation. Retain. Familiar yet unfamiliar words seemed to awaken some of Li Fan's past memories. But just as he was about to recall something, Li Fan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Countless images, as if finding an outlet, surged up and instantly submerged Li Fan. His real memories disappeared into the vast sea. Li Fan let out a scream, and fainted again. Don't worry, it's just wind evil entering the brain. Drinking this talisman water will surely keep him safe and turn danger into safety. But if you want to completely cure the symptoms, you need to take it continuously. Shuan, you need to know that many people in the village are waiting for this talisman water to save their lives. Although our relationship was good when we were young, providing you with 1 or 2 bowls for free is already the limit of my benevolence. Next, if you still want this talisman water, it depends on your sincerity. Xiaoyu, Master Li Wu, don't worry, even if I have to sell everything, I will save Fener. In a daze, 2 chattering female voices occasionally sounded in Li Fan's ears. Then Li Fan felt that he was forcibly guansha a unique and turbid liquid. It was as if it had been brewing in a stinky ditch for more than 10 years. As the liquid entered his stomach, the feeling of nausea and retching went straight to the top of his head. Li Fan suddenly turned over and vomited. Shuan, you see, I said this talisman water is effective. You need to drink a few more bowls in time to recover. Fener, a woman, regardless of the dirt that Li Fan vomited out, rushed forward with extreme surprise to check on Li Fan's condition. Li Fan, who had just woken up, had a chaotic mind and couldn't sort anything out. He only focused on the mysterious and somewhat sharp voice that wanted to force him to drink a few more bowls of that turbid liquid. As if sensing the extremely pungent smell again, Li Fan felt an inexplicable burst of anger in his heart. Pretending to be a ghost. The voice was hoarse, cold and cruel. The two women in the house were immediately startled. The hut was silent. Li Fan subconsciously reached out his hand towards the witch and waved it in the air. But as soon as he raised his hand, he felt a burst of weakness. His stomach churned, and he couldn't help but vomit again. Shuan, I see, your nephew's delusion is probably a bit serious. He needs to drink a few more bowls. Yes, yes, yes. You dare. Li Fan was furious when he heard this. But this body was truly weak to the extreme. Even if he struggled with all his might, he was easily suppressed by the two peasant women. He had no choice but to drink bowl after bowl of talisman water in humiliation. A month later, at the dinner table, Li Fan was eating slowly. The food was not very rich, green vegetables and tofu, a bowl of fish soup, that was all. Although most of the family's fields have been sold, your body is slowly getting better, isn't it? I asked Qian Shokai in the village, you were invaded by wind evil when you were sick, which led to all kinds of hallucinations. As long as you read more books of sages, the righteousness in your heart will arise spontaneously. The hallucinations will gradually disappear next. Li Fan listened to the woman's nagging beside him, nodding in agreement from time to time. At the same time, he was sorting out all kinds of phantoms in his mind. After eating, Li Fan went out for a walk and exercise as usual. He turned a blind eye to the people who greeted him. After walking for a while, he finally came to a quiet and deserted place. Li Fan then carefully looked at the rapidly jumping light symbols in front of him. Simulation, inheritance. What does this mean? During this period of time, whenever he looked at the constantly jumping text in front of him, Li Fan seemed to be able to feel the urgency in it. Even on several quiet nights, he lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. He wanted to just choose one at random. However, his inherently cautious personality still prevented him from making a decision easily. Li Fan had a premonition in his heart. No matter which option he chose, he was afraid that he would not be greeted with good results. Li Fan felt a slight headache, so he simply put it aside for the time being and didn't think about it. Instead, he continued to sort out the many chaotic memories in his mind. Are these phantoms real or fake? A month had passed, and Li Fan still couldn't figure out this question. The images in his memory came from different people, different times, and even different worlds. Strange and bizarre, in thousands of forms. There were first-person experiences, as well as third-person observations. There were even macroscopic overviews from the sky. It was really hard to tell the truth from the false. Perhaps, these are all real. All the things I have experienced in the so-called open black lens bracket simulation close black lens bracket. Li Fan closed his eyes and forcibly suppressed the endless phantoms and distracting thoughts. He couldn't help but think so. If these are all my memories, then no matter what, I can't be as weak as I am today. So, something must have happened during the simulation. Cultivation. Li Fan couldn't help but stare at the second option given in the character reminder again. These days, Li Fan had also inquired about it openly and secretly. Combining the countless phantoms in his mind, Li Fan was sure that only true cultivators had anything to do with the words open black lens bracket cultivation close black lens bracket. No matter what I experienced in the simulation, and what realm I cultivated to, it must be better than it is now. Looking at it this way, it seems that there is no problem in choosing this one to inherit. Flying into the sky, escaping into the earth, immortality. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt an instinctive palpitation in his heart. It represented both instinctive yearning and a seemingly inexplicable fear. But since he hadn't made a decision for so long, Li Fan wouldn't change his mind in a moment. He compared the option of inheriting cultivation with the other ones one by one. If it's just an item, it seems useless to change the current predicament. Moreover, with my current extremely weak body, I can't even hold chopsticks properly. Even if I get a treasure of the Immortals, I probably won't be able to use it. Li Fan shook his head secretly. Choose a close person to inherit the memory. Li Fan pondered for a long time. The person closest to me, if they inherited the memories from the simulation, seeing me in such a predicament, they should step forward to help. As his attention focused on this option, dozens of different figures appeared in Li Fan's mind. Li Fan scanned them one by one. When he paused on an old man with white hair, the feeling of comfort that instinctively arose in his heart was the strongest. As for the others, they don't seem like good people. Could it be that in the simulation, I would actually associate with these people? Li Fan felt a little incredulous. He stared at the old man's image for a long time. Li Fan then turned to look at the last option T-Shi, accelerate the charging speed. Based on his speculation during this period, Li Fan roughly guessed that charging should be a necessary condition for initiating the simulation. In other words, I can conduct another simulation. In reality, Li Fan slowly opened his eyes. He had been in this quiet place outside the village for a long time. The sky was getting dark, and Li Fan hurried back. For the next period of time, he pretended that everything was as before. Once his body recovered, he read books day and night without stopping. In reality, he was patiently waiting for the so-called charging to be completed. Finally, on this day, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. The so-called simulation could be activated again. Silently chanting in his heart, Li Fan once again fell into darkness. When he woke up again and looked around, he was immediately stunned. It was still that familiar room. Everything seemed to be the same. Could it be that everything really was just my imagination? Li Fan's mind trembled, and the disappointment in his heart was beyond words. But soon, he noticed the subtle differences between the house he was in and the one he knew so well. I clearly used more than half of this ink. Moreover, Li Fan's heart stirred, and he quickly flipped through the books and papers on his desk. That's right, it seems that I have returned to more than a month ago. In order to verify his guess, Li Fan hurriedly ran out to find his aunt. Sure enough, she looked significantly younger. The gray hair on her head had actually lessened by more than half. So this is the so-called simulation. After being extremely excited, Li Fan quickly calmed down again. Obviously, this body was already accustomed to it. Returning to the past, having the ability to foresee. Although the world is vast, I can go anywhere. However, I must be careful and cautious. The thing that seriously injured me in the simulation. An indescribable aura surged from the young Li Fan. Although he had the face of a naive scholar, he possessed an unfathomable power. 20 years later, congratulations to the Grand Tutor. In the Grand Tutor's mansion, Li Fan looked at the officials of the Great Zan dynasty and raised his glass with a smile. Facing the flattery of the important officials of the court, his thoughts drifted elsewhere. What exactly is cultivation like? In 20 years, he rose from an insignificant scholar. With a shake of his body, he became the Grand Tutor, holding power over the court. But he never forgot that he was only in a simulation. Nor did he forget his purpose. To pursue the truth of his lost memories. Over the years, I have been sorting things out day and night, and I have finally figured out some of the ways. However, without the spiritual energy of immortals, even if I have many plans, I have no way to implement them. Li Fan sighed in his heart. After 3 rounds of wine and the guests dispersed, Li Fan returned to his bedroom and quietly looked at himself in the mirror. He touched his dense beard and then took off his disguise. Compared to 20 years ago, there is no change at all. Hey, even this body. Li Fan stretched and moved his body. 20 years had passed, but not only did he not feel old, he even felt that as time passed, the accumulation of time made this body even younger and more vibrant. It should be known that he had not yet officially embarked on the path of cultivation. As expected, I am no ordinary person. In order to hide his secret of immortality, although Li Fan had wives and concubines, he rarely slept with them. He only used the excuse of being busy with state affairs. Even every few years, his bed partner would die suddenly from illness. Originally, people in the court used this as a point to spread many rumors. However, after he personally killed the late emperor and supported the young crown prince to succeed to the throne, there was no more discussion in the world. Li Fan became the Grand Tutor, not because he coveted power, but in order to find a way to leave this world. Although his body had the supernatural power of immortality, in other aspects, it was no different from ordinary people. It was somewhat difficult to set foot in the world and find the path of cultivation on his own. However, after becoming the Grand Tutor, he specially established a secret organization to carry out the act of seeking immortals. It will be much more convenient to act in the future. 10 years later, the young emperor gradually grew up, unwilling to be controlled by Li Fan as a puppet, secretly raising dead soldiers and conspiring with court officials. He wanted to kill Li Fan and regain power. The plan went very smoothly. Li Fan, without any awareness, stepped into the trap set by the emperor alone. The little emperor looked at Li Fan, who was surrounded by dozens of dead soldiers, and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Grand Tutor, back then you used the name of teaching me to read and whipped me. How could you know that there would be today? However, under this desperate situation, Li Fan's expression did not change in the slightest from beginning to end. Today, what about today? Instead, he asked with a smile. You're still stubborn even when you're about to die. The little emperor sneered and waved his hand. Then the dead soldiers, holding sharp weapons, swarmed up. However, what happened next was far beyond his expectations. When weapons struck his body, only the sound of metal clashing was heard. They could not pierce him at all. And the seemingly weak Grand Tutor, with every punch he threw, could send the strong men he had personally selected flying, their flesh and blood exploding directly. The original trap of encirclement and killing turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. When Li Fan, covered in blood, walked to the little emperor's side. The little emperor was already frightened silly. Li Fan looked at the clothes covered in blood and frowned slightly. Without magical powers, I can only rely on my mortal body, which is inconvenient. However, I don't feel much discomfort from such heavy bloodiness. It seems that what I experienced in the previous simulation. Grand Tutor, spare my life. The little emperor wailed and cried. Li Fan just snorted coldly and kicked him to death. If one emperor dies, there will be another emperor. In the world, only the Grand Tutor remains eternally unchanged. Time passed, and the Great Zan dynasty changed several times. The world was accustomed to this frequent change of dynasties. On this day, the Grand Tutor celebrated his 70th birthday. Officials from all over the country traveled thousands of miles to Beijing to congratulate him. Virtuous people gathered at the Grand Tutor's mansion. Dao Xuanzi, don't push people too far. A violent shout suddenly resounded above Xuanjing. 1537. Immortal body. Two figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, halting above Xuanjing city. The entire court of civil and military officials paled, and many cried out, "Immortal Master!" and were about to kneel on the spot. Only Li Fan's expression remained unchanged as he coldly snorted, "What's the panic?" Having held sway over the court for decades, Grand Preceptor Li Fan's word was law, and his inviolable authority had long been etched into the hearts of officials both high and low. At this moment, his words forcefully suppressed the instinctive fear of immortals in everyone's hearts, allowing them to temporarily calm down. However, as they gazed at the two immortal figures overhead, fear still remained etched on their faces. Within Xuanjing City, the mortals were as silent as cicadas in winter. The dialogue between the two cultivators continued. "Ko Hong, do you think that by escaping to this land forsaken by immortals, I would let you go? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day, or I will fight you to the death." What a joke! It was precisely because I lacked a core formation method that I was trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly a century. I am nearing the end of my lifespan and about to turn into dust. Now that I have obtained this core formation method, how could I possibly hand it over to someone else? This conversation seems somewhat familiar. It seems this isn't the first time I've experienced this. Accompanied by Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi's booming, thunderous exchange, Li Fan's mind was suddenly struck by a sharp pain. Then, numerous images rapidly surged forth. Not good. Recalling the upheaval caused by these two people's battle, which would turn the entire Xuanjing city into ruins, Li Fan's heart instantly tightened. And indeed, the unfolding reality was exactly the same as what had happened in his memory. "Ko Hong, what do you intend to do?" "Only seeking a glimmer of life." Accompanied by Ko Hong's maniacal laughter, a massive crimson flood dragon slowly descended. The scorching flames seemed intent on incinerating everything in the vicinity. Witnessing this scene, all the mortals in Xuanjing City revealed expressions of fear and despair. Except for Li Fan, his heart remained utterly calm. Even as Li Fan sensed the crimson flames high above, a strange feeling welled up within him. Is this the spiritual energy needed for cultivation? Li Fan attempted to sense it more thoroughly. The flow of time seemed to slow down to an extreme degree. Li Fan could see with perfect clarity that the massive ball of flame seemed to directly congeal in midair, frozen in place. What Li Fan found somewhat surprising was that this so-called immortal spiritual energy was not so difficult to comprehend. In fact, it was somewhat shallow, and obedient. It seemed that as long as he moved his mind, he could easily control them. So Li Fan tried to guide the violent, scorching spiritual energy in the sky into his body. It was as natural and smooth as water flowing into a canal. The vast energy capable of incinerating Xuanjing disappeared without a trace after entering Li Fan's body, like a river flowing into a deep abyss. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. If Li Fan hadn't sensed the subtle changes occurring in his body, he might have thought he had failed to draw qi into his body. The original flame attribute of the spiritual energy has also disappeared. It seems to have returned to its original purity. Is this also the effect of my current body? The change in the arena happened so suddenly. Ko Hong's ferocious expression was still plastered on his face. But his ultimate move, Dao Art, Fire Dragon's roar inexplicably began to slowly disappear, and Ko Hong gradually became bewildered. You actually used poison? Ko Hong first attributed this change to his good brother, asking with anger and disbelief. What? Dao Xuanzi didn't understand Ko Hong's train of thought for a moment, and was somewhat at a loss. The two were about to argue when a cold, supremely dignified voice suddenly rang out from below. Presumptuous! Get down here! Suddenly, a burst of immense force struck, as if countless hands were dragging them downward. Caught off guard, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi lost their ability to float and fell directly to the ground from the sky. Boom! Two large craters were smashed into the brick streets of Xuanjing City. Xuanjing City was instantly silent. Who in the city wouldn't recognize that voice just now? Before they could even rejoice in their narrow escape, everyone in Xuanjing City was in a state of indescribable shock. In the Grand Preceptor's mansion, the entire court of civil and military officials, high and low, were like ghosts and gods. Their eyes were focused on Li Fan. But one person reacted the fastest. Grand Preceptor is wise and mighty, immortals bow their heads. With the Grand Preceptor here, it is truly the fortune of our great Zan. As he spoke, he bowed his head. When the other officials heard this, they immediately reacted. Regardless of what they thought in their hearts, at this moment they all echoed his words and kowtowed. Li Fan ignored these people. He slowly walked to the place where the two cultivators had fallen. When he took the first step, there were still traces of spiritual energy remaining in Xuanjing City. But by the time Li Fan walked to the side of the somewhat disheveled Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, all the spiritual energy had already been devoured by Li Fan. How is there so little? Li Fan was somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Then he looked at these suddenly intruding cultivators. At this moment, these two, immortal masters, were already surrounded by the Xuanjing guards of Xuanjing City. Although they had a natural fear of the legendary immortal masters, they were still dutifully holding their spears, pointing at the enemies. When Li Fan came, without needing to be told, they all moved aside to make way. After trying all methods and being unable to escape the suppression of the immense force on his body, Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong felt somewhat despairing in their hearts. This land forsaken by immortals is truly extremely dangerous, a wave of regret couldn't help but surge into their hearts. Just then, Li Fan came to them. Although there seemed to be no fluctuations of spiritual energy on his body, the substantial power emanating from him caused the two cultivators to tremble uncontrollably. Where did you two come from? Getting closer, Li Fan could sense the spiritual power contained within the other party's body more clearly. However, he did not rush to attack, suppressing the stirring in his heart, and asked in a cold voice. Reporting, Senior. We too came from the Xuanwang realm, from the Kongyan Heavenly Mountain. We strayed into this place, and have offended you greatly. Please forgive us, Dao Xuanzi said, sweating profusely, stuttering. After a series of questions and answers, Li Fan roughly understood the situation of the Great Zan's small world in the Xuanwang realm. At the same time, every time Dao Xuanzi said a word, a large number of corresponding images appeared in Li Fan's mind. The immortal severing formation that sealed the Great Zan's small world, the Eastern Ruins Abyss, and the tomb of Yi Yin, a disciple of the Tian sect, the transformation stone and the Tian boat hidden in the tomb. There was also the stumbling steel in Qian Hong's tomb. What surprised Li Fan even more was that when he heard the words Kongyan, an image suddenly appeared before his eyes, a crimson figure standing above the firmament, holding a void fire, burning the vast sea. Could it be that I was seriously injured and lost my memory because of this kind of calamity? Li Fan carefully savored his instinctive emotions when the image appeared. That's not right. Was I so strong before? I was actually able to ignore this kind of calamity. Discovering this, Li Fan not only didn't feel happy, but became somewhat worried. The further he had gone before losing his memory, the more difficult the crisis that had seriously injured him would be to deal with. I still need to proceed step by step, with utmost caution. I'll borrow your spiritual energy for a moment. When the questioning was almost over, Li Fan stretched out his hands and made a grasping motion towards Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Next, something that horrified the Ko Hong brothers happened. A hole seemed to appear in their bodies. All of their spiritual power uncontrollably poured into this hole. In just a few breaths, the two had been completely emptied. They had lost all the spiritual power in their bodies, and were no different from ordinary people. But strangely, according to common sense, ordinary cultivators would suffer backlash after losing all their spiritual power. Even if they didn't die on the spot, they would inevitably be seriously injured. However, the two of them not only didn't feel any injury or weakness, but were even more energetic than ever before. It was as if they had broken through several major realms in a row. The two even shockingly discovered that their foundation establishment treasures were affected by this vitality. They inexplicably began to crystallize, as if there were signs of sublimation and transformation. What exactly is going on? The hearts of the brothers were filled with shock and confusion. But they both tacitly put away all the thoughts in their hearts. Although the two of them were a little reckless, they were definitely not stupid. Based on the abilities displayed by the old man in front of them, he was at least a nascent soul stage powerhouse. But, after the nascent soul stage, a cave heaven is formed within the body. How could he lack spiritual power? Could it be, before the great calamity, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi looked at each other, thinking they had found the truth of the matter? If Senior has any requests, please feel free to order us. We will die 1,000 times without hesitation, Ko Hong said in a muffled voice. Li Fan just waved his hand, and the Xuanjing guards swarmed forward, capturing the two who had no power to resist and throwing them into the dungeon. They were heavily guarded. Li Fan didn't return to the mansion, but just sat above the dungeon. At the moment when he had just absorbed all the spiritual power in the two people's bodies, a killing intent had stirred in Li Fan's heart. However, after vaguely sensing that these two people seemed to have other uses, he changed his mind. Li Fan was sitting upright at this moment, following the feeling just now to recall. Eternal remains. Only I am the boat, method of crossing. When these scattered words appeared in his mind one after another, countless magnificent figures suddenly broke in together. PFF'd. Li Fan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his brain felt as if it had been continuously hammered countless times with a heavy hammer, and he was dizzy and unsteady. It wasn't an illusion, but his brain had really suffered a serious injury. Besides the bright red blood, there was also a considerable amount of viscous white matter spurting from his orifices. In an instant, Li Fan's entire body was soaked in blood. Under normal circumstances, let alone a mortal, even a cultivator would have died on the spot after suffering such severe injuries. But after forcibly severing the memories, Li Fan instantly recovered from his near-death state. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of weakness. He reached out and wiped the blood from his face, as if it wasn't his own. With a thought, the blood all over his body transformed into strands of green light, returning to his body. Not only did he recover completely, but Li Fan also vaguely felt that he had activated more of the life force within his body due to his brush with death. As a result, he had become even stronger. The vitality of this body is a bit too strong. But it's still a good thing after all. Thinking of the Xuanwang realm outside the Great Zan small world, Li Fan vaguely had an idea. Half a day later, a body completely identical to Li Fan appeared. This wasn't some kind of clone technique. Rather, Li Fan relied on his own strong vitality to forcibly create another set of limbs, torso, and even a head. Then, he reassembled them into a person. Strictly speaking, this body was just a part of Li Fan. After adapting slightly, he became accustomed to the perspective of two beings existing simultaneously. Li Fan looked at the other him, and even as the originator of this masterpiece, he felt slightly incredulous. Let him scout the way first. If he encounters danger, he can always sacrifice a limb to survive. 7 days later, Li Fan led Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, flying out of Xuanjing City. Heading straight for the eastern void abyss. He didn't ask Ko Hong and the others how to fly. After guiding Qi into his body, Li Fan's body naturally recalled how to do it. Even carrying two burdens, he didn't feel the slightest bit of strain. In a short while, they had already arrived outside the void abyss. Senior, ahead is the Immortal Severance formation that seals off the mortal small world. It's full of dangers, and we are Before Ko Hong could finish speaking, he saw Li Fan frown slightly after observing for a moment. Then, he led them straight down. The two brothers' hearts immediately jumped into their throats. Fortunately, the thing they were worried about didn't happen. The restrictions within the Immortal Severance formation, for some reason, seemed to have all lost their effectiveness. Until they were about to complete their passage, there was no movement at all. The two had no choice but to remain silent. After breaking through the darkness, the light reappeared. The continuous Kangyun Mountains appeared in the eyes of the three. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi greedily absorbed the spiritual energy of the world. When they finally recovered, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But when they looked at Li Fan, they found that this senior, for some reason, hadn't absorbed any spiritual energy at all from beginning to end. He was just looking up at the sky, not knowing what he was looking at. The two didn't dare to disturb him, so they had to stand obediently aside and wait. How many years has it been since this place changed from mountains to sea? After a long time, Li Fan asked. The two were first stunned, but Dao Xuanzi reacted first, about 20 years. How did Senior know? Li Fan narrowed his eyes and didn't answer. He was just sensing the red figure within his body. The moment he entered the Xuanwang realm, Li Fan noticed the figure floating in the sky. It was exactly the same as the culprit who burned mountains and boiled seas in his memory. However, facing such a ferocious creature, Li Fan not only didn't feel fear, but instead felt a strange sensation. So, as he wished, the red figure was captured and sealed into his body. From it, Li Fan felt many principles about fire. However, it seemed particularly superficial. Like a toddler babbling, somewhat childish and laughable. It seems that my original achievements were higher than expected, Li Fan slowly realized. I recommend a book, Traveling Through History, Making Up for Historical Regrets, Saving Historical Figures, and Building a Dynasty of Luck. 1538. The lives of all people have been changed. If the Tao contained within this crimson flame figure were to be quantified, it would only be like a small blade of grass. What Li Fan knew, however, resembled a towering, boundless tree. Therefore, as the great tree swayed its branches, the small grass beneath it would imitate its movements. The crimson flame, which represented the fate of renewed destruction for the beings of the Kangyun Sea, had now been easily subdued by Li Fan. The previous burning of the sea did not achieve the purpose of the Xuanwang world, so history repeats itself. Like burning forests to create fields, it must be done repeatedly to completely destroy the foundation. Li Fan carefully savored the mission received by the crimson flame. Correspondingly, fragments of images flooded his mind. This time, the burden on his body was not as intense as when he recalled matters related to Traverse. There was only a slight stinging in his mind, but after enduring it, he managed to see most of the images. So it's a fragment of the heavenly law realm that has invaded the Xuanwang realm. No wonder the Xuanwang heavenly Tao is determined to eradicate it completely. But where is this heavenly law realm? Why would it merge with the Xuanwang realm? Just as Li Fan was about to delve deeper, he felt another wave of indescribable pressure. He wisely chose to give up for the time being. It seems I need to become stronger and able to withstand more before I can proceed. But it won't be long. The growth rate of this body is faster than I expected. For the past 50 years, apart from longevity and its accompanying effects, Li Fan's body had not shown any other peculiarities. But since he truly came into contact with spiritual energy not long ago, the potential of this long-lived body seemed to have been truly unlocked. Li Fan could clearly feel his progress at all times. He had not even started to formally cultivate yet. He was already progressing so rapidly, relying solely on his body's instinctive absorption. It was hard to imagine how fast his progress would be once he officially embarked on the path of cultivation. However, what slightly puzzled Li Fan at the moment was that the spiritual energy absorbed by his body was not being converted into corresponding spiritual power. Instead, it disappeared completely, like a clay ox entering the sea. His instinct told him that this might not be a bad thing, so he did not delve into it for the time being. Li Fan fell silent in thought. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi, not receiving a reply, were aware of their position as juniors. They continued, more than 20 years ago, this place was still a vast ocean. Suddenly, disaster struck one day, and the sea turned into fields. Fortunately, it did not cause irreparable damage to the terrain or space. With the efforts of many cultivators from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, this land has once again become vibrant. The city lord of Kongyun Heavenly City is named He Zhenghao. He was originally from Kongyun and was fortunate enough to survive the disaster. When Kongyun was being rebuilt, he volunteered and took on the responsibility. On the day the city was completed, he was rewarded for his contributions, Dao Xuanzi said, pointing to a huge city floating in the sky not far away. I heard that this He Zhenghao is truly a man of character. It is said that he has quite a background. On the day of his inauguration ceremony, many dignitaries from the central 4 states of the Myriad Immortals Alliance came to congratulate him. The scene, Ko Hong marveled. Dao Xuanzi nodded slightly. With his background, he doesn't need to come to this remote place to be a city lord at all. Perhaps it's because of his hometown that he did it anyway. Therefore, the cultivators of Kongyun admire him very much. Moreover, this person is always eager to help others. If Senior really wants to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance, you may go to him. On the way here, Li Fan fabricated his background as a descendant of the cultivators who migrated to the mortal small world back then. Although they didn't know how Li Fan had cultivated all the way to his current realm in a small world without spiritual energy resources, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi didn't dare to ask too much. There are countless magical powers and spells in the cultivation world, perhaps there is one that can inherit the cultivation of ancestors. As for us, we are used to being free and don't want to join and be subject to such constraints, Ko Hong continued. Listening to their narration, an image that seemed somewhat familiar suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. He Zhenghao, this person gives me a friendly feeling. He should be an acquaintance from the past. Starting with him is not bad, Li Fan immediately felt confident. The reason for planning to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance was not primarily to find a way to cultivate. The main reason was that Li Fan remembered that the Myriad Immortals Alliance had a treasure called the Heavenly Zon Mirror. And he seemed to have a deep connection with this treasure. He had even been its master. All transactions within the Myriad Immortals Alliance must be conducted through the Heavenly Zon Mirror. If I can obtain its assistance, I can obtain any and all resources. I just don't know if the method of controlling the mirror in my memory is still effective at this point in time. Anyway, it's just a part of his divided body, and there's no harm in using it to try. Having made a decision, Li Fan looked at Ko Hong and Cheng Daozi again before heading to Kongyun Heavenly City. I don't know what these two are good for. It's good to leave a backup plan. Thinking this way, Li Fan forced out a drop of his own essence blood and flicked it towards the foreheads of the 2 men. The moment the essence blood left his body, it had already turned into a crystal clear, dazzling green light. The endless vitality revealed on it even caused the surrounding vegetation to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Unlike fresh blood, it was more like some kind of shocking treasure. As the essence blood entered their bodies, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both showed signs of rejuvenation and vitality. Not only were all the hidden injuries and ailments they had accumulated over the years gone, but the foundation establishment treasures in their bodies were also undergoing transformation in the light. Ko Hong's scaled dragon branch transformed from a withered dragon-like branch into a complete, flourishing tree. Green leaves and branches swayed in the light, like thousands of dragons dancing together. Dao Xuanzi's rusty sword Dao Zan had all the rust accumulated over time disappear, and the sword body looked like it was newly made. In addition to its sharpness and longevity, something seemed to be gestating inside the sword. One could tell at a glance that it was definitely not an ordinary item. And all these earth-shattering changes were all bestowed by Li Fan. After a moment of stunned silence, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi instantly burst into tears. They wanted to kowtow to Li Fan 3 times and perform a grand ceremony to thank him. But before they could react, Li Fan's figure had disappeared. When we were captured alive before, I thought our brother's luck had run out and we would die here. I didn't expect that our luck would turn around. Not only did we escape a disaster, but we also gained such good fortune. Ko Hong's voice was a little blurred due to extreme excitement. When you and I have cultivated to a certain level in the future, we will definitely repay this kindness, Dao Zan swore secretly. The 2 brothers both felt that the many misfortunes of the first half of their lives had been swept away at this moment. It seemed as if they had really reversed their fate, and a mysterious aura was born on the 2 of them. Affected by this aura, the mentality of Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi had also undergone subtle changes in the process of being influenced. Although this change was not particularly significant now, it would become more and more obvious in the future as their realm and cultivation improved. Not good, someone is coming, Ko Hong suddenly changed his expression and reminded him. It should be attracted by the anomalies caused by Senior's gift just now. It is absolutely impossible for our possession of treasures to be exposed. Let's retreat first. The two men understood each other tacitly and instantly fled into the Kongyun mountains and forests. And when some cultivators rushed over, they ultimately knew nothing about what had happened here. Kongyun Heavenly City, the main room of the administration hall. He Zhenghao looked at the list in front of him, frowning. This makes no sense at all. In this year's performance assessment, our Kongyun is ranked in the bottom 10 again. If Exener hadn't leaked this list to me in advance, I wouldn't have believed it. Turning it over and over, and carefully studying the specific content of the list several times, He Zhenghao sighed, "It's not all my fault as the city lord." Originally, Kongyun was a very remote place. It had also suffered a great disaster before, and the talent pool was withered. Not many people are willing to move here these years. It is already a blessing to be able to barely support the operation of the government. How can we compete with other states? Take this one as an example. The number of newly promoted transformation gods and above cultivators in the state, your father is only at the transformation god realm now. The support materials that the Immortal Alliance headquarters promised have not been distributed yet. He Zhenghao seemed to have a belly full of grievances, and he babbled endlessly. Suddenly, a soft laugh interrupted He Zhenghao's words. Hee, Dad, don't complain. If it really doesn't work, just go home and be a live-in son-in-law. You were already honest for a few years, but then you insisted on proving yourself. You carried your mother on your back and used all kinds of relationships to get the position of Kongyun City Lord. Now you know you're wrong. He Zhenghao was a little embarrassed and coughed, then said sternly, Exener, what are you talking about? Although there is a bit of a dispute, more of it is to better rebuild Kongyun. After all, your father has spent almost half his life here. He Exener just smiled and didn't answer. He Zhenghao frowned again, looked at the list in his hand, and thought about the next assessment plan. But suddenly he heard his daughter suddenly make a surprised sound. He Zhenghao suddenly looked up and saw that at some point, a young man was standing silently in front of him. He Zhenghao was shocked. You must know that this administration hall is an important place in Kongyun Heavenly City. From the outside to the inside, there are layers of formations and restrictions. Even with the cultivation of the transformation god, it is impossible to break in so quietly. Who is this person? Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant, but out of intuition, He Zhenghao still made the most correct one. He saw him with a respectful expression and asked in a low voice, Senior, I don't know. Looking at He Zhenghao's face, which was completely consistent with his memory, Li Fan increasingly verified his guess. This person should be trustworthy. At the very least, he would not be the culprit who caused him serious injuries and amnesia. I want to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and I need you to introduce me, Li Fan said lightly. He Zhenghao was stunned when he heard this, thinking he had misheard. Such a strong cultivation, but he is not a member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Could it be from the Five Elders Association? He Zhenghao's expression changed suddenly. Without the slightest hesitation, he launched his strongest trump card. Heavenly Net Great Formation. In the main room of the administration hall, thin lines crisscrossed and appeared. The scenery of continuous mountains and rivers reappeared in it one after another. It condensed above Li Fan's head, as if to suppress him on the spot. However, what completely stunned He Zhenghao was that the young man in front of him only glanced at it, and the Heavenly Net Great Formation, which he had painstakingly created for decades, was shattered inch by inch and ceased to exist. How is this possible? Even though he bears the name of the son-in-law of the Heng family, He Zhenghao barely gained a foothold in the central four states of the Myriad Immortals Alliance with his excellent array talent. He was not looked down upon by other cultivators. Otherwise, even if he begged bitterly, others would not operate the position of Kongyun City Lord for him. Although it is a remote place, even a mosquito is meat. During his time as the city lord, He Zhenghao knew very well how much profit this position could squeeze out. It was just that He Zhenghao was upright and clean. Otherwise, Kongyun State's performance in the assessment would definitely be even more unbearable. Li Fan looked at He Zhenghao, who was standing there blankly, and repeated, If you don't introduce me, then I will go elsewhere. I remember that introducing cultivators to the alliance is counted as merit, right? Seeing that He Zhenghao still didn't answer for a long time, Li Fan frowned slightly. But suddenly thinking of something, Li Fan added, Oh, by the way, don't worry. I'm not from the Five Elders Association. As if touched a switch, He Zhenghao finally came back to his senses after hearing this. Really? Gaining courage, he asked weakly. Li Fan raised his eyebrows, and He Zhenghao quickly said, recommend, senior, don't worry, leave everything to me. Li Fan nodded slightly. He Zhenghao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced himself to calm down. He organized his words, and then slowly said, with senior's cultivation, if you want to join the alliance, you need to report to the headquarters. Then pass the test of the white jade asking hard platform. Li Fan waved his hand. No need for such trouble. Just take me to see the heavenly Zon mirror here. Not the one placed in the city square, but the one dedicated to the city lord, with more permissions. He Zhenghao's expression suddenly froze. This. He Zhenghao hesitated several times. Finally, weighing the difference in strength between the two sides, he still said euphemistically, senior. Joining the alliance requires following a fixed procedure. Even if I am the lord of a state, I can't mess around. If I say you can, Li Fan said directly. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Li Fan stretched out his hand to show He Zhenghao the scene in his palm. Among them, shining like a speck of light, was the heavenly net great formation that He Zhenghao had used before. Li Fan gently blew a breath, and this speck of light suddenly turned into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. In just a few breaths, it was like stars in the sky, covering Li Fan's palm. He Zhenghao clearly felt the huge energy contained in each of these stars. As his own unique skill, He Zhenghao was very clear about the power of the heavenly net great formation. If they all exploded in Kongyun Heavenly City, I'm afraid that Kongyun, which was finally rebuilt, would be turned into ruins again. 1539. Life swallows Ruamu. Having no other choice, He Zhenghao had to agree to Li Fan's request. The celestial mystery mirror is the treasure of the Immortal Alliance. Although this person is strong, I'm afraid he won't be able to damage the precious mirror. Trembling, He Zhenghao led Li Fan to the deepest secret room of the administration hall, comforting himself after activating the celestial mystery mirror branch in Kongyun province. In the shimmering light, an ancient mirror appeared out of thin air. As expected, very familiar. Pondering the subtle feeling that surged in his heart again, Li Fan did not hesitate. He took a step, his figure shattered, and he dun-ru into the mirror, leaving He Zhenghao, who was dumbfounded on the side. Although Li Fan entered the celestial mystery mirror, the celestial mystery mirror did not detect his intrusion. The functions that originally required tiered permissions to unlock and use were now all displayed in front of Li Fan without any concealment, neatly categorized. Even all the items, resources, divine powers, and cultivation methods in the celestial mystery mirror could be freely seized by Li Fan. He could even call upon the computational power of the celestial mystery mirror. Moreover, as long as it didn't cause major anomalies, he wouldn't be discovered by the celestial mystery mirror. If it weren't for the many memories in his mind that were clearly superior to the celestial mystery mirror, Li Fan would have almost thought that he was the human body of the celestial mystery mirror. I wonder if it's the convenience brought about by the previous simulations. For the next 3 months, Li Fan resided in the celestial mystery mirror, perusing countless books and secrets. Although there was a lot of information recorded in the mirror, every time Li Fan looked at it, he had a sense of familiarity that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Often, he only needed to browse through it once, and insights would spontaneously arise in his mind. Moreover, the more he savored it, the more clear memories converted from fragmented memories. Li Fan's viewing speed also became faster and faster. In the end, he no longer needed to seek answers in the celestial mystery mirror, defying the principles of heaven and earth to prove longevity. This is obviously a flawed cultivation method, forever bound by that celestial venerable who transmitted the method. Perhaps I clashed with him in the end. Li Fan was not in a hurry to embark on the path of cultivation. After reading for 3 months, even without cultivation, his body was still constantly becoming stronger. The celestial venerable's method seeks external objects. It is because the human body is weak that one needs to borrow external forces to change fate in order to defy the heavens. But within my body, there is already such a powerful force. There is no need to practice the method of defying principles. Li Fan sat cross-legged in the celestial mystery mirror, closing his eyes and contemplating. With each breath, specks of green light surged like tides on his body, emitting from within his body, but not leaving. They only accumulated around Li Fan, illuminating his body outline in a faint green. When Li Fan opened his eyes again, although there was not much change in his appearance, a brilliant starry sky had already formed in his dantian. However, the countless stars in the starry sky all shone with a vibrant green light. Strictly speaking, what I am doing is not called cultivation, but rather, truth cultivation, developing one's own potential. Although everyone speaks of the human body's hidden treasures, the hidden treasures of ordinary people's bodies are completely incomparable to the infinite vitality contained within my body. Perhaps just a single green dot in this starry sea is worth the sum of tens of millions of living beings. Li Fan carefully observed the anomaly in his dantian, pondering. When one is strong enough, one can distort and change the great Tao of heaven and earth with every move. Moreover, Li Fan also instinctively sensed that his ability to tame the Xuanwang world seemed particularly outstanding. Just like the crimson flame that was summoned with a thought. The crimson flame, which was the first to surrender when the boundless starry sea was conceived in Li Fan's body, also gained great benefits. The crimson color was blessed with endless vitality, becoming a blazing white. It was no longer human-shaped, but purely like a dancing flame. Transforming from a human to a raging flame, although it looks like a downgrade, it has actually jumped out of the shackles of the Xuanwang realm. Although it still belongs to one of the spirits of the Xuanwang realm, a part of it is already outside this world. The crimson flame is like this, and so am I. Enlightenment surged in Li Fan's heart. And all of this is caused by this vitality. Regarding the anomaly in his body, Li Fan naturally had the intention to explore it. However, 3 months of accumulation, solely from the celestial mystery mirror, was obviously not enough to analyze the true mystery of vitality. Moreover, what I understand and see is only the part of the celestial mystery mirror that is connected to the outside world. A part of the celestial mystery mirror is still in a closed state. Only when entering the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, where the celestial mystery mirror's main body is located, can it be glimpsed. Li Fan did not intend to put himself in danger for the time being. Although the Xuanwang realm is not large, it hides countless secrets. Next, perhaps he could start from other places to restore his own knowledge. Li Fan tried his best to search for the most suitable place for himself among the endless phantoms. Suddenly, in front of another ancient mirror, his thoughts paused. This is the immeasurable mirror. Sun Luyao, Sun Luan. Various information about the Sun family also emerged. The direct lineage of the mirror holder. Approaching them is not as easy as approaching He Zhenghao. Although my current body is strong, it has not reached the point where it can ignore the siege of many Tao integration experts. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan summoned He Zhenghao. At this moment, He Zhenghao can be said to be both elated and trembling. And all of this stemmed from the large amount of materials that were inexplicably transferred through the celestial mystery mirror. 10 times more than in the past, He Zhenghao dared to swear that the Immortal Alliance headquarters would never be so generous. But He Zhenghao couldn't bear to return the things he had received. With money to support him, he was strong. A large amount of materials were distributed downwards, and the people below all thought that this was due to He Zhenghao's connections in the Immortal Alliance headquarters. They all had reverence and love for He Zhenghao from the bottom of their hearts. Now He Zhenghao finally realized the taste of truly becoming the master of a province. However, this beautiful dream will soon be shattered as he is summoned by Li Fan. How do you feel about this tenfold increase in materials? He Zhenghao's body trembled, and he dared not answer. Li Fan said lightly, "Don't be nervous, it's just a string of numbers. Not to mention 10 times, as long as you dare to think and dare to ask, I can easily transfer 100 times for you." He Zhenghao's body trembled even more violently, and he repeatedly said that he dared not. He knew that everything had a price, and now was the time for the other party to collect the benefits. "Senior, if you have any instructions, I will definitely do my best." Each time, the top 10 performers in the political achievements assessment of each province can go to the Immortal Alliance headquarters to receive rewards. Take this as your goal and work hard. The next assessment will be in 5 years. If you need anything, just tell me. Li Fan said lightly. He Zhenghao's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. In this world, there is no thief who steals something and flaunts it in the street. If you get the benefits, you should digest them secretly. How can you still participate in the political achievement competition? The improvement of the ranking must be supported by a large amount of materials. To jump from the last 10 to the top 10. This simply cannot withstand investigation. However, Li Fan's eyes told He Zhenghao that if he agreed, even if the truth came out later, it would be 5 years before his death. If he didn't agree, today would be the day of his death. With no other choice, He Zhenghao could only grit his teeth and agree. Having boarded the pirate ship, He Zhenghao simply threw caution to the wind. With a wave of his hand, he reported a list of supplies that were several times the required amount. Who knew that Li Fan wouldn't even bat an eye and directly agreed? In less than half a day, mountains of supplies began to appear in the Tianshuan branch of Kongyuan Prefecture. He Zhenghao was both surprised and fearful to see this. In addition to the various supplies needed to maintain the government affairs, Li Fan also provided detailed information on the large and small blessed lands and the impending changes in the heavens and earth within Kongyuan Prefecture and even the surrounding states. With this information, it wouldn't be a problem to cultivate hundreds of nascent soul and transformation god cultivators within 5 years. He Zhenghao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, but he didn't feel excited at all. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Take me on a trip and place this thing in Yuandao Prefecture, anywhere underground will do. As Li Fan spoke, he handed over a sapling. It looked like an ordinary sapling, but what was unusual was that He Zhenghao didn't feel any vitality from it. He couldn't even sense the existence of this sapling. Holding it in his hand, there was no tactile sensation at all. If it weren't for the occasional flashes of green light on it, He Zhenghao would have almost turned his head and forgotten about it. He Zhenghao didn't dare to delay Li Fan's instructions. He went straight to Yuandao Prefecture. Before long, he had already entered the territory of Yuandao. He found a treasure land where the earth veins converged and planted the sapling. Then he hurried back. Li Fan, through a part of himself that had been separated, began to see the scene of Yuandao Prefecture in his mind. This place seems to have great danger. However, for me, it seems to be a great resource. But I have to wait for the right opportunity and lay down a secret hand first. The sapling took root in the earth veins, and then began to grow wildly without restrictions. In the process of growth, it did not absorb the power from the earth veins. Instead, it radiated its own vitality outwards. This was still the result of Li Fan suppressing the overflowing vitality as much as possible. The Xuanwang world seemed to be full of vitality, but in reality, it was already terminally ill. At this moment, the vitality brought by this sapling was like the fragrance of a miraculous medicine smelled at the point of death. It immediately attracted the attention of some holy spirits in the Xuanwang world. The first to notice it was an ancient tree with withered leaves and branches covered with cultivators. Just one incense stick's time after the sapling was planted, Li Fan noticed that his body in Daoyuan Prefecture seemed to be targeted by someone. Moreover, he felt a strange familiarity with the aura emanating from the other party. A hunched, crazy figure flashed through his mind, and after a moment, Li Fan saw the owner of the figure appearing in front of the sapling. This is Ruomu. The appearance of Ruomu triggered Li Fan's lost memories. And when Ruomu greedily reached out towards the sapling, a trace of ice flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Since you want it so much, then I might as well fulfill your wish. Having only cultivated for 3 months from scratch, Li Fan was not sure whether his current self was a match for this Xuanwang ancient tree. But if the other party wanted to devour a part of his body, then he had a countermeasure. The originally dark eyes of Li Fan suddenly rose with a touch of green light. Like a volcanic eruption, infinite vitality appeared from the sapling underground in Yuandao Prefecture. And then poured towards Ruomu. The already decaying Ruomu instinctively showed a look of surprise and joy after sensing this massive vitality. He absorbed it with incomparable greed. But when he discovered that no matter how he absorbed it, the vitality in this sapling never diminished in the slightest. It even had a tendency to become more grand. The surprise immediately turned into fright. The withered yellow branches all recovered their verdant green. Affected by the external absorption of vitality, countless new buds began to grow on the sky supporting Ruomu. It's just that, the number of these new buds was a bit too much. Dense and numerous, they emerged from all parts of Ruomu's body. All places with space were occupied by them. In just half a day, the combined size of these newborn seedlings was already larger than the original Ruomu. However, they simply had no intention of stopping growing. Even Ruomu, in a panic, had fled from the location of the sapling of unknown origin. But there was still immeasurable vitality rising from the green energy he had absorbed into his body before. Ruomu only felt his body becoming heavier and heavier. Those newborn green branches were usurping him. But Ruomu was simply helpless. He couldn't even find a way to resist. Strictly speaking, the newborn green branches were also a part of Ruomu. It's just that they grew too fast, so that they exceeded Ruamu's control. When they grew up, they suppressed Ruamu himself. Like the parts that are naturally eliminated in the metabolism of the body. Ruamu panicked as he felt that he was about to die. Not because of the exhaustion of vitality, but because of the bursting of vitality. This way of death, which had never been thought of in the past, still made Ruamu feel incomparable fear. He tried his best to do something, but found that he could do nothing in the face of this incomprehensible vitality. Where did that thing come from? Ruamu's heart was full of incomprehension. Just as the new branches were about to completely devour Ruamu, they suddenly stopped growing. Even so, Ruamu had already lost the dominance of the ancient tree of the Xuanwang world. He could only linger on in a remote corner of the ancient tree. A green and hazy figure came to this space as the situation settled. Knowing that the other party was the culprit who had usurped him, Ruamu stared at him, but did not dare to make the slightest sound. The visitor was naturally Li Fan. Usurping Ruamu was easier than he imagined. This was also the first time Li Fan had unreservedly and fully unleashed the vitality in his body. Its powerful potential surprised Li Fan, who had not yet fully recovered his memory. Compared to the vast vitality in his body, Ruamu, who was in charge of the Xuanwang vitality, was simply not worth mentioning. If he hadn't realized something was wrong later and stopped in time, I'm afraid there would be no Ruamu in the world at this moment. Li Fan glanced at his new body. He frowned slightly and shook all the cultivator fruits hanging on it to the ground. Although they were in a deep sleep, they were still affected by the overflowing vitality. Not only were the injuries that had been constantly generating golden elixirs in the past fully recovered, but the potential of their lives was also further stimulated. In the future, forming nascent souls and transforming into gods would be as easy as drinking water as long as there were enough resources. 1540. Painting of the boat sailing against the current. Heaven and earth have the Ruo tree, which consumes life and lifespan day and night. Life and death have no reincarnation, only longevity remains. Li Fan slowly recited the lines belonging to the Ruo tree, while simultaneously browsing through its memories. The Ruo tree itself was huddled in a corner, trembling, allowing Li Fan to pry. From the beginning of the Xuanwang world's creation to the present, it has undoubtedly been an incredibly long period. But Li Fan, observing from an outsider's perspective, only took about a dozen breaths to review it. This is what they call longevity. Li Fan shook his head slightly. Perhaps due to the prolonged state of near-death he had been in before, the Ruo tree's memories were not particularly clear. There were even large gaps and omissions in certain key areas. However, it was already enough for Li Fan to gain a general understanding of the Xuanwang world. In the Ruo tree's perspective, the Xuanwang world can be roughly divided into 3 periods. The first period, from the initial creation of Xuanwang to the establishment of numerous immortal cultivation sects. At this time, the Xuanwang world was still under the control of the immortal realm. The Ruo tree even retained memories of the true immortals, using it to balance and adjust the lifespan of all living beings in the world. The second period, from the destruction of the immortal realm to the sudden annihilation of the Xuantian sect. During this time, the Xuantian king replaced the true immortals and became the helmsman of the Xuanwang world. The various modifications and imprints made to the Ruo tree in the Xuanwang world are still present on the Ruo tree's body. The third period, from the immortal Dao Ten sects taking power to the present day. This was also the most free period for the Ruo tree. The immortal Dao Ten sects, and even the later Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Celestial Venerable of Dharma Transmission, although they claimed to be able to manipulate the Ruo tree and divide its longevity fruit, were actually fundamentally different from the true immortals and the Xuantian king before them. Their so-called control was merely waiting for the fruit to ripen before harvesting it. And once the Xuanwang world's vitality flow became insufficient to produce fruit, they could only helplessly watch. In the past, the true immortals and the Xuantian king could forcibly extract the vitality of all living beings in the Xuanwang world through the Ruo tree to condense the longevity fruit. In short, there was a vast difference between being the true manipulator and merely the user of the Ruo tree. This was also the reason why the Myriad Immortals Alliance turned a blind eye after the Ruo tree fell ill and its vitality declined. Whether it was the celestial physician or the Dharma transmitter, they had all wanted to heal the Ruo tree. The reason for their failure was the unique creation restriction within the Ruo tree. What the true immortals created could naturally only be controlled by true immortals. Moreover, the Ruo tree, and even the entire Xuanwang world, were not just ordinary creations of true immortals. However, at this moment, after obtaining absolute control over the Ruo tree through the vast vitality within his own body, Li Fan, who was clearly just a mortal, felt so familiar with the restrictions on the Ruo tree. The theoretically insurmountable gap between immortals and mortals did not stop him. As if it were a natural progression, relying solely on instinct, Li Fan completed the cracking and intrusion within a few breaths of perceiving the existence of the restriction. The heavily guarded immortal restriction was like having no defenses at all in the face of the abundant greenery controlled by Li Fan. At this moment, Li Fan not only became the Ruo tree but also became the master of the Ruo tree. The core of the sky-supporting ancient tree, which had regained its vitality, was covered with extremely complex patterns. Although Li Fan seemed to be encountering them for the first time, he could quickly understand the meaning of these patterns after a moment of observation. What Li Fan cared about most was the modification imprint left by the Xuantian king. After careful deliberation, Li Fan somewhat understood the Xuantian king's intention in modifying the Ruo tree back then. Transform a portion of vitality from the Ruo tree for independent use. Perhaps this is also one of the important reasons for the imbalance in the flow of vitality in the Xuanwang world and the rapid decline of the Ruo tree. But where did this transferred vitality go? Li Fan frowned slightly, his perspective suddenly shrinking as he surveyed the surroundings of the Ruo tree. Regarding the Xuantian king, Li Fan's current memories were not very extensive. However, whether it was his own vague intuitive impression or what he saw in the Ruo tree's memories, this Xuantian king was definitely among the strongest in the entire history of the Xuanwang world. Even though he had disappeared for many years, Li Fan still dared not be careless. The Ruo tree was spread throughout Xuanwang. Soon, Li Fan followed one of its branches and tracked down the location of the separated vitality. An ordinary-looking Taoist temple. In the Taoist temple, there was an elderly old man, a young Taoist boy, and a pool of ordinary water. The old man was a nascent soul cultivator, and the young boy did not seem to be human. And finally, upon witnessing this scene, Li Fan's instinctive sense of crisis surged. But it didn't come from the old man and the boy, but from the pool of water. The scene of countless exotic treasures shining like stars in the pool suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. The last scene was a terrifying sight of a cat leaping up and swallowing all the exotic treasures in its belly. Fishing pond, cat, Li Fan couldn't help but stop his advance. Even though this body was just a branch of the Ruo tree that he was manipulating. He did not enter the Taoist temple, but only watched from afar where the vitality diverted from the Ruo tree went. After careful identification, Li Fan realized that the vitality was not directed towards the Taoist temple or the fishing pond, but towards the mountains and forests nearby. It was just that the two were very close, and the fishing pond was too conspicuous, which caused Li Fan to misjudge when he first saw it. Temporarily putting the fishing pond aside, Li Fan tracked down the place where the Ruo tree's diverted vitality was lingering. After stepping into this underground space, he couldn't help but be surprised. This method of condensation, although a large amount of vitality is gathered, it doesn't leak out at all. If I weren't the Ruo tree right now, I'm afraid I wouldn't even notice the vitality gathered below even if I stood on the ground. It's worth me learning from. Li Fan's biggest problem now is the uncontrolled leakage of vitality. The vitality contained in his body is too vast. Even if only 1/10 billionth of the aura around him leaks out, it is undoubtedly an absolute treasure for external perceivers. This situation becomes more and more serious as Li Fan stimulates his vitality potential. Now, he actually found a solution here, and couldn't help but observe it carefully. It seems that even with his lost memories and knowledge, he only has a superficial understanding of the layout here. This time, Li Fan was really surprised. This is the first time he has encountered this situation since he started a new round of simulation. Although I can't fully understand it, I can still lock onto the use of the vitality. Li Fan's eyes swept left and right. Buried in this underground space is a village. Apart from some architectural objects, there are no other living beings in the village. The vitality guided from the Ruo tree maintains the original state of the village on the one hand. On the other hand, it all gathers in one of the houses in the village. From the time of the Xuantian king's modification to the present, the constantly extracted and introduced vitality has already reached an extremely large amount. Although it is still far less than 1/10,000th of mine, it is far from the scale currently displayed. Li Fan's heart tightened, and after thinking for a moment, he finally slowly approached. After standing outside the house for a while, he finally decided to explore it. The fact was indeed as he had guessed. The so-called figure in the house was just a portrait. Why does this portrait need to be nourished by vitality? A trace of doubt flashed in Li Fan's mind. Depicted in the painting was a scene of several children playing together in the mountains. Among these children, there was a boy and a girl, holding hands and walking together. The moment Li Fan saw them, he felt a slight sense of familiarity. This is the Xuantian king. And, as if another switch had been triggered, the images flashing through Li Fan's mind told him that the person next to the Xuantian king should be his childhood sweetheart. Li Fan pressed his temples, restoring his brain that had just exploded from the sudden influx of information that he couldn't bear. Then he continued to observe the painting in front of him. Because of the infusion of a large amount of vitality, the children in the painting seemed to have come to life. Especially the Xuantian king, his eyes looked forward. It seemed to be looking outside the painting. In an instant, Li Fan almost had an illusion. The young Xuantian king seemed to have glanced at him. But continuing to study, Li Fan found that the young Xuantian king was not the most special thing in this painting. In an inconspicuous corner of the picture, outside a house in the village, lay a ragged, long-haired man. Covered by whiskers and hair, the man's face could not be seen clearly. However, this man looked at the group of children playing outside the village from afar, revealing a strange expression. Between the man's chest was placed a palm-sized wooden boat. Looking closely, one could vaguely see the faces of the children outside the village from the windows of the wooden boat. What does this mean? This painting seemed to have a special magic, unknowingly attracting Li Fan's mind. And no matter what he was thinking in his mind, he would eventually look at the wooden boat. The wooden boat seemed to have undergone the baptism of time, becoming scarred and dilapidated. It seemed that it would completely shatter in the next moment. But it seemed to be because of the nourishment of infinite vitality that it could barely maintain its original form. As Li Fan watched, he vaguely saw his own figure from the window of the wooden boat. Just as he couldn't help but reach out his hand, wanting to touch the wooden boat. His eyes met his own reflection. Some of the memories that had disappeared suddenly resurfaced, making Li Fan withdraw his hand as if he had been electrocuted. The Xuantian king seems to be the person with the greatest luck in the history of the Zanhuang world. He can always turn misfortune into good fortune, and turn danger into auspiciousness. Even during great calamities like the destruction of the immortal realm and the fall of countless immortals, he can safely escape. Li Fan's gaze was focused on the wooden boat in the painting. Could this be the legendary boat of reversal? Quote, 3 treasures for avoiding the world. Li Fan forcibly mobilized his life force, repairing his serious injuries, trying to recall more. However, this treasure was clearly created after the destruction of the immortal realm, so how could it appear in the hands of the Xuantian king before the arrival of the great calamity? Reversal, could it be that it really succeeded? Li Fan couldn't help but turn his gaze to the scruffy man holding the wooden boat. In the end, his current body was not enough to support Li Fan's recovery of all his memories. Li Fan temporarily withdrew from his memories. Looking at the painting in front of him, he showed a rare hint of hesitation. This painting has been nourished by the vitality of the Ruo wood for 10,000 years. And now that Li Fan has become the new Ruo wood, theoretically, he is fully capable of using his vitality to wrap up and take away the painting. It's just that what he needs to face next is the unknown danger hidden in the painting. Li Fan did not act for the time being, and began to ponder about the disappearance of the Xuantian king. I seem to have investigated this matter before. The Xuantian king should have disappeared in the fishing pond in the end. As for whether it was an active or passive disappearance, then this painting was intentionally left behind by him. Was it left for his childhood sweetheart? But in his message, he didn't mention this matter. Obviously, he didn't want her to know. If this painting really hides the boat of reversal, then why would the Xuantian king abandon such a treasure that can defy fate? Quote, quote. These kinds of doubts, obviously, cannot be answered simply by thinking. In the Grand Zan small world, in the Grand Tutor's mansion of Xuanjing City, Li Fan tried at once to ensure that he could return to the beginning of the simulation at any time. Feeling the vast vitality in his body, a sharp glint flashed in Li Fan's eyes, and he made up his mind. Being timid and shrinking back will not accomplish great things. Anyway, it's just a simulation. Even if I'm seriously injured again, it's just a matter of losing my memory again and being force-fed a few bowls of talisman water. Instead of leaving this mystery as a hidden danger, it's better to find out its true face now. Since vitality is useful to it, then give it to it. Quote, quote. In the Zanhuang world, Li Fan also took action. The surprise and doubt in his eyes disappeared, and he slowly exhaled a breath of longevity, surging towards the painting in front of him. This wisp of the chi of longevity was condensed by him in this life since he began cultivating. Compared to the vitality given to Ko Hong, Dao Xuanzi, and even used to seize the Ruo wood, it far exceeds several orders of magnitude. Even Li Fan himself became a little pale after releasing this condensed qi. However, the effect was immediate. Li Fan stared closely at the changes in front of him. Faced with the sudden arrival of vitality, the painting did not refuse anyone. No matter how much vitality there was, it accepted it all. Strands of green appeared in the painting. The scene also changed accordingly with the influx of vitality. On the ground, green grass and flowers grew everywhere. In the sky, colorful auspicious clouds rolled down. And the wooden boat, which was originally close to decay and damage, became brand new at a speed visible to the naked eye. The change in the wooden boat attracted the attention of the scruffy man who was in charge of it. His hair and beard fluttered, revealing his obscured true face. The man suddenly raised his head and looked out of the painting. His eyes met Li Fan's. Then Li Fan felt a burst of dizziness, and his consciousness was instantly sucked into the painting. Before he had time to struggle, he felt a hand press on his shoulder. The great Tao of longevity. The scruffy man on the opposite side was extremely surprised.